and next 5 years will be very crucial for us to
Okay.
achieve all the
Okay, all right. Stay on with me. I have with me Hitendra Mehta, Managing Partner, Centrum Legal. He's co-chair of the National Council on SEZs and Industrial Parks at ASSOCHAM. Mr. Mehta, thank you for joining us. Your key takeaways of the budget that was announced.
Well, thank you so much, Megha. I think budget has been very good. I must say, the finance minister has done lots of things to make almost everybody happy. But then, as you say that dil mange more, so there's a wish list that remains to be there insofar as the industry is concerned. Since I represent the special economic zone sector and industrial parks, so this SEZ, they are contributing to almost 22 to 23% of India's exports, and they have been able to invite investment to the tune of 7 lakh crore rupees in India, and they are generating employment for almost 30 lakhs plus people, direct employment. So I was expecting that finance minister would at least bring a statement in the budget which brings clarity about the ongoing policy of SEZs, how government is viewing it in long term. Right? It is because in 2022 the finance minister had introduced a Desh bill to replace the SEZ Act, and there was this momentum getting slowed down because of that announcement of Desh bill, which was to replace the SEZ Act, and there is no new investment taking place for in almost last 2 years. Now in 2024 the government came with new SEZ amendment rules, which gives a kind of signal that SEZ policy, earlier SEZ Act, will continue to be enforced. So this should have been clarified to my mind. And another aspect which I think government could have done more is on how to make this ease of doing business reaching on ground. See, when we say ease of doing business, it essentially includes ease of exit also. So we have seen in our practical experience that if a project is not working well and company want to wind up, it is a long drawn process under the insolvency and bankruptcy code. The original intent of the IBC was to close these, do these resolutions within 180 days or at max in 270 days, but practically it is taking even more than 2 years, 3 years in certain cases, which is actually not yielding the desired results and sending wrong message to the investor community.
Okay, all right. Stay on with me, Mr. Hitendra Mehta. I'm also being joined by Mr. Hiranandani, co-founder of Hiranandani Real Estate. Mr. Hiranandani, your key takeaways from the budget today.
I think the budget has focused a tremendous amount on the middle class, which is the right thing to do. And I think that's a focus area which is going to create surpluses where the buying power of the country is going to open. As far as the real estate is concerned, I think the significant part was the issue of Swami Fund, which we were requesting it should be further increased and enhanced. They had done earlier an investment of 10,000 in Swami Fund 1, which I believe has fixed up 1 lakh houses. The second fund now is suggesting 15,000 crores. But I think that is going to be just one Swami Fund. What we needed is at least 2 or 3 or 4 funds where we don't need subsidy from the central government, but we need the same provision which is available in the Swami Fund, which is last in, first out, in order to take care of the stuck projects that are there. So I think that is one thing which is good, but it is, I think, inadequate. The second part of it, which is extremely important, is the skills area in the real estate sector. They have talked about 5 centers of excellence. Today's date, let me tell you that we are dire short of skills. So on one side, there is unemployment in the country, and on the other side, we are dire short of skills in the sector, which I'm talking about what? Carpenters, plumbers, electricians, painters, marble layers, and small things like this. And a statement made by L&T about 4 or 5 weeks ago was that they needed 25,000 skilled workers. A company like ours needs 500 skilled workers shortage in our own company. So by and large, what has happened is that you need to take up that. The next point I want to point out is I think there's no inadequate new investment taking place. Last year, the investment was short. This year, the 11 lakh crores which is being proposed, I think is an understatement. We needed much more to be done, especially in where we already got deficit under control. We needed to put in more long-term investment commitment that needs to be done, because without that, we will not be able to achieve our target, Prime Minister's target of Viksit Bharat in 2047, because the growth minimum you need is 8%. So a further emphasis on housing and urban infrastructure, similar that was done in China, which brought about double-digit growth in GDP. In China, in those years where they focused on not only on manufacturing, but also on urban infrastructure and housing, actually caused it. So I think that additional focus on skill and additional investment needed in infrastructure is slightly short. Last point I wanted to mention was the fact that you're bringing in a new income tax bill, which is wonderful, and we're looking forward to that because she talks about ease of doing business. But already in this Income Tax Act, she is making 85 amendments. So there's a little inconsistency. Is it that the new act is also going to include the new changes which are coming in, or is that applicable from next year, or is it going to be from this year with immediate effect? Obviously, it doesn't look like it's in this year, because the present act itself, 85 clauses of amendment have been proposed over here. I think small things like TDS for rents, etc., up to 6 lakhs is also proposed. Many positive stories over here. But this is my initial reaction.
Okay. Also, comparing the budget to 2024 budget that was announced, what are your inferences? Do you think the 2024 was a more populist budget versus 2025?
Oh, I think it's quite focused on the world of business. But I think it's also catering for a sector which has a potential of further investment and further expenditure. And I think the demand which has come down in the last couple of weeks, months, I think the finance minister wants to make sure that demand which is across the board from the middle class, which has actually come down, including the affordable housing segment in the real estate sector, actually will be fed by the middle class, which will actually have surpluses with them, or the potential surpluses which will enable them or encourage them to buy a house or also spend money. So I think that downturn in the economy, which is slightly showing up in the last 3 months, is sought to be corrected also. And also populist, of course, anything you reduce taxes, everybody's going to be happy. But I'm looking at the long-term benefits of this, and I think that's a positive story.
Okay. Also, in the economic survey yesterday, there was an announcement that the projected GDP growth rate is going to be 6.8% in 2025-2026. How do you think the budget that has been announced will be able to help this figure climb up?
There is no way that we will go below that. My target is thinking that the Prime Minister will certainly look at new ways to actually go to 8 or 9 or even 10%. That should be the target. So I think I do believe interest rates should be brought down. I think somewhere down the line that is causing a lot of problem at the middle class and the lower middle class, especially in the housing sector. The EMIs to be paid by the persons who are buying the houses. There is a lot of problem in the affordable segment. So I think interest rate should be the target to lower them completely. Otherwise, you're not going to get the growth that you're talking about. So while inflation is in control, and when we are talking about prices of vegetables and fruits and other things, I don't think that is getting affected, or you're not helping it by increasing interest rates that vegetables and fruits and other thing prices will come down, because that is demand driven. So I think that focus needs to be done quickly if you want the economy to grow faster, which minimum I think we should target 8% this year. This 6.2 and 5 is not adequate enough to reach Viksit Bharat.
Okay. Do you think, obviously revision of the tax slab with the aim of the government, and as Nirmala Sitharaman said, that this will allow for more consumption to take place, this will allow for savings, and this will also allow for investment, which means more circulation of money into the market. What percentage of it will allow for the GDP to increase because of these revised tax slabs?
You have to go to the malls and see how the buying takes place. You have to see the reduction which has taken place will come back very soon. I think it's a question of a positive feel that the middle class have. And once that gets into the blood, you will see that the growth story or the expenditure levels going up. Already in the tourism sector, you can see huge demand in terms of middle class traveling all over India and even parts of the world. So I think the idea is to create that feel that you're going to have more surpluses and will enable more people in the middle class level to spend more and actually live a better quality of life. I think that's the target.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Hiranandani, for joining us and sharing your views, your first remarks on the budget 2025. Also with me on the telecast right now is Pradeep Shetty. He is the Vice President of the FHRAI. Pradeep, the one single point that was mentioned by Nirmala Sitharaman in our budget with regards to tourism and the hospitality sector perhaps could be also linked with that. She's spoken about how there is going to be an impetus, a push that will be made by the Government of India in developing top 50 tourist sites in the country. What does it mean for the F&B sector?
It means a lot. I think to begin with, this is quite an outstanding budget for the tourism sector. When I say tourism sector, it would include F&B as well as accommodation units. And this is, I would say, third year in a row that they have taken the right steps. I think to sum it all, the government has pushed the right buttons and taken the right steps. If you see how the sector suffered during the pandemic, the first step taken by the government was to promote domestic tourism, religious tourism, and that really helped. If you would know that if foreign tourist arrivals are still not back at what they used to be pre-pandemic. However, this sector grew exponentially. It's only because of domestic travel and the increased travel that's happening in the middle class sector and increased traveling, air, train, and all the sectors. So I think by learning from that, I think it's been a very thought out and a very, I would say, phenomenal budget. They've done enough to see that more and more travel happens. So investment in the Udan scheme is quite promising, the 150 more destinations, because now when there is more travel happening, there's a problem with airfares. So I think that will address the issue. More and more Indians locally want to travel, and more destinations will come up. And in that, one of the most startling features is the development of 50 new tourism destination. Now here, there were steps earlier also in the last 10 years, 15 years. But what aligns with our demand is to bring the hotel sector into the harmonized infrastructure master list. This ensures that when you develop a tourist destination, even the surrounding amenities and facilities like hotels, etc., are brought in. And once you bring them into the harmonized infrastructure list, there is easy lending available, and entrepreneurs are able to build hotels at a quick pace and in a very sustainable manner. I think that's another great step which aligns with our demand for all these years. So I think the government has really understood what is required to be done. Looking at the ease of doing business and the e-visa things which have also been announced.
Right.
I think that will also help to bring back the foreign tourists. But I think largely lot has been done for domestic travel and for the domestic tourism market. The medical tourism thing, which was also on a high now, with so much of focus coming into medical tourism, I think that will also help. There is so much of enabling factors to capacity building in the medical tourism.
Okay.
And one of the lost things out was the Buddhist circuit, which had lost its sheen in the last few years. We have some great Buddhist circuits, and we had pointed out how Aurangabad, being one of with Bodh Gaya and all those connections, were lost out, be it air connection or upkeep of these or maintenance of tourist arrivals for these, especially the Buddhist circuits. That also has come back into focus. So I think all in all, this will create a larger tourism economy. This will ensure that the local communities will prosper and will ensure that there will be more and more employment generation ability in the sector now.
Okay. I also have with me Prateek Jain, regional markets leader, joining me on the telecast. Prateek Jain, what's your inference of the budget, the overall budget?
I think it has been excellent. I guess, there are 3-4 areas that I think is important. One is enhancing the consumption, because the consumption has been slowing down, particularly the urban consumption. And to that extent, this major tax relief, and I don't think I remember any time in the past where from 7 lakh rupees to 12 lakh rupees, the exemption has increased significantly. So that means more money in the hands of the consumers. That's great news, and that should increase the economic activities as well. Second is the thrust to MSME. A lot of discussion on micro and medium sort of enterprises, ease of credit, increasing the limit for the turnover, and so on. Third is exports. A very, very systemized kind of a plan to increase exports and increase India's competitiveness. And fourth is ease of doing business and tax certainty. So a new income tax bill is going to be coming soon, which is going to be 50% lighter than what you had earlier. A lot of significant changes in tax compliances as well, both for multinational corporations as well as small businesses. So I think overall, if you see the key objectives, which is Make in India, increasing the consumption, providing more tax certainty and enhancing ease of doing business, this budget, there is a tick box in all of those boxes. So I am very happy with the budget.
Okay, all right. Talking about the MSME sector, and that is important because there has been a push also, to grow the MSME sector, there have to be loans that have to be provided, which has been the focal point of the government last year in the budget and this year in the budget as well. Swanidhi Yojana she spoke about, Mudra Yojana she had also spoken about. But more importantly, skill development and education, there has been an increased corpus that has been allocated. Is there then going to be a gap filled between the demand and supply for skilled labor?
No, look, we'll have to see, but I think the gap will be narrower. You're right, in the upskilling side, there is again a lot of thrust on the upskilling. There has been discussion about setting up a food technology institution. There is a lot of focus on AI, which is really the buzzword now, and how government can intervene more meaningfully in this whole AI journey for the government as well as businesses. So I think there's a lot of focus on skill development, and this is a major issue. And this combined with the thrust on MSME would mean that over next few years you will see better skilled people and better finances for running the businesses. So that gap should narrow between the demand and supply.
Right, and also specifically talking about artificial intelligence, and that's a beast that we perhaps largely have not been able to tame. How are AI excellence centers? Can there be an impact of creation of these excellence centers in overall improving the industry in our country? How does AI impact real estate, impact businesses, impact other MSME sectors?
So see, AI to start with, there are two large impacts of AI. One, for the businesses, a lot of things can be done by AI where you today need people. Now, whether it is in finance, whether it is data processing, your other processes, HR, and so on. So that's one part of it, and therefore the requirement of manpower over a period of time should reduce, and therefore it will lead to cost efficiency. It also means that there will be newer ways of business, particularly for startups and fintech and all of that, and that will create more opportunities for individuals as well as businesses. Center of Excellence has been set up for AI in the last minute, and this minute the scope has been expanded to include some other sectors as well. Yes, I mean the lead on AI has been taken by, let's say, US and China, but I think a lot of startups and the young entrepreneurs in India are working very extensively, and if they are incubated and encouraged, you will see India coming to the fore very soon. But most of the larger companies today are trying to adopt AI, which will lead to a lot of efficiencies over the next 6 months, 6 to 8 months, and everybody will have to be geared up. I mean, you and I will get impacted by AI as well in our day-to-day life as well. So we all need to embrace AI in a meaningful manner and see how we can make our life simpler.
Right. The Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore has been set up for long-term financing for the maritime industry. How integral and essential is the maritime sector in our country for increased GDP growth rate and to reach the target of a $5 trillion economy?
It is very important. I mean, if you have to become $5 trillion economy, you have to focus a lot on infrastructure. That would include airport, ports, maritime, roads, and everything else. And you'll see most of these things have found mention in the budget. So, in addition to maritime, there has been discussion on new airports. There is a lot of discussion on enhancing the manufacturing and so on. So maritime is extremely important, and also there has been increasing. There has been a discussion on shipbuilding to say that the components and raw material for import of shipbuilding would be exempt for another 10 years. So all of that taken together, it's shipping, port, maritime. All of that helps in overall infrastructure development. I think these are all very important announcements.
Okay, Pratik, what's your key takeaway? If you compare the budget 2024 to the budget 2025, what is the rating that you will give to the budget?
Look, the 24 was, it was more of an interim budget. So interim budget usually does not carry a lot of big bang announcements. This budget I think is a much bolder budget. As I said, I don't remember where in a budget where middle class has got so much of relief. So clearly the focus has been on middle class and urban development. There has been a lot of focus on MSMEs and exports, which was perhaps not there earlier. So I think this budget is a much bolder, forward-looking budget, and I hope that it helps us as a country, and helps us becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is what our vision is.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Pratik, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views, your first remarks on the budget 2025. Sumit back on the telecast with me. Sumit, I am once again going to put my focus on the Maritime Development Fund. And this is a huge corpus of 25,000 crore rupees. This is something that has been continued from 2024 budget as well. How integral, once again, do you think is the maritime sector, shipbuilding, shipbreaking be if India wants to achieve the target of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2047?
Look, Megha ji, there are 2 or 3 things. We have done an export of $800 billion. That is done and dusted now. Now we are already in the top 5 exporting nations of the world. But if we have to reach 5 trillion, we are talking of crossing the export of $1 trillion. When you talk of exports, the first thing which you need to place is maritime security and maritime ports. Exports cannot be done on aeroplanes. Aeroplanes are not used for export, unfortunately. So when you talk of these developing the maritime infrastructure, that is Bharatmala, Sagarmala, then Operation Gati Shakti. These are the initiatives which are working in tandem with each other. They are not working in isolation. For Bharat to achieve these kind of milestones and to eventually beat China 5, 10 years, 20 years down the line, maritime infrastructure, shipbuilding, ship breaking, shipping lines have to come up. Today, 22% of the global traffic is controlled by Chinese shipping lines. We are not there in the global maritime market. We are there, but we are not a big player. Looking to our size, looking to our stature, if we are already the fourth, fifth largest economy by today, even if I talk by nominal GDP, when it comes to ship building, breaking, and having the maritime routes and the shipping companies and the shipping management companies, today by chance Greeks still are the best in shipping management. But if you look at the whole of this thing, India needs to have this on your own. You cannot depend on a Chinese shipping line, a Greek management company, and a Norwegian ship to do your business. Maybe right now it's okay, but eventually, what is the handling capacity of your ports? How many new ports are you building? If I want to, let's export $2 trillion worth of exports today, even if I have the goods, my challenge is the ports. And these ports cannot be borrowed. I cannot export from Sri Lanka, or for that matter Algeria, for just for the sake of this. We have to export for India. So this is where the corpus is, this is where the focus is. And let me tell you, we are building one very big port in the tip of Kerala. I mean, it should be coming in another 4 or 5 years. That will be India's first transshipment port. Like Singapore is a transshipment port. We are building that in Kerala. So what will happen? That is just a few nautical miles away from the Silk Route. So then what will that ship do, that port do? It's not only the cargo which is bound for India or out of India. Then that transit port will be used for cargoes which are not for India and which are coming from other countries and going to some other countries.
Right.
So even that vision is already there. This is work in progress, what I'm telling you. And we are just few nautical miles, 1 hour from the Silk Route. So there are initiatives which Modi government is already working on. There is a focus on it. There's a money on this. Because if we are thinking of this $3 trillion export 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line, today the infrastructure building has to happen, management has to happen, and with it now comes the technology. How soon are you able to load and reload the ships? Today Singapore takes the lead in this, but eventually it is not far off then when we will take the lead in this, because Singapore and Dubai have developed because we didn't have the infrastructure. China has infrastructure. If we come with the infrastructure, it won't be good news for people like Singapore and Dubai, because people are going there for this, especially transshipments, because we don't have the infrastructure right now. But once we come up with big couple of transshipment ports, then you can see whatever revenue Singapore gets from the port, which has built a country like Singapore, that is all going to walk our way. So there's a bigger game plan and there's a bigger vision in place. It's
right.
not incidental.
Right, absolutely. Pradeep, coming back to you and talking about skilled labor, how important, the hospitality industry, tourism industry is labor heavy. How do you think the push that is being given by the government by setting up these campuses, putting a corpus of hundreds and thousands of crores of rupees for education and skill development going to boost the hospitality sector?
So I think it is quite a brilliant move. The hospitality sector is highly labor intensive. I think after being most capital intensive, it is the one which requires labor and skill at the most, because we are known for the service that we give here, as compared to what one gets elsewhere. So this is the right focus. In fact, the industry for the last 2 years has been working on all fronts on how to improve the working condition, how to ensure talent retention, how to build more talent. I think under all these circumstances, this is really going to help the industry, because when we are looking at growth, I mean, there are thousands of rooms by 2028. There's another 50,000 to 80,000 rooms that are likely to be added into the Indian infrastructure. In that case, there'll be the requirement for skilled labor is going to be of utmost importance. I think so. From that standpoint, it is a very, very critical and important.
Okay. Moving forward, how do you think the hospitality sector has been able to bounce back completely from COVID? And what more is expected, is desired from the government, from the budget for hospitality and tourism to finally start accruing profits?
I think thankfully we have been out of it last year itself. I mean, we suffered 2021, 22, but thereafter there's been no looking back. In fact, the growth has been phenomenal, and it owed it all to the domestic tourism largely. And so therefore, what needs to be done has to be more focusing on how do you get more and more foreign tourist arrivals. I think looking at what steps have been taken now, they appear to be the same steps which aligns with our demand. One is, trying to build the Buddhist circuit where you get a lot of influx from the southeast countries. Then looking at medical tourism, this is the period, from December to March when medical tourism is high from the Gulf. I think that enabling building capacity also will help over there. Then building of spiritual and religious locations here. And lastly, the 50 new tourist locations, those will help. And also the Mudra scheme where the homestays are going to be funded, easy funding available for homestays. That creates a unique experience for travelers and tourists, not only locally, even for foreigners. And the focus on building more and more air connections. I think all of this appear to be exactly in place of what is required to be done to let this industry grow. So looking at the growth, we've had the growth, we've been able to manage post pandemic. Where we lacked was the foreign tourist arrivals. And what was the discovery in the last 2 years is the middle class traveling and the domestic travel, which was like never before ever in the last few centuries. So,
okay, all right. I also have with me Pradeep Goyal, Managing Director, Prudent Arc Limited and Chair, National Council for Stressed Assets at ASSOCHAM. Mr. Goyal, thank you for joining us. And of course, the same question that I am asking my other panelists, other industry stalwarts, what is your key takeaway of the budget 2025?
Yeah, thank you, Megha. Thanks for inviting me for the panel. I think this budget has to be looked at from the vision and the reach. It is so deep rooted, we need to understand how deep the thought of Modi government has been. The budget reaches down to the roots with every citizen of the country, whether it is a working class, whether it is a labor, whether it is a self-entrepreneur, MSMEs, micro agriculture. So it has been described elaboratively in the budget, the benefits that everybody is going to get. Education reforms are there. There are scholarships announced for various courses, professional courses. There are benefits announced for health sector, for tourism development, leather industry. So, we cannot just gauge budget only from one point. Income tax, which have been a big booster, and I can see everybody talking about the income tax slabs being benefiting for sure. That has a reach of a different kind of its own. But the budget is far beyond what it just meet the eye only for the income tax slabs have been increased.
Okay, talking about the four engines that Nirmala Sitharaman spoke about, agriculture, MSME, investment and exports. Now there has been specific focus that has been given to all these sectors. Investment and MSMEs particularly, are you satisfied with the kind of allocation that has been given in the budget?
Actually, if I don't know whether you have read my pre-budget expectations, so I would say that my pre-budget expectation met with the budget speech to the extent of about 80%. As the government's aim and objective is overall development of the country, and government is building this country brick by brick. So MSME being the backbone, having more than 40% of the nation's contribution of the economic growth. So it was expected, and agriculture is our feeding class with feed of 150 crore people. There has to be a big boost for agriculturists to work in the way wherein they are able to do justice to and not run away from being an agriculturist, and they are sufficiently supported by different schemes.
How important it is for the government to infuse more funds into the education sector and skill development sector to ensure that there is a steady supply to fulfill the demand?
Skill development, actually, this is a very interesting aspect because in our country, if I talk about my organization and a lot of people I know, whether in industry or financial services, we lack quality people. Even if we have a hiring of, let us say, 100 people, but we have to take interview at least 1,000 people, then we say 100 are eligible, and that also we are not satisfied with the quality. So skill development is such an important aspect that government has touched for the betterment of the nation and also betterment of the living standard in the class. So I think that's a very important aspect touched upon.
Right, absolutely. I have to, of course, ask you about India's dream to be a $30 trillion economy by 2047. There is, Sagar Mala, Gati Shakti, that have all been spoken about the finance minister, and one corpus that she has allocated, which is a considerable amount of money, that is 25,000 crore rupees for shipbuilding, shipbreaking, to enhance the maritime sector. How important does maritime become to support industry in the country?
See, I would say, Megha, that we should not talk only of one sector. You talk about 25,000 in the maritime sector, 10,000 crores in another sector, another 10,000 crore in Swami, which is real estate sector. You see, how is a house built? How is a country built? It is built brick by brick. So all these contribute to nation building by adding each brick, adding each floor or a foundation in many different ways. Everything contributes to the nation building. So there is only one direction, Viksit Bharat. But I would say the way things are going on and the deep thought and vision of Modi government is not only making Bharat a Viksit Bharat, but it will be an exemplary Bharat, wherein all the countries of the world will look up to India, Modi ji, and the policy which will impact the country and development in the long run, and everybody would like to follow the example of India going forward.
Also, I want to understand from you, how do you understand, and how is it going to be helpful for industry, for the economy, that AI centers of excellence have been set up? There is a corpus of 500 crore rupees that has been allocated for it.
So the center of excellence will, as a skill development, and as you talk of the R&D, you talk of thinking out of the box and coming out with new ideas. I think this is all is needed for the overall development, I think.
Okay. Agriculture is an important sector. You touched upon it, especially the corpus that has been allocated to Bihar when it comes to food processing institutes that have been set up. This will allow for increase in farmers' income. This will allow for skill building, and the makhana production that was specifically spoken about, Nirmala Sitharaman. Last year millet was the food that was propagated by India all across the globe as well. What is the potential for makhana to become a global food trend?
So when we say makhana, I would say that Bihar, which is not having the per capita income or the standard or the income level of a common citizen, needs to be improved. So government has carefully examined what exactly could be done. So makhana is a concentrated thought, vision that makhana could be one aspect to uplift the lives of people of Bihar, and this could contribute to their livelihood and their living. So I think you see the depth of the thought here. So I think it's a very important and it's very interesting to see how this is going to emerge going forward.
Absolutely. And also I have to ask you, that has been the big ticket announcement that has been made, that has kept the country abuzz, which is the tax slab revision that has taken place. Quite the relief to the middle class, which will allow for consumption to increase and disposable income in the hands of the middle class, talking about investments and savings. How does this impact the economy? Will it help in the GDP growth rate of the country?
Of course it is going to help, because this, with more money in the hands of the middle class, their spending power will increase, their investment portfolio will increase, their living standard will increase. So I think it is going to help the economy, because this money is going to, where it is going to go? It is going to flow back in the economy. It is going to, what is the economic development? When there is demand, supply of goods and services. So with this money coming in, there is a demand being created. And with this demand being created, there will be supply of services and goods. So this is the circulation which is going to uplift economy as a whole. As we see that this income tax slab is going to impact and benefit more than 10 crore people. So you see the large benefit and the impact it is going to have in the country. You will see going forward is going to be a big booster for small and medium enterprises and middle class overall.
Okay, all right. On that note, thank you, Mr. Goyal, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views. I'll take a short break. Thanks for watching Newsx. Stay tuned. On the other side, we are going to dissect and analyze everything that was spoken. Announcement being made by Nirmala Sitharaman earlier today.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, the spectacle of spirituality.
विश्व के सबसे बड़े सांस्कृतिक समागम महाकुंभ प्रयागराज में अग्नि सुरक्षा के लिए 24 घंटे सतर्क और तत्पर है उत्तर प्रदेश अग्निशमन तथा आपात सेवा बल। आप भी रहें जागरूक। कुकिंग गैस में अच्छी गुणवत्ता वाले एलपीजी पाइप और रेगुलेटर का प्रयोग करें। रसोई घर का निर्माण टीन शेड में करें। उपयोग के बाद रेगुलेटर नॉब से गैस सप्लाई बंद करें। एलपीजी गैस की गंध आने पर तुरंत रेगुलेटर व गैस स्टोव बंद करें। टेंट में एलपीजी गैस और ज्वलनशील पदार्थ का उपयोग न करें। शिविरों में मानक के अनुरूप बिजली के कार्य कराएं। उच्च रेटिंग वाले एमसीबी ईएससीबी का प्रयोग करें। सर्किट, बल्ब, ट्यूबलाइट के मध्य कम से कम 15 सेंटीमीटर की दूरी सुनिश्चित करें। अपना कर यह आसान उपाय महाकुंभ को बनाए सुरक्षा का पर्याय। स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ 2025 प्रयागराज।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ चाहिए।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार प्रदेश के आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ कानून व्यवस्था को भी दुरुस्त कर रही है। यातायात व्यवस्था को सुचारू तरीके से संचालित करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं को भी शामिल करने का फैसला किया है।
30% बेटियों को भर्ती करेंगे जिससे सड़कों पर शोहदों को ठीक उपचार कर सके।
यूपी ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं की अलग से विंग बनेगी। महिला विंग में 10,000 भर्तियां की जाएंगी। महिला निरीक्षक, उप निरीक्षक, सिपाही की अलग से तैनाती। सड़क हादसों में कमी लाने का लक्ष्य। सड़क हादसों में मौतों की संख्या में 50% कमी का लक्ष्य। सभी जिलों में रोड सेफ्टी एक्शन प्लान बनाने के ठोस उपाय। यातायात नियमों का पालन सुनिश्चित करेगी महिला ट्रैफिक पुलिस। सड़क दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए सुरक्षा उपायों को लागू करवाना। ट्रैफिक नियमों का उल्लंघन करने वालों पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश की ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं के शामिल होने से महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर तो खुलेंगे ही, महिला वाहन चालकों के लिए भी सड़क पर सफर करना आसान हो जाएगा।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, the spectacle of spirituality once every 12 years.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma, and joining me on the telecast are industry leaders from all walks of life, all spheres, all businesses who are commenting on the budget that was announced earlier today. Joining me on the telecast right now is Hemant Jain. He's the president of the PHDCCI. Thank you, Mr. Jain. And of course, the first question, what's your key takeaway of the overall budget?
Hello. Sorry, can you repeat again, ma'am?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you. If you can hear me, please tell us what is your key takeaway from the budget?
I think there couldn't have been a better budget than what we have got. The last statement made by the FM for increasing the limit to 12 lakhs, I think was like a Dhoni sixer. This is truly incredible what they've done, and it was beyond expectation.
Okay, let's start with the announcement that has made the biggest buzz. The tax slabs that have been revised. People earning to the tune of 12 lakh rupees will be exempted from paying tax. This is for the 4th time that there has been a revision in the tax slabs since the Modi government came to power. How is that going to impact the economy?
The Indian economy was, the growth rate has slowed down, so there was a need for the government to give an impetus to the government and give money in the hands of middle class, so that the growth can be continued, and it's something which was done in the best fashion. People were expecting that this will go up to 9 to 10 lakhs, but the 12 lakhs, I think it's gone beyond the expectations. So I think this will give a huge impetus to the GDP growth rate in coming times.
Now, the four focus points of the finance ministry in the budget have been agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. There have been huge sums of corpus that have been allocated in all these four sectors. Let's start with agriculture. How do you think this is going to benefit the farmers?
I think the agri-based commodities, which India is still an agri-based country, we are dependent on agriculture in a big way. A large population is dependent on the agri-based. Government has given a lot of impetus on for increasing the yield per acre. They have also given a special scheme for pulses, which will ensure that our dependence on import of pulses reduces. So we see a lot of focus on innovation, increasing acreage, and ensuring that dependence on food security remains a key subject of the government.
Now talking about the MSME sector, there have been increments in the loans that can be taken by businesses, by small sector businessmen. Ease of doing business is something that has been spoken about to a large extent. There is a creation of skilled labor that has also been the focus, where funds have been allocated for skill building and education centers of excellence. How are they, both of them, interlinked, the MSME industry growth and the skilled labor that needs to be provided to thrive the MSME sector?
I think MSME is the backbone for the country today. We have around 1.5 lakh PhD members, CCI members, out of which 70% are in the MSME sectors. I think government has given what's required right now, the capital in the hands of people. They've given credit guarantees to the MSME sectors. They've given impetus, and today, effectively, to be more competitive, you need to have the right kind of skill sets. So government has given space for the right kind of skill set to be given to MSME, because large corporations have their own HRD departments, own team which can handle and create the right kind of workforce. So I think the government's impetus on skilled manpower will help MSME in upgrading their skill sets and increasing the efficiency also.
Talking about exports, there have been a number of cuts that have been made, that have been announced by the government in key sectors, whether it is leather or the toy industry. Do you think, did you wish there could be more cuts on other sectors, on other goods?
I think there is always a demand. Everybody wants to have more and more cuts to ensure that there can be growth in the industry. But leather, the industries which they have touched are today, I think, are very labor-intensive industries. So by giving impetus to this industry, government has also ensured that this industry can grow, and the employments in the sectors can be ensured and increased also. So I think these are the key sectors which have been done. I'm sure the government will take up more in the coming times. But I welcome this decision of giving this to the toys and leather, and especially the green energy. I would say focus has been on getting the green energy, which today a lot of batteries and all are being imported. The government has given a custom duty waiver for raw materials of batteries also. So I feel this will like inculcate a feeling of make it in India, especially in the EV sector.
All right, thank you very much, Hemant Jain, for joining me on the telecast, sharing your views. I also have with me at this point Jaikar Singh, who from Symphony Resorts. Mr. Singh, of course, what's your key takeaway, and do you think enough has been done by the government for the tourism industry in the budget today?
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for having me on the panel. So we see that it has been kept very brief and apt, but at the same time concentrating on the right aspects which are important for India, which is medical tourism, eco-tourism and sustainable tourism, as we all see. A few things which are important for the growth of India overall, for example, facilitating bigger and smaller stakeholders, right, by facilitating mudra loans. That's super key for everyone, and especially when we are talking about upgrading and uplifting 50 tourism key destinations of India. Something like air cargo, which is super beneficial for sustaining and providing consistency in delivering of services in terms of people coming for their experiential holidays, whether it's medical tourism, it's like Even if insulin has to reach or medicine has to reach, whether it's fresh produce is highly dependent on something like air cargo, right? So definitely now we'll see the whole of India traveling more, and we'll see a lot of India contributing to tourism. So overall, it's been a great approach towards tourism.
How do you see skill development and focus of the budget also being on building institutions that will help in skilled labor to be produced to meet the demand? How does this impact the tourism industry, the F&B and hospitality industry?
So see, so far post-COVID, we had seen that a lot of people had shifted and they'd lost their trust from hospitality and they started moving on to sectors such as banking, etc. But now with facilitating this, and in smaller towns, especially in India's top 50 tourist places are remote. They need good connectivity, and they all own their families away from their comfort zone. Now these kinds of setup coming closer to them, and also seeing a boost in the kind of training that they'll be given, the education and infrastructure, they will get them back, and they'll definitely promote themselves in getting the right talent in and upgrading themselves in totality.
Right, absolutely. Also, with regards to the overall picture, when we talk about how there needs to be infrastructure that needs to be built for India's sustained growth, yesterday there was an estimation made of 6.8% growth rate in the year 2026. There has been, important point that has been raised about maritime development, about shipbuilding, shipbreaking. How is this going to impact the economy on a larger scale?
So definitely. So for now, everyone's been importing. So by the time that now we'll be able to focus more on ship development within and construction within our country. So these import duties will, be a major contribution to our ROI. I mean, our ROIs would be lesser, and we'd be able to sell tickets and India will also be upgrading their facilities in terms of that. So
okay, all right. I have with me right now Rakesh Nangia, who's a tax expert. Rakesh Nangia, if you could break down for us these figures. First of all, revised tax slabs that have taken place. Those who are earning up to 4 lakh rupees, they will not have to pay any tax. They had to pay a tax of 5% up until recently, before the announcement that was made. And then of course, the 12 people earning up to 12 lakh rupees are exempted from paying tax. How does this impact the middle income citizens of the country? What, if you could break it down for us, what does it in practical terms mean?
Since this pre-budget exercise, one of the biggest asks from the government, and which we were expecting from the government to address, was to give some extra money in the hand of middle class people. And the only way that you could have given it would have been given possible by reducing the tax burden on it. You will be surprised that 5 crores people have an income of less than 5 crores rupees. They do not pay any taxes after 87A. This is the first time historically ever I remember in last 30 years where such a massive dosage of exemption or tax flow has been given in the hand of the middle class or individual taxpayer. First time it has happened when you found that 80,000 rupees of the maximum extra money amount you generate in your hand, saving you generate in your hand because of this provision that has been introduced in the budget. Imagine the cascading effect it will have on almost, I can say, 5.25 crore people who are likely to benefit from this provision. See the multiplier effect, the demand, the consumption. You will feel this gradually. It's not immediately the money is going to come in your pocket, but you're going to feel it. Just think about it. Have we ever saved 80,000 rupees money? We should get a relief of 10,000, 5,000, 7,000, 20,000. 20,000 was a blockbuster relief, extra money you were getting it. And 90% of the budget speeches which I heard about it, everybody was talking about extra money in the hand of the employee, individual. So this is the first time this move of the government has been beyond expectation, never expected in the wildest of the dream. The government will give such a massive load of extra money of exemption in the pocket. So from individual point of view, this particular provision addressing a little bit of more like house income, property income. Earlier you had exemption in one house, you made it in two houses. Beautifully, very well addressed. A lot of people have two houses, you get that exemption. You have got exemption, a small exemption here there, but this was a blockbuster. So I'm not going into the other minor point is concerned. But I can share with you something more actually, if you permit me, which was expected from the government and which we feel has not come to us. If you permit me, I can.
So how does this directly impact the middle class?
So what happens is the maximum tax saving that you make it in this way, you will be saving almost like 80,000 rupees of taxes. 80,000 is a saving which brings extra money in your pocket. You are free to spend that money, which you would have not spent because you never had that money in your pocket. You would have paid in taxes. So imagine you will save money, you will take out money from your car, you can buy a car in every year, you will pay the cash down. You get the cash down from this tax saving money, which is actually generating income in your pocket. So this is a surplus in your money. It's a cash flow, free cash flow, additional free cash flow in your pocket.
You're right. And how does this help in bettering the economy? Because you're talking about increased consumption, increased savings, investments, more disposable income.
So what happens when you have 80,000, you're going to spend that money. You'll do a shopping, you'll do something for household, you'll buy a vehicle, you'll buy a scooter, you'll buy anything is there. So you're creating a demand actually. You're pushing up the manufacturing sector. You're putting up any part of economic activity, this is generating it. And you are putting a cascading benefit effect on the economy. You get more employment, then the GDP of the country goes up, the balance sheet becomes stronger, you have a better profit, manufacturers, traders, everybody stands to gain. So this is a pure money coming in your pocket, pure additional money, non-tax money, because it's already taxed actually.
Yes.
So which you're free to spend it, free fall.
Yeah, Rakesh Sinha, more information that's, figures on our screen. The defense budget allocation is at 6.81 lakh crore rupees, which stands, right now the defense revenue stands at 3,11,000 lakh rupees. Defense capital for buying of arms and ammunitions has been also increased. The pension outlay is at 1.6 lakh crore rupees. What does this indicate?
This is to me?
Yeah.
So what happens is, this is first you measure 3 lakhs, that's a defense expenditure basically. So defense expenditure, I don't have the figure, what is exactly the figure right now, but defense expenditure has been going up by 10, 15%, 15% minimum on a yearly to yearly basis. And this is basically happening more because of the capex requirement. And the capex requirement has multiplied in a very big way. And especially if you see that because of cross-border issues, the money is, the defense that needs it, in our opinion, is much more, but the government is tight-fist, it's a democratic country, all figures are disclosed to the public at large. So you see that's the defense budget, how the government is going to spend, how the government is going to put on the capex. So this is all actually part of a policy making, this is all part of a budgetary exercise. So that's the money that's government spending, and generally you'll find it'll be 10 to 12% higher than the previous year.
Okay, stay on with me.
This is a track record.
Stay on with me. I also have with me Dr. R.G. Agarwal, Chair of Agri-Business Committee at PhD CCI. Dr. Agarwal, what's your key takeaway from the budget that has been announced, and particularly the focus that has been the agri sector?
Yes, thank you. Agriculture sector, one of the important is 3 lakh rupees Kisan card credit limit has been increased to 5 lakh rupees. Then it will strengthen the farmers by making them easy loan available. So this is one of the most important thing announced in budget. And second thing, for agriculture, Finance Minister has announced to make India a food hub. And for that they are talking for 100 districts to develop on the line of aspirational districts to promote agriculture crops, especially pulses. So all these are very, very good initiatives and farmers will be benefited.
Right, right. And talking about how there has been the Kisan credit card, where the extension of loans has been increased from 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees if Kisan credit cards are used. Do you think this helps in building digitalization, which has been the focus of the government, as well as allowing for farmers to invest more, allowing for produce to increase, allowing for their incomes to also raise?
Yes, Megha, it is 3 lakhs and to 5 lakhs.
Yeah.
So definitely it will increase money in the hands of farmers, which he can invest on his agriculture, and he can increase our agriculture production, because at present our per hectare agriculture production is much low in comparison to developed north. So if farmers have the money and they get the new technology and invest on agriculture sector, then our agriculture sector as plant can really become the food hub for the world, and food agriculture economy drives the industrial sector as well as service sector. So overall this will impact our total GDP growth of the nation.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Agarwal, and giving us your views on the budget. Right now, I'm also being joined by Mukul Bagla. He's the chair of Direct Taxes Committee at the PhD CCI. Mr. Bagla, again, there has been quite the movement that has happened by way of reducing these tax slabs, by way of reducing direct taxes, tax deducted at source, tax collected at source. If you could simplify for us, what does it mean in real terms?
Thanks, Megha, for having me on your channel. I like to congratulate the Honorable Finance Minister for coming up with this budget, which has has been unprecedented relief to the middle class taxpayers. I think last many years the corporate tax rates have been very liberalized at 25%, and it was the middle class who was being subjected to the most amount of tax, and the tax collection from the personal individual taxpayers was increasing at the rate of 20 to 25% every year, and it was actually trying to pinch the middle class a lot, because of the fact that the middle class is the one who's contributing to the growth of the country by way of starting new startups, by giving new professionals to the country in the form of lawyers, doctors, chartered accountants, engineers. And now suddenly, so it's like a moral victory for the middle class today, that they have been given this tax break, and their personal disposable incomes are going to go up to this extent. When the FM says that on an income of 24 lakh rupees, you're going to save up to 1,10,000 rupees every year. So that's a lot. That's like a 30% cut on your tax bill. So with that extra disposable income in the hands of the taxpayer, it will be utilized by him for further growth of the country by increasing its consumption, investing in new companies. Yes. So I think overall it has been a great step by the finance minister. Right,
and specifically talking about the revised tax slabs.
At the same time, I would say,
revised tax slabs and the 12 lakh income group being given complete exemption. How also has, in the past few months the GDP growth rate has sort of slowed down to 6%. What is expected? Can you make an estimate because of more disposable income at the hands of the middle class? Can this speeden up the rise of GDP growth rate in our country?
So I can say two things as a fact. The first thing is that the tax collection, what the finance minister says, that with the tax cuts, the tax foregone by the income tax department is close to 1 lakh crore. But I can assure you, and I can say with a lot of confidence, that in spite of the tax cuts, the tax collections are going to be much more than the last year. So cutting the tax would not result in lower tax collections, but it will result in much higher tax collections, number one. And number two, with more money remaining in the hands of the taxpayer, which will result in consumption and investment, the GDP of the country will get a boost. And I'm sure from the existing 6.5, we should reach the levels of 7.5, 8% very soon. Not only because of because of the tax cuts, but because of the other measures which have been taken in the budget and a lot of good things which have been happening in the economy right now.
Absolutely. Talking about Gati Shakti program and the Sagar Malab, Nirmala Sitharaman has spoken about airport infrastructure and building roads and major focus this time around and on maritime development. How integral does it become for the government to make a push towards this direction in the recent years? In the last budget as well, that had been the push. There have been a number of ports that have been opened up now. There is a strong effort being made by the government in this end. Why do you think this has been made an important segment of the budget?
See, the government has a very strong think tank. They know exactly where the country needs the development, which are the sectors which are lagging. So Project Gati Shakti and all the projects in respect of joining the rivers, of making thrust to other sectors, the government has identified the maritime industry, which the government has focused on. In fact, even why only these industries, even tourism for that matter, the government has been working on tourism, on ship making this time. So the government knows which sector needs the maximum support right now to make India a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And they've been bang on with all their changes. They've been trying to do the needful, supporting the sectors. In fact, the best thing that they've done is they're trying to promote export substitution. Wherever we are doing imports, they're trying to make sure that all those things are made in India. So with all those things happening, and the sectors like Gati Shakti and merging of the rivers, I think what are the steps they've been taking, it's going to help a lot in the development of the country and making India a developed country by 2047, which is everyone's aim right now.
And skill development, very huge focus again, building institutions for education and skill development. We already understand that India is the most populous nation. The largest percentage of the population is the youth, but what is difficult to find is skilled youth that can be hired for the various industries, whether it is real estate or hospitality or steel and so on and so forth. Are you satisfied with the corpus that has been allocated for skill development and training programs?
As we all know, Rome is not made in one day. So I think we need to give time to the government. In the last year's budget, the government had made the scheme wherein all the top 500 companies of India were required compulsorily to hire interns, train them for some time, and then either absorb them or they could get jobs in the economy. So a lot of steps are being taken to make sure that not only education is there, but the education people are given training through proper internships. India didn't have a proper internship program for decades. So a formal program was introduced last year. So I think these things are happening. The outlays would increase, and over a period of time, I feel that there will be a lot of progress in all these sectors, and India would have a population not only which is educated, but also which is trained.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukul Bagla, for joining me. Next up is Shrivas Jaipuria. Thank you, Mr. Jaipuria, for joining me. And of course, what do you make of the budget?
It's a very future-oriented budget in terms of the education sector. I think the government has laid the foundation for technology and innovation to be the drivers of growth and quality in the education sector. I personally am extremely happy that the government has decided to open a center of excellence for AI in education. We know that artificial intelligence is going to change the world around us very rapidly, and especially in the education sector. It has the potential of giving us the bang for our buck as a country in terms of both improving access as well as improving the quality of education. So with this Center of Excellence for AI and Education, something very specific coming in through this budget, I'm sure it will lay the foundations for innovations that will be India Bharat centric, for utilizing artificial intelligence to improve the educational outcomes in our country. Other than this, if you look at the government school sector, they have spoken about opening 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs across government schools, as well as providing broadband connectivity to government secondary schools. I think these are absolutely key initiatives. In terms of the Atal Tinkering Labs, these are actually just innovation labs that is the need of the hour in the school education sector. And then, of course, broadband connectivity is extremely important to connect the youth to the outside world, to connect them to digital content, to give them a reality of what is going on in the world around them. So I think the budget initiatives in the sector of education are based on innovation, are based on future orientation that is extremely important. Of course, capacity expansions have been announced for the IITs as well as for medical education. That is the need of the hour. I think over and above this, private education plays a large role. India has one of the highest proportion of students going to private schools in any large country in the world. And with the change that the government has proposed in terms of increasing the registration of charitable trusts from 5 years to 10 years, it shows that the government wants to work with private institutions and help them in the ease of investing in the education sector as well. And lastly, I think the change in personal income tax, which I think few of the panelists have already spoken about, will give more money in the hands of middle class. India is unique in the sense that the middle class is fully involved in private sector education. So having this larger disposable income will help them get better educational institutions, better educational outcomes for their kids, whether it is in the school sector or the higher education sector.
Right, absolutely. Since you talk about innovation and skill development, a big announcement again, the AI Center of Excellence corpus has been allocated to 500 crore rupees. What does it mean?
I think it'll lay the foundations of an artificial intelligence in education system for India, so that some of the public goods in terms of the artificial intelligence ecosystem becomes available, because not every school, not every college will be able to make the investment that is necessary. So having this sort of public AI and education infrastructure will really help improve access as well as set a minimum benchmark for quality. Of course, AI is a field that is developing very, very quickly, and I'm very happy that this decision has been taken at this time, whereby India could.
Okay, I'll have to interrupt you. I'll have to interrupt you. Prime Minister Modi is now addressing the media. Let's take a look.
भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है। ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति, श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशियल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Congratulating Nirmala Sitharaman for the budget that has been put up, that has been announced earlier today. He has touched upon all the subjects from agriculture to investment to MSMEs to skill development and job creation, particularly his point of focus. He has also spoken about how deep tech funds, geospatial mission and nuclear mission will help in growing the economy of the country. He has spoken about healthcare for the skilled labor that is going to provide dignity of labor by way of ensuring that they are provided with all policy with regards to social security and health security. Mr. D.K. Agarwal is a former president of the PhD CCI on the telecast with me. Mr. D.K. Agarwal, key takeaways. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also speaking about the MSMEs, the agriculture, skill development, education. They all have been integral to how India wants to portray itself as the third largest economy by 2030 and by 2047 a $30 trillion economy.
No, I think this budget has set a very clear foundation for the time to come till 2047 of India becoming Viksit Bharat. The focus on the 4 sectors, agri, MSME, investments and exports, which are the growth engine of our economy, I think was very clear. And the way almost 80,000 crore has been given to Indian middle class, which is almost 30 crore strong middle class, that kind of money coming to their disposal, I think this will pump prime the economy. The consumption will increase, the investment will increase, the savings would increase, and overall the GDP of India will increase substantially because of that. And the very fact that the budget, we were trying to find out what negative. There was hardly any negative in this budget. Even the Honorable Finance Minister did not talk about how much investment she is going to make in infra in the budget speech. But when we took out the fine prints, we realized that still 11.21 lakh crore investment would be made in infrastructure, which is like last year it was 11.11 lakh crore, but in the revised budget, the figure was made at 10.1 lakh crore. So this is still 10% higher than the last year. And the way this fiscal consolidation map has been adhered to, the thinking was that this year she will stick to 4.6%, which was envisaged in the last year. But keeping that at 4.4% sends out a very strong message that India's economy's macroeconomic fundamentals, macro fundamentals are very strong, and India stands on a very strong footing in terms of the global economy, and India promises to be the largest, highest growing economy of the world in terms of major economies. So I feel this budget is very
now,
well
the key factors, the key pillars, the focus points have been agriculture, MSMEs, investments, and exports. Now, exports promotion particularly has been the highlight of this budget as well. We're talking about toys, talking about fisheries, talking about fish products, talking about leather products. They have all been gotten a reduction. And as Prime Minister said that Make in India products need to be spread across the globe, and it is the step in the direction that the government has taken in this budget as well.
Yes. See, one thing which I would like to highlight, the change in the definition of MSME. MSME is like it is defined in terms of two things: investment into plant and machinery and the turnover. So both these two criteria, in terms of investment, it has been made 2.5 times of what it was earlier, and in terms of turnover, it has been doubled. So a lot of companies which were not getting benefit of as MSME, now they will be eligible to get benefit of MSME in terms of faster payment, in terms of lot of credit guarantee which they get from the government while taking loans. So that has also been doubled. So all those units which are MSME units which are in huge numbers, like in handicraft and all those, they will get huge boost because they are into exports. So automatically Indian exports will get a huge boost.
Right. At every step of the way, in every single announcement that has been made by Nirmala Sitharaman at the budget, Prime Minister has not forgotten to highlight the opportunities for employment that are also there, whether it is, he said, shipbuilding, maritime sector being expanded is going to be the single largest creator of jobs in the country. He's spoken about how Mudra loans are going to allow for first time entrepreneurs, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, when they are given that loan of 2 lakh rupees for the first time, are also going to be part of the job creation market. Then he has also obviously spoken about the skill development, skill labor development and education institute that are being set up. He has particularly mentioned about tourism, that will to push towards tourism, that will once again allow for job creation. And that has been the number one worry, concern of the government, of opposition parties who continue to take pot shots at the government, that where is job creation. So that's the focus that has also been made during the budget.
Absolutely. If you look at the focus on agri, it talks about selecting 100 districts and making sure that the productivity increases in those districts. So a lot of people who were moving to cities and for job opportunities, a lot of opportunities will be created for them in the rural area. So, there is a multi-pronged approach, like creating opportunities in rural areas, making focus, giving a lot of focus on agriculture so that the productivity increases, the logistics, improving logistics so that the cost of doing business comes down. And, ultimately all these measures will result in a huge focus on manufacturing, creating a lot of jobs, the investment cycle getting triggered, and if there's more consumption, more investment, more savings happening, then ultimately, this will lead to creation of more jobs, because a lot of private sector will also come in as an investment. They will also like to put more investment, and ultimately that all this ecosystem will create more jobs for our youth.
All right, stay on with me. I also have with me Dr. Vidya Yervedekar, who is the chair of the FICCI Committee on Higher Education and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis. Thank you very much for joining me on the telecast, ma'am. And of course, the first question, what are your key takeaways from the budget?
I was quite happy listening to the budget from Nirmala Sitharaman, because it was quite a tech-driven budget in the sense, when you talk about education, there was a huge focus on both education and medicine. I am a medical doctor and now into education, so I was happy that there has been a good focus on both. And anyways, for a country's development, these are two pillars. On the education front, I would, as I said, it's pretty tech-driven, industry, academia. Look at the kind of funds of 20,000 crores she talks about for research, innovation, entrepreneurship. So that's something music to our ears. The other is of course expansion of the seats in IITs. I think that's also going to help. Really, it will increase. Of course, they've increased the number of IITs also and increase the seats. But another increase, 10,000 seats for medical education, which is also something great, because along with the seats, they will have to put up more beds. So and therefore the healthcare facilities will also, expand. She also spoke about, I think, 10,000 fellowships, or the Prime Minister's fellowships, again in IITs and Indian Institute of Science. So again, there you see a focus of tech. You also look at what she said on the Atal Tinker Labs to, beef up the entrepreneurship capabilities of students. So overall, I would say it's more to create India as a knowledge economy using technology innovation, for which we are known for. And I think it's a great focus.
Okay.
I would also like to highlight the AI in education. For the first time, someone spoke about a center of AI in education. One would always see the applications of AI in healthcare, in agri, and other domains. But this is something great, because the whole, there's been such a big paradigm shift. It's not just technology transformation in industry, but a lot of infusion of, AI, which have changed the processes. So as academics, we need to teach this to our students so that they become capable and become employable in that market where or in those industries where AI is applied into many processes. So I think that's something really nice.
And also skill development, that has been the recurring point again and again in various sectors and spheres where the budget has given allocation or brought about changes that is going to help build the industry. How important is skill development when it comes to ensuring that the demand from the industry is met by professionals who are going to be able to cater to the kind of demands that the industry seeks from them?
Yeah, of course, it's most important. I mean, you can no longer think of just conventional education. The focus on skill is so much that, there are skill universities that have been created, like Symbiosis has created 2 skills universities. But apart from that, even in the conventional university structure, now a huge component is focusing on skills, because, the industry wants people who are ready and not to, again, train them once they come into, their force. So, that's why, again, the importance of industry academia, where industry sits on various boards, right from curriculum development to academic councils to board of managements. And most of the private sector has done that. Many public sector universities have also now brought in a lot of industry people to understand the skill gaps and create a human resource that will fulfill that gap. Otherwise, you're creating a human resource that will be jobless, and there is a huge job requirement where they are not getting the kind of people.
Right.
So I think that's most critical. my earlier speaker also spoke about fisheries and the focus on marine and so on. Where are there capable human resource? How many of us as universities even have these kind of courses? So I think this budget is also kind of, at least for me, it's a great introspection, to create some new courses which we never ever thought. We also, we would only look at the kind of programs that are, accepted or very popular among students, and of course the need of the society, like law, business management, media, etc. Of course, health sciences, medicine, engineering.
Yeah.
But look at these niche areas. She also spoke about geospatial. I was so happy that we have Symbiosis has a whole institute, but probably we need maybe a dozen more institutions, to look at geospatial, to look at data science. Now, every decision of any leader depends on data, right? So how many of us really have those kind of programs? And therefore, these kind of new age programs, infusing new age skills is most critical.
Right, absolutely. Talking about, the big ticket item on the budget was obviously the revised tax slabs and the exemption that has been given to citizens, to the taxpayers who are earning up to the tune of 12 lakh rupees. How is this going to impact the consumers and the economy?
I mean, I think it's everybody is very happy with this kind of announcement being made, especially the middle class. And I think it is something, I think it's a great balance between creating consumers and also giving the security, to salaried employees. So I think the whole thing just focuses so rightly on, the whole middle class, giving them that kind of security and also creating a consumer base by, announcing so many things for the industry as well. So I think it's a balanced budget.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Vidya Yevrikar, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views. On that note, I take a short break. Thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we are going to talk about all the aspects of the budget and what is it that is going to be the impact to the middle class, to the common man, to industry, to the MSMEs, to agriculture sector. Stay tuned.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए
उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों की सुरक्षा, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए यूपी पुलिस अपनी जान तक की परवाह नहीं करती। फर्ज निभाते हुए शहीद होने वाले यूपी पुलिस के ऐसे ही बहादुर कर्मियों के लिए योगी सरकार ने अपना एक और वादा पूरा कर दिया है।
परिवार के एक सदस्य को उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की सेवा में सेवा का अवसर भी राज्य सरकार प्रदान करेगी।
यूपी में शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के परिवार को अनुग्रह राशि देने के नियमों में बदलाव। सीएम योगी ने अनुग्रह राशि के नियमों में किया सुधार। अब अविवाहित शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के माता पिता को अनुग्रह की पूरी राशि। अनुग्रह राशि के तौर पर माता पिता को 50 लाख रुपए। विवाहित शहीद के माता पिता जीवित नहीं तो पत्नी को मिलेगी पूरी राशि। पत्नी जीवित नहीं तो माता पिता को पूरी अनुग्रह राशि, पत्नी और माता पिता के जीवित न होने पर पूरी राशि कानूनी वारिस को, महिला पुलिसकर्मी के शहीद होने पर पति या अन्य कानूनी वारिस को अनुग्रह राशि। पहले विवाहित महिला पुलिसकर्मी के शहीद होने पर पति को नहीं माना जाता था वारिस। योगी सरकार ने नियमों में बदलाव कर शहीदों के परिवार को बड़ी राहत दी है।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV, इंडिया न्यूज और न्यूज़एक्स का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना, चमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. My name is Vineet. In a boost to the Indian middle class, the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman exempted annual income of up to rupees 12 lakh from the income tax and rejigged the tax slabs. As per the rejig, there will be nil tax for an income up to 4 lakhs, 5% for income between rupees 4 and 8 lakhs, 10% for rupees 8 to 12 lakhs, and 15% for rupees 12 to 16 lakhs. A 20% income tax will be levied on income between rupees 16 and 20 lakh, and 25% on rupees 20 to 24 lakh, and 30% above 24 lakh per annum. The Union Budget 2025 has introduced a series of indirect tax measures aimed at strengthening domestic manufacturing and enhancing value addition across key sectors too. Let's take a comprehensive look at the announcements pertaining to the taxation. I'm going to go to the big screen and try, in fact, tell you in a nutshell what exactly Budget 2025 was all about. What were the changes in the income tax slabs, as mentioned earlier, of income up to rupees 4 lakh. Before it was 5% and now it stands at nil. Up to rupees 8 lakhs, earlier it was 10%. It's been slashed to 5%. This is of course a bonanza for the middle class. Up to rupees 12 lakh, 15% was what was there before, and 10% is what will come now, and of course 80,000 of savings along with that. Up to rupees 15 lakh, the income tax was 20% and now it's brought down to 15%. Similarly, if it was 20 lakhs, it was 30% earlier. A 10% slash makes it 20%. If it was 24 lakhs, which is technically considered a high income bracket, you're looking at the upper middle class here, it was 30%. Now they have also been given a relief of 5%, bringing it down to 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees, it remains the same. So if you're making 2 lakh rupees a month, your income tax slabs have not changed. This is, of course, a very populist measure which was expected since a very, very long time from the Modi government. This is Modi 3.0. So obviously the populist budget that was expected last year during the Lok Sabha elections has been forthcoming in this budget. The income tax exemption has increased over the years, and that has been in fact the one consistent demand by economists, the middle class, and of course the purveyors and surveyors of the economy alike. In 2005 this value was at 1 lakh, going to 2 lakh. Of course, between 2005 and 2012 there was in fact a stalemate there. This value in fact did not rise up in 2012. The last few years of the UPA, it went to 2 lakh. As soon as the Modi government came, perhaps in 2014, there were changes in this slab. And then again in 2019, this was taken to 5 lakhs. In 2023, it was 7 lakhs. And in 2025, in just a couple of years, in a couple of budgets, this has almost doubled now to 12 lakhs, which is of course laudable. It is commendable. There will be more money in the pockets of people, so that means there is an intention to boost consumption. And the top 10 indirect tax announcements that Nirmala Sitharaman has also made: 7 tariff rates that have been removed on exports, which is of course a very, very welcome sign. This was on the cards since a very long time. BCD exemptions have been extended to cobalt, powder, LED, lithium, zinc. Some of these minerals are very, very important in making some of the modern amenities that we consume and use on a daily basis. Proposal to add 2 additional shuttle-less looms is also something which is being lauded. Customs duty waived for 36 life-saving medicines for cancer. Now, this was a demand which was being made by patients, doctors, institutes and human rights workers since a very long time. Life-saving drugs to get tax concession as well. Of course, the affordability factor has been kept in mind over here. So overall, this budget has focused on the socio-economic challenges that were faced by the lower middle class and the middle class, and accordingly this is the 5th indirect tax announcement that is likely to benefit a class, a section of people who have been struggling with high expenses, especially when it comes to medicine. Customs duty cut for lithium ion batteries. Of course, India and its green projection and green trajectory towards having battery cars is also something that has been kept in mind. The BCD has been waived off from knitted fabrics as well. So of course, this is keeping in mind that we definitely want to make India a hub of not only manufacturing but exports as well. The indirect taxes, of course, on interactive panel display have also been reduced. So once again, this is pointing towards a consumption driven economical boost. On career grade Ethernet switches as well. This is something that India has been importing from a number of countries including China. So this also gets a fillip. Fully exemption of customs on wet blue leather as well. A rare commodity, in fact, had a very high tax, has been taken care of to in fact increase consumption as well as make sure that India as an economy continues to grow, and the factors that make up for that 5 trillion factor that this government has been trying to drive home since a very long time has been achieved. Let's talk about this with our guests. Joining us on the show at this point in time is Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti, CEO of Emaar India. Mr. Alok Mehta, Editorial Director of India News, also with us on the show. Vivek Banka, co-founder of Gold Teller, joins us on the broadcast as well. G. Hari Babu, National President of Naratco, with us on the show as well. Major General Rajesh Kumar, former DG, Military Engineering Services, joins us on the show as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. Mr. Chakravarti, I'll begin with you, sir. I hope you can hear me. Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti, I hope you can hear me, sir.
I can. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. So appreciate you joining us. So
are you able to hear me?
Absolutely.
I can hear you.
So your
okay,
initial
great.
reactions to this budget, would you hail it as a populist budget, or do you think there are traces of a lot of factors that have been put in to make it a holistic budget?
So I think 2-3 points. One, I don't think it at all to be a populist budget. It of course has elements of things which may be called as populism, but I do see a trend over the last several years, and it is stitching together nicely to a larger vision that the government seems to be chasing. The dream of Viksit Bharat, the need to take care of the disadvantaged sections of the society to create some competitive advantage for us as a nation, whether it is startup technology, rationalization of personal income taxes, bringing more money to the pockets of the people. So there are multiple things that I see which look strategic to me. Rejuvenation in the urban areas and all of that stuff as well. To me, what is important with the government is to see that there is a consistency to the larger thought process, and there is a theme which is kind of getting bettered on year after year. That is the only way we can get better over a decade or so. So to me, continues to be a great budget on the back of several budgets that I have now seen. So pretty happy.
All right, Vivek Banka, I'm going to rope you in now. What do you make of this budget? This is obviously very important when it comes to, the personal finance and consumption of Indian economy.
Yeah, thanks, Vineet, for having me. So, yeah, I think on the face of it looks very promising. The fact that the government has addressed the big elephant in the room, which is the ebbing of consumption demand over the last 2-3 quarters. So, with this tax slab increases and the money coming in the pockets of individuals, I think that should spur consumption shortly over the next few quarters. Of course, I remain a little skeptical because in the past, the finance minister has put a lot of things in the fine print. So I hope this time around it's not the same. Plus, of course, the detailed income tax, the new income tax regime, direct tax code or whatever you might call it, should be announced next week. So that's something which we need to also see what that is all about. But prima facie, I think a very interesting budget. The post-pandemic demand, which was ebbing, as I said, over the last 2-3 quarters, should rebound back with these tax measures. Unlike a lot of economists who say that it will take a few quarters, my own personal opinion is that this does a lot of sentiment boost. So spending should start immediately over the next 1 or 2 quarters itself. So the lag period of that translating into economic activity will be faster than a lot of people expect. On the personal finance side, a lot of TDS or exemptions limits have been increased, so that is also very helpful, especially for senior citizens. The bank account interest, which was 50,000 and more TDS, now it's brought up to 1 lakh, so that is very helpful. All in all, a very good budget. The only thing which I'm worried about is how will the government manage the fiscal deficit despite this 1 lakh crore dole out to the middle class. That's something that we need to see. But all in all, very positive and very happy that finally what was being expected by the middle class is finally bearing fruit.
All right. Okay. I'm going to go back to Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti as well. Mr. Chakravarti, the government has also hiked the MSME investment and the turnover projections in this union budget. This is obviously in tune with the confidence they want to infuse in the MSME sector. What did you make of that, sir?
Again, I wish the limits were increased even more than what they have been. I think this is a sector of the economy which needs to be boosted up. Tomorrow's large corporations will stem out of some of these MSMEs, which will turn out to be global leaders over a period of time. I think MSME ecosystem is something we need to bet on as a nation and encourage them far more. Of course, the investment and revenue thresholds have been increased. But I would have loved to see a much larger increase in those thresholds. It's a good start. I hope they continue this theme going forward as well. And over a period of time, larger investments are attracted and larger revenue thresholds are also given, so that companies can continue to enjoy the benefits of being an MSME for a little longer. It is important to give them strength and stamina.
So the government is also, in fact, increasing FDI limits when it comes to the insurance sector. It's, innovating. It's basically investing in IITs as well. The infrastructure boost for 5 more IITs is also on the cards. A modified Udan scheme will also be launched. Do you think that this budget has definitely accelerated that run-up, or rather that race to that 5 trillion mark?
So I think 5 trillion is just a milestone. So yes, it is something which will make all of our cumulative hearts, bloat and make us all gladden us to no end. But the fundamentals which are being put in place is for the long run. 5 trillion will come and go, and then we will be keeping on changing 7, 10, and we are destined for bigger and better things. But definitely, yes, 5 trillion I think is definitely happening pretty soon. One thing which probably going out of syllabus and not attacking your question immediately is what I saw as the incremental seats addition in the medical colleges. India needs it. The rural India needs it. Healthcare, cancer hospitals getting created and all of that is, I think, terrific. Capacity building in health, capacity building in education, capacity building in housing, roti kapda makan and all of that things being taken very seriously, and serious amount of money is being put there. I love the vision. Like Vivek said a little earlier, I think the fine print dictates how well the vision translates into reality, but I feel good about the vision by itself.
Okay. All right. Let me also rope in G. Hari Babu into this conversation. G. Hari Babu, are you there with us? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
All right. Your initial impression of this budget. This is, perhaps a speech which is in tune with what Nirmala Sitharaman has always focused on. 2024, a lot of people felt that the budget left out, the middle class and the lower middle class and the general sector when it comes to MSMEs in general. Do you think it's been made up for now?
Yeah, actually, middle class definitely is taken care of by increasing the tax brackets from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, definitely. But lower middle income group who doesn't have any tax brackets or anything, their concerns are not answered. That means everybody is not the taxpayer in India. You know very well, only 7 crore people are the taxpayers. So if you look at between 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, the exemption people must be around 2.5 crores. So all of us are making more noise about this 2.5 crores people, but we are not making any noise about the lower middle income group who are drawing the salaries of under 7 lakhs. So under 7 lakhs people, what is that they got the benefit? So far is zero. And indirectly also, I didn't see any great things given to them. So, okay, that is the negative side of the budget. Positive side, definitely energy and environment. First time in India, we are talking about the nuclear power. So we stopped the nuclear power several years back, even though the nuclear power gives environmental friendly, but somehow some decisions were taken, no nuclear power. But now 100 gigawatts nuclear power is going to be installed by 2047, which makes today our environmental problem is mainly because of the coal burning of the power generation. We are almost making 720 grams of carbon by every kilowatt hour. Whereas comparatively France is only 78 grams against kilowatt hour. That is because of nuclear power. So now we are talking about today, everybody is talking about global warming and all these things. So this may be a revolutionary change in this budget, that 100 gigawatts of power through nuclear. That is the great this thing. And of course, increase of the 7.5% is the expected growth. If it is reachable, that is also another great advantage. As far as our real estate is concerned, I think there is not even one talk about the real estate or urban this thing. Only one Swami funds is another 15,000 crores got allotted, and that makes about 50,000 units may come from non-performing asset to performing asset. So these are the main highlights according to me.
All right, fair enough. Major General Brajesh Kumar is also with us on the show. General Kumar, are you there with us?
Yep.
All right, sir. Are you content with the attention and the allocation given to defence in this budget?
Thank you, Vineet, for having me with you here on the show. See, there are two aspects of the defence and budget is concerned. Like before a budget, there's the economic survey, the round the year performance, which is taken into account. Based on deficiencies and speed you want to give it to, a budget is formulated. In a similar manner, getting to know about our perceptible threats in the near future, in the distant future, we plan accordingly. As far as India is concerned, we had two legacy issues with our northern border and with our western border. We have a very wide variety of international borders. One is called IB, the second is called LOC, the third is AGPA, like it's the Siachen, the fourth is LAC. Now they are not setting, and therefore there is a call for concern as far as security is concerned on the land side. Lately, we have another uncomfortable equation with our eastern neighbor. So all these add to a kind of a military threat from the land border. In addition, we have a vast network, southern area of Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, or we call it India-Pacific, space and air. Now, if we take all this into account and we want to play our role in the committee of global nation, global power, it has to be backed up by military strength. Very old wisdom from Chanakya days. Strong military and economy are two sides of the same coin. So under this backdrop, when we analyze our defense, or when we talk about our defense apparatus, it is something like this. We remain the fourth largest military might in the world after US, China, Russia. Our defense expenditure is pretty huge, but more importantly, we are the largest importer of arms, ammunition, and munition system for decades now. That's what CIPRI tells us, the most authentic open source information. So under this kind of environment, and looking ahead to be a power, to be maybe say a third global or fourth global economy in time to come, we need a fair amount of strong muscle as far as defense services, security issues are concerned. Now, overall, we have been spending to the tune of 1.9 to 2% of the GDP on defense. Is that adequate? Is the big question. In all circles, we've been talking about it. Indian, or in our case, the defense budget has seldom crossed beyond its threshold of 1.8 to 2.2% of the GDP, except long time back when we had the trouble in our borders or whatever. So in this kind of environment, where sub 2% GDP, to my mind, is actually little. But then obviously there are ways and means that you overcome this, possibly by diplomacy or reliance with friends and whatever. I'm sure the defense is concerned, this aspect will be taken into account. Coming more to the specifics, so the defense budget has gone up in certain terms from 621,000 crore to 680,000 crore. It looks substantial. Well, it is substantial. But look into deeper aspects of it. Our revenue expenditure in terms of pay, allowances, still higher than the capex expenditure. Our capex expenditure has also gone up slightly. From 1,72,000 crores to 1,80,000 crores.
All right, sir.
If you look at the dollar terms, it may be very little. So the issue is today we are in the same process of moving ahead. The fact that the finance minister did not have a paragraph on defense expenditure today speaks that people in power are pretty happy about the state.
Okay, all right.
But
Let me also rope in Mr. Alok Mehta into this conversation. Mr. Mehta, the Prime Minister obviously hailed the budget, said this is a people's budget, is going to boost savings and investment. And he also said that this budget highlights the government's commitment when it comes to dignity of labor as well as longevity of life and career of a labourer.
I think, Vinit Prime Minister vision is for superpower India in 2047. 2047. And I think this budget is going in this same direction. Because, we are not talking about the agriculture sector, education sector, health sector. These all are for the defense of country, because I just wanted to continue what General Saab telling us. What we are feeling, you are feeling that we have nuclear power. So it's not threat what it used to be in 62 or 71. Certainly, we need defense production. So more emphasis on more production in defense sector. So ultimately it will help. Then the FDI will also come. Insurance sector, if money will come. And then if we have educated, healthy India, then it will be easy even for the army. Anytime we need more people, our people will be more strong. Our army will be more strong. Certainly there are new schemes also. I think we are not discussing here. But I think this vision for the nuclear energy, you see, for example, long term, for short term solar energy also we are spending a lot. In this budget also there are provision. So I think that this kind of budget is looking up, we are talking about since the morning, everybody talking about the middle class. Certainly when middle class will get money, then they will spend for the poor also. Somebody is selling vegetables, or doing something on rickshaw, so people will spend on those poor people also. And then the purchasing power. If you have purchasing power, all over the world it's true that if you have purchasing power, then you can help the whole economy. I think this is the reason. That's why from Bihar, Makhana, I was in Bihar editor for 3 years, long back, and 30 years back. But you see now the makhana all over the world, you can just export if you increase the production of a makhana in poor state like Bihar. So we need good airport, we need good infrastructure. That's why the more expenditure infrastructure also. I feel that this kind of budget is a balancing with middle class, agriculture people, labor. Then certainly there is no relief, major relief for corporate world. I can understand that. But maybe because of this, corporate world also have a lot of earlier the concessions and the rebate in the export, import, investments. So I think the world market is available for India. Corporate world also going to, even the textile mill they are opening in the Vietnam. Now they can spend in India and they can get more relief for exporting the textile from India. That's why I feel Bangladesh now challenging us earlier, but now we have a good opportunity even for export in textile. So these kind of new ideas, promotion for superpower India in future, in health sector, the Ayushman Bharat or the scheme, how you will implement it. If you have good medical centers, medical colleges, engineering college, then you will have a good doctors. Otherwise, there is no use of hospitals. You just build a hospital alone. So now the seats are increased in medical centers, medical colleges, universities. It will ultimately help to strengthen the country and economy and the society itself.
All right. Okay, Vivek. There is obviously an emphasis here. There is a roadmap here that infrastructure, tax relief, and sectoral reforms are a priority for the government. At the same time, we already know what the tax base of our country is. There is still, regardless of that tax base, there is still a focus of not harassing the taxpayer into living in any fear, and encouraging the practice of paying tax as a normal participation in nation growth. Do you think that is a commendable aspect of every budget that this government has presented?
Yes, absolutely. If you see the steps in this budget also, right from the fact that correction in IT returns, the time period has moved up from 2 years to 5 years, to 4 years. Plus, secondly, as I said earlier also, the TDS increases, especially for the senior citizens, and a host of other measures which we see on ground in terms of the refunds being processed faster, and a bunch of other things. I think things have become much better from a consumer perspective in terms of filing the IT returns. The current move of the higher, the exemption also, I think will help. Just to clarify here for everyone's benefit is that it does not mean that you do not have to file a tax. Even if you're 4 lakhs and above, you got to file taxes, but you get an exemption. So the ambit will come, and my belief is this is a way by the government to slowly get more and more people into the ambit of the tax payer community, and sooner or later, at some point in time, they will pull the plug away from these exemptions. But yeah, I think best is to make hay while the sun shines, which I think should be for the next few years at least.
All right, fair enough. Mr. Adil Shetty, FICCI FinTech Committee and co-founder and CEO of bankbazaar.com is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Shetty, appreciate you being here. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right, sir. How would you summarize this budget? Looking at the exemptions and the relief from 5 to 12 lakhs, for the taxpayer, it is pretty out there that this is a populist budget. This is a budget that is driving the common man to spend more. It is driving consumption. It is driving the middle class, to in fact expect more and earn more.
Yeah, so like you rightly called out, right, for someone earning 25 lakhs per year, this is giving 1.1 lakhs extra cash in their pocket. It's equivalent to almost giving a 5% increment to someone making 25 lakhs a year. And I think getting more money in consumer hands was the ask of the entire middle class, the industry. And what happened today, we thought one of three things would happen. We thought maybe the slabs would go up because of inflation adjustment. We thought that maybe the rates would come down. We thought that the rebate would increase, but all three happened. So I think that was definitely good news for the middle class. As far as MSMEs went, I thought something really interesting happened there, because the credit guarantee scheme, which till now was 5 crores, has now gone to 10 crores. So that essentially means MSMEs starting April 1st potentially have access to their banks giving them 5 crores extra under a government guarantee. And the finance minister has projected that 1.5 lakh crores in additional MSME debt will go out because of this move. From the startup and the fintech side, she said that the first 10 lakh crore fund got deployed via domestic venture capital firms, and 97 lakh crores went out as equity investment in the market. Now she's started a second fund of funds and again put in 10 lakh crores. So if that gets a 10x multiplier and domestic venture capital puts out another 1 lakh crores of equity in the market, I think startups and fintechs are going to benefit. So I like to see, I like the fact the middle class did well today. This was a sector that was clamoring for help. And I think the MSMEs are going to appreciate 5 crores more. That's a lot of money, 1.5 lakh crores. And if that equity can reach the startups quickly, right, I think we're going to see a lot of innovation in cutting edge areas like AI, right? And India can become a knowledge leader in the world.
Right, and do you also, feel that the government, along with the conventional modes of pushing the economy to the next level, is also keeping, the digital revolution and evolution in mind?
No, I think so, right? The RBI put out a report saying in 2025, a fifth or 20% of GDP is today digital. We talk about MSMEs, but today, right, I think we have tech MSMEs in India with the change in classification, up to 500 crores, and you qualify as an MSME. So startups are MSMEs too. The government really, I think, should continue to invest in digital infra in the same way it invests in physical infra. So last year, right, FM spoke about DigiLocker. DigiLocker is a very powerful tech. 200 million Indians, right, have their PAN card, their driver's license, their university certificates. We're saying they should upgrade this even to Form 26AS, TDS statements, EPFO. But DigiLocker got a big push in last year's budget. This year, she spoke about a digital infra called CKYC. She said they're going to revamp CKYC. It's going to be faster. It's going to be better. Now, CKYC is the foundation for KYC in India. It's used as part of the video KYC process. If we can build new digital infra, even for artificial intelligence, right? India has an incredible amount of data. Maybe with a digital public infra for AI, with anonymized, secure, consent-driven data, we can overtake what China is doing in AI. I know this is all, going to take 5-10 years, but digital public infra, I think, needs to be spoken in the same voice as physical infra. If we're saying we're putting in 11.11 lakh crores in physical infra, I think the day is not far, right? That we'll be saying that we put in 1 lakh crores in digital infra, because that's the new information highway.
All right, fair enough. This is obviously healing the budget, and this is obviously understanding that the government on its own cannot do anything when it comes to the economy, Mr. Shetty, and that they need the help of the people. They need the people to spend, to take us to the next level. What did you make of the exemptions? From 5 lakh to 12 lakhs. Is that something which is going to be a game changer?
I think it's going to give more money in people's hands, and I think that urban consumption was slowing down. So what's essentially happened, right, is 7 has gone to 12 in terms of zero tax. But if you add standard deduction to that, 7.75, which is what it was in the new regime as it operates today. And by the way, 72% of Indians filed in the new regime. I think with this change, maybe that number will go to 90%. But now that 7.75 zero tax level has gone to 12.75 lakhs. But keep in mind, right, even someone earning 15 lakhs is paying 35,000 less tax next year. Someone earning 20 lakhs is paying 1 lakh less tax next year. Someone earning 25 lakhs is paying 1.1 lakhs in less tax. So essentially for someone at 2 lakhs per year income, they're giving you 5% more cash in your pocket. And you can choose to invest, you can choose to spend. And one interesting ask, right? I think FM has done more than enough for the middle class this year. But one ask we would have for next year and the year after that is that when the exemptions went away, people are putting less money in ELSS mutual fund. People, have lowered, we do a Bank Bazaar aspiration index. Less people are thinking about term life insurance. So one thing we're going to ask her, right, is start creating a very simplified exemption scheme in the new tax regime. So let's not do a little bit for health insurance, a little bit for life insurance, a little bit for ELSS, but let's combine everything and say 30% of your gross income up to 15 lakh. If you invest in ELSS, you take medical insurance, you take term life insurance, you do NPS, just give us one simplified exemption, right? Because people need to invest, people need to save, and that shouldn't go away in the new regime.
Okay. Mr. Haribabu, there has also been an impetus and a focus towards Make in India, especially when it comes to electronics. Duties have been slashed when it comes to certain components. The finance minister peculiarly and particularly mentioned, perhaps keeping China in mind, that India needs to be the next manufacturing hub. And this is obviously great, keeping in mind that the place where China is today at 16 to 17 trillion dollars of an economy is because of its manufacturing prowess.
Yes, sir. Coming to the manufacturing sector, our capacities utilization is worldwide is only 50%. Somehow we are very, very behind for China or USA or European countries. Our capacity utilization has to go up to standard of 100%. But the others thing. See, somehow where by the labor loss or financial problems or some other problems, all those things making we have the enough capacities, but underutilization is the major problem in our country. That is number one. Number two, the cottage industry. See, we have a lot of almost 60% still in the rural area. We are not focused on the cottage industry. Cottage industry, once it is focused, and the main industry will be in the urban and the cottage industries will be rural. The rural migration to urban will also reduce, and rural labor will get the better money, better financial system, and they can do it. But somehow, last 20 years, I would say, everybody is trying to migrate to only urban, not to stay in the rural at all, because the job opportunities or the agro-based industry jobs or any other industries also now focus only in the urban. Why not they focus on the rural industry? because our labor is so cheap compared to everywhere in the world. Even today, our rural employment cost is only 400 rupees to 500 rupees per day. That is 25 days into 400 rupees, 8,000, nothing. Actually, compared to anywhere in the world. Still having the so much cheaper labor, we are unable to take the benefit from those people. So the large industries, electronic industries, and the defense industries are doing fantastic. Defense exports also gone up. But what happened to the cottage industry and rural industry? Rural industry practically, more or less, it is actually killed. So what we have to do is we have to develop some cottage industries across the India and make the use of the untapped labor force of the rural.
Vivek, there has also been a cry for help when it comes to a lot of these mom and pop stores, neighborhood stores, who have more or less dismissed the concept of online delivery. And it is a voice, it is a concern which is gaining resonance on a regular level. Do you think that the government needs to in fact keep such focus and such granularities in mind as well? After all, these mom and pop stores do contribute to the economy. They do facilitate consumption, and at the same time, let's also not forget that they are a part of that larger MSME gambit.
Yeah, I think one element which I think the government needs to do is to proclaim and communicate the benefits of the ONDC network. For some reason, a lot of people, both primarily in urban areas, are not aware of this entire network of ONDC where you can buy things from a mom and pop shop. Unfortunately, communication by the government on this specific area has been very, very low. Having said that, people who do use it have been greatly benefited by this. And I think, very simple, short answer is that communication on how to use this is something which will, make or break this entire ecosystem.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Let me also once again rope in Mr. Alok Mehta into this conversation. Mr. Mehta, do you think that rural development is something that the government needs to track? There is obviously impetus towards facilitating the farmer as well. If you look at the farmer credit card limit, that has also been revised. But still we continue to hear the woes and concerns of the farmers. Do you think that there has to be more focus, perhaps not governmental, maybe private focus, and the government helping these private companies to uplift the farming sector?
Yeah, you are very right. And rural India, especially for the farmers, I think that's why earlier the Kisan laws, they have to just withdraw it. But ultimately now you see announcement is also there that the government agencies, they will have some cooperation for these pulses and all the productions. And then the food processing plants in the rural area. What we are talking about, the rural industries, I think the problem was still there because the roads, we can make highways and all from the central government. But for the rural areas, the state government are also responsible for that. So more coordination between central and state resources. Because, recently there was some exhibition from handicrafts from Odisha and other states. You see, the very good products were there, but it's very difficult to reach those areas, and there also communication is difficult. That's why even if you have a small industries or the handicraft in the rural area, ultimately the problem will be the transportation, communication, digital. Even then, digital, it's not easy. We are just talking the digital revolution, but difficult. If you say order here, you can order something. From Gurgaon, you will get next half an hour, 1 hour. But there it is difficult even some time to connect to those rural areas. That's why I think you are very right. For farmers, but if they have the production, but ultimately to reach to the market, that's why the Prime Minister wanted all the time, or still they are trying, that somebody should be there to purchase or make the food processing plants. That's why in last budget also they provided, or in Bihar and other states also, We want more food processing plants should be there, or somebody should go, the cooperative movement, Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister also have the cooperative minister. So what they are encouraging, again the cooperative movement, what we used to see in 60s earlier days, at the time it was social system. But now in modern economy also, the cooperative movement, what is successful in Maharashtra and Gujarat and South India, ultimately these cooperative societies, they are going to help the farmers. So indirectly, you see, the problem is the big farmers' agitation. They stop even the more. You have a warehouse. Ultimately, the big houses, either the government constructs for FCI also. You see, we always report that this damage, wheat were damaged because of the warehouses. So now we need more warehouses from private sector, more infrastructure from private sector, because they can go there with the number of, even after the Kisan laws withdrew, but even then now the ITC or Reliance, they are going to the field and they are purchasing from there itself. So it benefit to the indirectly to the Kisan farmers. But the political agenda is, okay, you just cry and say, okay, they should also give some relief. Only the loan is not the solution. I think still there are some credit card. Now in this budget also, they announced the 5 lakhs credit card for the Kisans also. It will help them when even the crisis in the flood or in the drought situation.
All right, sir.
We have to help the farmers, and that type of schemes, cooperative movement and the private sector can also help for the rural economy.
Absolutely, sir. Valid point there. Brilliant point there. And also joining us on the show at this point in time is Mr. Maninder Singh Hira, Chief Corporate Officer for Minds Consulting. Maninder, appreciate you taking out the time and speaking with us. What was the highlight for you and, particularly your business out of this budget speech that we just heard a few hours ago? You're a part of, the Global Capability Center ecosystem. Has that been facilitated by this budget?
So thank you so much, Vineet, first of all, for having me on the show. I would start with saying that it was a very smart budget, smart government, very smart finance minister. And I would say that they have been able to manage the perception this time really well. So to begin with, I think we should definitely congratulate them for this achievement. And, fiscal deficit from 4.8 to 4.4 is not a small deal. It's a big achievement. And I think it's a time to say thank you for their efforts. And at the same time, we wish that they're able to swiftly implement the recommendations so that the real benefits can be seen. Now, in terms of our businesses, we are in the GCC ecosystem. We run GCC for a foreign firm, and we were hoping for relief. We were hoping for some changes in the policies and relaxations in the schemes. And in fact, the government has taken that as an opportunity, especially an opportunity to create the framework around GCCs. So if you see the ecosystem, Vineet, GCCs have grown without much support irrespectively. We have 1,500 plus GCCs directly, indirectly employing about 10 million plus people. It hasn't received the focus from the government so far, but there is enough capability that exists which can be leveraged. So the amendment in policies like front transfer pricing and the safe harbor policies, etc., this is going to definitely boost the GCC ecosystem, eventually obviously create a lot of jobs indirectly, and would help the government to collect direct and indirect taxes. Because one of the worry I think the economists would have is, while we have looked at the recommendations, they have relaxed the tax slabs, the collection would reduce. The reliance is on how does the consumption grow so that it can be, balanced out. But yeah, some of these initiatives like the boost to GCC is going to contribute to it. The only other thing I think the government has to kind of be careful about is, see, the consumption was low for a very long time. Savings were being consumed, so that was also depleting. Now the mindset needs to change from saving to consumption, or spending less to actually spending more, and how that can happen and not move towards start saving towards future, requirements. And I think the interest rate needs to be looked at. I think that's one thing the government has to do. But overall, from a sector perspective, I think some of these changes, and especially also on the startup side, there have been a focus. So, extension like 80 ISE tax exemptions and, light touch regulatory compliances, trust-based compliances. These are a boost to companies like us and the overall GCC model and the startup ecosystem, I would say. That's a good move. And it's much appreciated by the entrepreneurs.
Right. But Maninder, also reflect on the tax slabs and this massive revision. How is that likely to change things?
See, this was one of the biggest move or the highlight of, of this. No tax for 12 lakh, which means you have people with more than 25 lakhs of income, you have more than 1 lakh of additional disposable income. It is going to drive consumption. That's what the intent is. And, as you would look at it in a different perspective, it's like you're getting a 5% equivalent of increment without doing anything. So that's a positive sign. And if I talk about as an individual, it's more than welcome. The only thing that we would want to kind of still assess, because the fine prints are yet to be reviewed, is has it made the new tax regime more attractive over the old tax regime, especially for the people who stay in rental accommodations and avail the HRA benefits? I think that's something that I'm yet to kind of review upon. But overall, I think it's a wonderful move and much welcome by even the individual taxpayers.
But in the valid points there, obviously this is great news from a holistic point of view when it comes to the budget and boosting spending, because that exactly is what defines a consumer economy. Major General Brajesh Kumar also still with us on the broadcast. General Kumar, sir, are you there with us?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Well, there is also a mention that defense spending, as compared to what it was perhaps, during the UP era, or even for that matter, during the Vajpayee era, has gone through this significant shift, this whirlwind of transformation, and that's basically a result of the Make in India initiative. We, from becoming a net importer of defense equipment, we are an exporter now. If you talk about the Philippines, you talk about Indonesia, even if you talk about, some European countries now, all of them have reflected interest in buying from India. In concomitants to the tax slabs that have been relaxed for the common man, how is this likely to make a huge difference when it comes to the money that the exchequer gets to collect?
The point of Make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat is so very crucial to defense that it cannot be overemphasized. The recent foray into exporting a portion of it, a bit of it, a very fraction of it, is something very, very healthy. But let's look at the bigger picture. We have been the largest importer of munition systems, arms, guns, aircraft, and ships for decades now. And as I said earlier, we are the fourth largest defense machine, or military machine in the world. The shift is palpable. Our dependence on Soviet-era equipment was to the tune of 85-90% about a couple of decades back. We've been trying to wean away from that by getting more diversifying our import from France, USA, as well as Israel. Now that diversification has helped our dependence on Russia to reduce to about 60-65%. But that's not good enough. And mind you, defense production of munition system, be it warships, submarines, aircraft, takes decades. Couple of decades is the gestation period, which huge amount of resources are pumped into. This is a slow and deliberate process. We are in that path, but it takes a while before we can be substantive. But our efforts to make Atmanirbhar Bharat have been successful in a very modest manner. If we have been able to export, armament worth 30 odd thousand crores last year, though the lower end of the spectrum, it's a good thing. It's a good thing from two ways. Earlier, I remember we were very cagey about even exporting small arms, ammunition, small little rockets, etc., motors to our neighboring country. So we were very consented. We've changed a lot. But with regards to our production of armaments, our manufacturing sector in the defense, and Atmanirbhar, well, let's wait for 2047. We are way off, actually. Let me be blunt about it. Now, correlate with this, there are two other aspects. A is the technology threshold. Do people give you technology? No nation parts give you technology. It's a difficult game. How do you catch up? So we do some reverse engineering as the Chinese did before us. And then somehow
let me quickly just take one more reaction from Maninder. Maninder, there is also a perception that the government, is not doing anything about the infrastructure of the country. There is less and less allocation. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's also been talked about, less allocation to infrastructure, reduced allocation to defense. But I'll say look at it with a slightly different perspective. Like we run companies, we do budgeting exercise every year and we allocate funds to different heads in the organization. And when we review it end of the year in terms of how the investment, got the returns and whether we were able to kind of make the best use of our available resources, we do those adjustments in the next budget cycle. I think look at it from that perspective. While in the previous budgets, the government had announced infrastructure allocations on the higher side, they were not able to do it. There was slow, induction of funds on the infrastructure. On the defense, while there's always been heavy investments and allocation of fund, a lot of it is reserves for contingencies. Now, with those, contexts and those backgrounds, if you reallocate some of these, still keeping your risk in check, reallocate into areas where it makes more sense as an investment and the long-term growth, I don't think it's a negative move. It's rather better utilization of resource. And I think that's been done really well.
All right, Maninder, appreciate those valuable inputs. Thank you so much for taking out the time and reflecting your thoughts on this budget. We'll take a short break, more on the other side. We'll be right back.
जनवरी पौष पूर्णिमा से 26 फरवरी महाशिवरात्रि तक महाकुंभ 2025 का साक्षी बन रहा है प्रयागराज का संगम तट। 45 दिनों तक चलने वाले पृथ्वी के सबसे बड़े मानव समागम में करोड़ों श्रद्धालु पुण्य की डुबकी लगाकर बन रहे हैं सांस्कृतिक एकता के सहभागी। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ बना है दिव्य, भव्य, डिजिटल। कुंभ सहायक चैटबॉट ने 11 भाषाओं में हर सेवा की जानकारी देकर एकता के महासंगम को बनाया है स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित। नए घाट, रिवर फ्रंट रोड, पॉन्टून पुल, फ्लाईओवर, चमचमाती सड़कें, पार्किंग, हजारों बस और ट्रेन, नवीन एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल, आधुनिक टेंट सिटी जैसी सुविधाओं से पुण्य स्नान हुआ है आसान। महाकुंभ का है अटल संदेश, एकजुट हो अपना देश।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना, चमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਇਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
केजरीवाल जी
All right, welcome back. The 2025 budget was announced just a few hours ago. A lot to take away for the middle class, and of course the tax break is going to be instrumental in what the government feels is the main driver for increasing, expanding consumption and taking the economy to the 5 trillion mark. I'm going to in fact hand it over to our editor-in-chief, Rishabh Gulati.
All right, joining us on the telecast is a person you remember recently as the G20 Sherpa. Before that, he ran the Niti Aayog, and before that, a lifetime of service in the public of this country. Amitabh Khan, thank you very much for joining us and taking a few questions. I have to start you with the big ticket item, and it's very happy news for pretty much all of us who earn a salary and or earn a pension. There is going to be not a slight but a substantive change in the tax bracket. What has engendered this? So 1 lakh crores is going to be put into people who earn salaries and direct taxes.
So Rishabh, the objective is to really take India's growth to a high trajectory of 8 to 9%, because you need to drive demand. Demand comes from consumption. Consumption leads to demand. Demand leads to production. Production leads to growth, and growth leads to jobs. So the whole cycle is one of creating growth and jobs. And given the present economic circumstances and the global scenario, it was necessary that we grow on the basis of domestic demand, because globalization is impacted. You are seeing tariff wars, you're seeing the breakdown of global supply chains, and it was necessary to give a major push to domestic demand in India. This, to my mind, when you couple it with the focus on labor-intensive sectors like tourism, toys, footwear, leather, all of them, they will have a huge impetus in terms of both growth and jobs. And that, to my mind, was critical in India's context. You know, one of the other good things that's happened is that Finance Minister has done this while this is a very major bonanza for the middle class. You look at it, it's probably the biggest bonanza any government has given in terms of tax relief ever in the history of India. It almost amounts to about 7% of the total tax collection. Now, if this has also been done in a very, fiscally prudent manner, the fiscal deficit for this year is 4.8%, and she's targeting for a 4.4% fiscal deficit next year. So she's been very, very responsible financially in taking India's growth and progress. She's obviously been concerned that this should not lead to inflation, and therefore a very, very good and deft handling of the budget.
Okay. Fiscal deficit, ladies and gentlemen, target is 5%. So we consider anything less than 5%, and the argument is that err on the higher side when growth is a bit slow. So let me ask you then the larger picture question, Amitabh Khan, because if any person steps out onto the highways which are being built at great pace, the airports, the ports, the new trains, we see the markets are buzzing and the people are buying things. But yet the GDP figure seems to be very stubborn. It doesn't want to go above 6-7%. What's happening?
So two things. One is that there has to be a greater flow of credit, to my mind. Finance Minister has done a job, and in the long run you need more credit to flow in, which is the job of Reserve Bank of India through the monetary policy. The second is that over the years we've built up a lot of regulatory cholesterol, every department of the government and regulatory bodies have added a lot of circulars and guideline procedures. And actually both the economic survey and the budget talk about it. We need to take it head on and just eliminate all these very vigorously. The government has talked about a committee which will give a report in 1 year time. I don't think we can wait for 1 year. We should do it much quicker and much faster. And that to my mind is very, very important. And the third point is about creating good quality infrastructure. The budget provides for 11.2 lakh crores, but the budget also talks about asset monetization. That is a 10 lakh crore scheme between 25 and 30, which will take government assets and put it up in a transparent manner for government to operate and run it. Therefore, the more assets we put out for monetization, the better it will be in terms of productive efficiency of the government. And the other is the budget talks about every ministry structuring projects on a private-public partnership for 3 years and putting it out and for taking it forward for implementation. So these are very, very good measures to drive India's economy.
Okay, let me just pick on that point for a second, because you say asset monetization, plowing back the money. So for people watching the broadcast, if you have a metro station which is owned by a metro company and the metro station then has a restaurant which can be monetized at the railway station that goes back to the metro. We have the railways, so many assets in this country, sir. We've been talking about this for a long time. Is it happening at any scale?
Yeah, so last year, the 21 to 24 asset monetization pipeline of 6 lakh crore has been very successful. It has crossed the target. And that's why the government could put out many warehouses, it could put out airports, it could put out coal mines, it could do many things. So based on the success of that, this has been accelerated further to 10 lakh crores.
Okay, so now we are seeing, number one, we've discussed, okay, tax slabs. The second was rationalization. Now, in terms of customs duty, 2 years ago, you would have 22 slabs of customs duty. They've come down to just 8 now. So 7 have gone last year, 7 further have gone this year. For MSMEs, for people wanting to take small roles, Kisan credit cards, within the Swanidhi scheme, which is your Rediwalas to have access to loans, we are trying to put in money into the economy. Now, Amitabh Kantji, the obvious question is, what's the lag time? Because the budget gets announced now, April 1st. Are we seeing some of these measures kick in towards the latter part of the year, that the GDP scenario, which the economic survey says we need to hit 8%, does it look brighter for next year?
Yeah, so the important thing, Rishabh, on that is that the budget has been announced. We should get cracking on its implementation. In India, implementation is the key. And all these measures which have been announced are really far-reaching implications. From agriculture to MSME to startup to clean tech, they are far-reaching implications. If we take time to implement, it'll cost us dearly. We are at a point of time when there is, you have breakdown of global supply chains, you have a conflict in Europe, you have new productive forces of AI and quantum computing emerging. There's no time. We need to do all this, what the Prime Minister has talked about, what the FM has talked about. All of us must do that with a sense of urgency and a sense of missionary zeal.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, because you're obviously, for people watching the broadcast, one of the key architects of Incredible India is Amitabh Kant. So in terms of tourism, sir, when it's just the practicalities of e-visa, but developing the tourism sites, we already know some of them are identified, like Kashi and others. Are we tapping it? Is it visible, or is it still going to take time?
No, a lot of it is visible. Kevadia, Varanasi, many sites are very visible. A lot of work has happened. Now tourism is a private sector activity, so we need to get the private sector to come in. If you don't have good resorts, tourism will not work. If you don't have private sector play is critical for tourism, because every job that you create 11 indirect jobs. And therefore, providing infrastructure status to those who invest in these 50 cities is, to my mind, a very, very good initiative. It will have far-reaching implication in terms of investment. And you'll have many hotels coming up in these cities in the years to come.
Okay, I have to ask you, because the key, sort of block that we are in, right, is R&D, innovation, and it's everybody knows it. It is primarily the job of, the private sector to get it done. I mean, in the end, OpenAI and all these companies are private sector entities, not owned by the US government. So I want to ask you specifically this deep tech fund of funds for tech and this 20,000 crore for research and allocation. Where does this money actually translate to?
So, like we did the startup fund of funds. So if the fund of fund puts in 1/3 of the money, the other money comes from the venture capital fund. So you have when finance minister talks about 91,000 crore coming in the startup movement, it means that on a base of 10,000 crores, 91,000 crore has come in. And that's why the startup fund has been replenished. And she's also announced a deep tech fund of fund, because deep tech you need more patient capital. And that, to my mind, is very good. Innovation and startup movement will get fueled through this, through the deep tech and the startup fund of funds. But the private sector investment in R&D is very low. That needs to go up, and go up very, very substantially. Secondly, the patents that we must file for patents, get patents, and the patents we get must get commercialized in India.
For companies, sometimes companies go bankrupt and the biggest asset value is the patent. Okay, I've got a couple of questions because I know our time is short, sir. But everybody in the world right now is talking AI, and they're talking DeepSeek from China and $500 billion that the Trump regime is putting together in Operation Stargate. What is our plan for AI?
So let me first say that the AI race has just begun. It is wide open. And secondly, my view on this is that India must go for foundational layers rather than application layer. This is really the future. We should really put a lot of resources and provide computing power to our startups and to our universities and colleges. Put a lot of more risk capital like the deep tech fund into areas like this. And thirdly, there's rarely has in cutting edge technology, the initial innovator has won. You look at electric vehicles, General Motors was the first one to do it, they went bust. Similarly, in the case of internet, it was Google came much later. So the second mover has an advantage, and to my mind, India has a huge advantage of technologically leapfrogging.
My last question, sir, because when we are talking about transitional shift in the Indian economy, so we are probably a year or two away, and you worked on a lot of these projects when you were in the Niti Aayog, but we are about to see a culmination, what government calls saturation. So saturation in open defecation free, which means toilets, saturation in Awas Yojana, saturation in Jal Yojana, potentially saturation, electricity, internet. That means every single individual living in this country has a pakka ghar, has a toilet, has water, has electricity. Just the impact of this social mobility, does it unlock the Indian market? Because everyone says the Indian market is the top 5%. Everybody does not have discretionary spending power. Does it unlock the Indian market?
Yeah, it does, because you are creating infrastructure by building 40 million houses. You are building infrastructure if you create 120 million toilets and bring behavioral change. If you are providing piped water connection to 253 million citizens, you are building piped connections, and therefore you are making a huge transformation in terms of infrastructure. But more than that, you are actually providing the basic infrastructure to the citizens, because by doing all this and ensuring that close to about 110 million women of India get gas connection and do not burn firewood is transformational. And therefore, this infrastructure creation will be a very major driver of lifting people above poverty line It will be a very major driver of transforming India, and it will be a very major driver of India doing sustained growth over a long period of time.
Okay, I have so much to ask, but I know it's a busy day for you, and we'll come back and have a larger conversation in the coming few weeks. Amitabh Kant, as always, for the service that you've done, and thank you for sparing the time on this. Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog, former G20 Sherpa, and of course, a person who spent a lifetime in governance, joining us here on Newsx.
All right, Rishabh, appreciate that conversation. A lot of insights into what this budget spells out at not only a granular level, but at a holistic level as well. Let's get this conversation going. We'll continue to talk to people who understand this budget from a number of perspectives. Dr. Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary, is here with us. Akash Jindal, Senior Economist, also joins us on the program. Savio Rodriguez, Editor-in-Chief of the Goa Chronicle, joins us on the program. Mr. Vinesh Menon, Director General of Arise, is also here with us. Mr. Dhruv Tulli, SEBI registered RA, with us on the program. Mr. Vinod Rawal, tax expert, also joins us on the show. Hussein Dohadwala, co-CEO of Crimson School, with us on the program as well. Major General Sudhakarji, advisor in defense banking, SDFC in Central India, also joins us on the program. All right, I'll begin with Mr. Menon. Vinesh, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Vineet.
All right, well, you know, this is obviously a very education-centric budget. I don't remember the last time, Vinesh, the finance minister spent this kind of a time on explaining how education and AI, how investing in innovation and teacher training, and how affordable education for disadvantaged students is of a priority and paramount to the central government. What has been your assessment and analysis of this acknowledgement, if I can call it for the lack of a better word, by the government? Vinesh, nobody understands this as much as you do.
No, Vineet, I think I tend to agree. I certainly see many more bites around the education sector in this budget. Let's face it, 260 million plus children today of India are going to schools. And nearly 140 million of them are going to government schools. Now, one of the big concerns that everybody had was this growing divide between the students going to the government schools and the ones going to the, let's say, the unaided independent finance schools. And by bringing in some of these changes to try and reduce this digital divide, I think a few good steps have been taken. The 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs to enhance the whole curiosity in students in these government schools, great step. Enhancing the broadband in secondary schools, great step. Introducing digital textbooks, great step. So these are all good ways to try and get the students to actually come up speed, come up the learning curve, and to help increase their learning experience. The whole AI piece of, the AI Center of Excellence that she has announced about putting about 500 crores, and AI Center of Excellence purely for education. I think that reflects the government's intent to keep pace with the flavor of the globe. And trying to get the whole AI integrated into the education sector as a tool. Many other small little changes, increasing infrastructure and IITs, the whole limit increase for TCS under this whole LRS scheme for education loans that is going to get remitted, additional skilling centers. These are all very, very good steps in the space. Even the 20,000 crores that I think Rishabh was talking to Mr. Kant about, the whole deep tech fund of funds for getting innovation out. I'm sure a big portion of that will come into education. Again, extremely good step. So I think overall I tend to agree. If you ask me, do I have any subtle concerns? I won't say concerns, but I wish, given the size of the education sector and the need to make faster changes, I wish a little more big bang reforms could have been introduced. I think areas in the regulatory framework, for example, there's a lot to be done in that area in this whole sector. A little bit of intervention in the whole indirect and direct taxation for specific to the sector. Some good interventions. I remember the finance minister talking about a performance-linked incentive scheme to boost tourism in states. Could we have replicated something like that for the education sector, perhaps? So these are small little things, and I think Mr. Kant, and I remember him mentioning about implementation. Now, NEP 2020 is a great move in India's education progress. Implementing of that into the ground needs a lot of interventions, perhaps a little touch on that. So some of these areas are the only ones which I would refer to as slight areas which could have been better. Finally, I think given that this whole relief for the middle class on salary, while it might boost consumption, I'm hoping it will also boost a little more allocation of money to invest into education for the children. So overall, progressive budget, good thrust for the economy, perhaps a little bit of reform change.
Finish. There has been impetus on skill development as well. Would you just shed 30 seconds on that as well? How is that going to help the education sector?
Yeah, I think workforce, jobs, livelihood, skills, and getting them prepared for the workforce is something that everybody's been talking about. This whole national skill centers that has been set up as part of this budget plan, I think is a great move. Again, while this is being done, a little bit of changes and tweaks in the ITIs of this country may also be important, and I'm sure that's not going to get missed out with all this tech movement. So yeah, so I think the whole connect between the schooling system to the skilling system, and I think some work in the higher education where IITs and some other places are getting beefed up are all good moves, Vineet.
All right, fair enough. Valid points there, Mr. Menon. Dr. Dua, your initial assessment of this budget, obviously, more paisa in the pockets of the common man is what the government wants. They want more spending. They want, of course, a consumer-driven economy that is going to bring in not only funds but create a demand which is instrumental for that 5 trillion target. Mr. Dua.
Thank you, Vineet. I think whatever the finance minister could do within the constraints she is required to operate, and I refer to really two constraints. One, a large segment of the economy needs government support. We haven't reached a stage where we could pass on the burden to the private sector, and the private sector shares the government, and the government is able to focus on a handful of things. We haven't really quite reached that stage. Having said that, at the same time, the finance minister had to keep in mind that the economy has somewhat slowed down last year, and there is need for incentivizing the private sector to start playing its role, particularly in gross capital formation, and that required things what are within our own hands, greater capacity utilization. We can't do much about boosting the world trade or the global uncertainties. We have them reduced. So the finance minister, working within these constraints, I think has tried to balance all these priorities. So this middle income thing which we are talking about, yes, it would help, but what would have been an ideal situation? That up to 12 lakhs, you do exempt people from any taxation. So if it is a 12.01, then you pay the tax on 1,000 or 10,000, whatever that figure is. Whereas in the scheme of things which the finance minister has put out, if you cross the income of 12 lakhs, then the exemption of 12 lakhs doesn't remain available to you. The exemption reverts to 4 lakhs. It used to be 3, that's been enhanced by 1 lakh to 4 lakhs. So this is what I would like to say is something which has come in the way of the industrial growth of the country, moving from small industry to medium or the large, invariably, and losing the incentives given by the government or the state or the center. People have had to remain constrained, keep yourself small, rather than acquire economies of scale. You spread out and you set up a second small industry, a third small industry that way. So this was just one point which I wanted to bring to your notice, that perhaps it would have meant a greater kind of burden on the country's finances, because the finance minister obviously probably didn't find enough room for it. But on the whole, it would have helped the growth process. But one good thing is, which I'm having said that, the budget today, if you look at, she didn't probably talk about it so much in her speech.
Right.
The budget has increased the investment limits as well as the turnover limits, the two criteria on which the division between small, medium, and large industry is currently being made. She has enhanced those limits considerably.
All right. Okay. Let me also rope in Savio Rodriguez, editor-in-chief of the Goa Chronicle. Savio, thank you for being here. Well, the idea is not to, get in any political angle over here, I'm sure. Though if I just invoke some of the comments that have been made by the opposition, they are enough to rile you up to speak for a few hours. But nevertheless, I'm going to request you to focus on what you thought were the highlights today. And do you think that when it comes to a balancing act, this government has always played its card very, very carefully? During 2024, when the expectation was, Savio, that the budget would be populist, it was not. During 2025-26 budget, we were not expecting the government, to go all bonanza when it came to pleasing the middle class. They have. What's going on here, according to you?
Well, Vineet, thank you for having invited me to a wonderful discussion. So basically what I think the government under Narendra Modi is doing is actually laying out the blueprint for the economic growth that we will see as a nation over the next 10 to 15 years. And that economic growth is actually focused on really four engines. One is agriculture, the next is MSMEs and startups, the third is investment, and the fourth is exports. Now, we are all talking about the fact that yes, one of the largest stakeholders in the country is the salaried middle class, and what the government has done for them at this point of time is something that is certainly going to cool the anxiety that the people have had for a long time, because quite frankly the salaried class is one of the set of people that contribute considerably to the tax bracket that India has, and they've always felt shortchanged. So I think what the government has done is keeping in mind that the salaried middle class needs to be comfortable, they need to be at ease, and that's what it's done. But the real focus, and the way I look at it, is where is India going to go over the next 5 to 10 years? When you look at the focus on the startups, you look at the focus on the investments, you look at the focus on nuclear energy. I mean, that is something that is revolutionary in its thought process itself, because what we are doing is trying to create an India that is going to be globally competitive, and that's what we require. Yes, we need to answer to the demands of the people of this country. We need to look at reforms in the taxation itself. I'm of a belief that we should do away with income tax and bring in a concept such as transactional tax, but those are debatable topics which will be debated over a period of time. But what we require is to be able to work with the people of this country, both at rural and urban area, to get them to buy in and work together with the government towards seeing India rise as a socio-economic power in the years ahead. And I think this budget is actually the blueprint for that growth vision itself. It is something that we will see evolving not only 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, even more. And that's important, because what people require, what we need today, is people are not demanding money. While a lot of people politically, you see political parties going out and dishing out money, people don't want money. People want an ability to learn to fish and be able to fish. They don't want to be given a fish all the time. They want to be able to learn to fish. So whether it's startups, whether it's MSME, whether it's the corporate sector, whether it's FDI coming into India, whether it's investments coming into India, people see India as a destination of the future. People see India as a large market, and more importantly, people see India where there is such valued skilled labor available and at an economical rate, and therefore that valued labor is why foreign companies and other companies are coming into India. Now, look at the focus on tourism, and I'm really glad, because tourism is one subject that I follow a lot after MSMEs and
it
startups.
affects you directly. It affects you directly, Savio, because you're from Goa, and we have seen the plight of Goa.
Right, and what is important is, if you look at governments over a period of time, there has been never that kind of thrust towards tourism as an employment generator. Tourism was considered, has always been seen as, the the bindi on your head, on the head of a woman, which beautifies a country, but never seen as an employment generator. And I think one of tourism's biggest promise is that it's an employment generator, it's an economic generator as well. And the ability for it, not only in the core businesses within tourism, but in the ancillary businesses that benefit out of tourism, is where tourism economics growth really lie. So to be able to identify 50 such tourism destinations and to work to get private sector to be involved in it, to try and create a focus on tourism, I think to me, coming from a state like Goa, and I believe that the Goa government will take all advantage of this, is to see that the country and the government of our country is finally waking up to the real potential of tourism, which is that of economic and growth and employment generation. Having said all that, the most important thing is what is the underlining message of the budget. The underlining message of the budget is that the government has got its ear to the ground and it wants to listen to every stakeholder that is responsible for the socio-economic growth of India. And therefore, in my opinion, this is a very holistic budget. It is a budget that answers different questions at different levels.
All right,
and you have to
let me also, we have a full house today, Savio. Apologies for cutting you short. Dhruv Tulli, SEBI registered RA, also joins us on the show. Dhruv, thank you for joining us. Well, the stock markets, when they wake up on Monday, are they going to rally behind the budget? There was a dip in the stock market, just a few days back. It is picking up, but it's not reached the level that, we got so accustomed to a couple of months ago. And this is being hailed as a correction. But the fact of the matter is that, this budget does address what you call the positive symptom that stock markets usually rely on to rally ahead. Would you say so?
Thank you, Vineet, for having me. And that's a very, very well thought out and well put out question over there. So the first thing that in my experience, which I would like to say is that, in my life, I've basically seen about 10 budgets, back to back ever since Jaitley served there. But, in my experience, it's not a very good idea to predict the market right after the budget, because your markets will take time to kind of settle in. They take around, let's say a week or 10 days to kind of find the direction. The other thing when it comes to a budget like this, which was presented a few hours back, is that, this budget will act as a tailwind and not as a headwind, right? And the reason why I'm basically saying is that this budget will act as a tailwind and not as a headwind for the markets is that, this budget primarily focused on increasing your disposable income for, people. Obviously, there are some good parts about that. There are some bad parts about that as well. That there's an exemption limit of 12 lakhs as well, but apart from that, a person who's making just 12.1 12.2 lakhs, that person would still not fall into that tax exemption limit. He would still have to pay the entire taxable income. So that does not put a lot of disposable income into the hands of a person who's making 12.1 12.2 something around that part as well, right? What we need to focus on when it comes to the markets over here is going to be two data sets, which I basically look at very closely. One is going to be your quarterly and annual earnings, which are going to come after March. So, since your budget has been announced today, you basically have your entire Feb and March to kind of look into that as well, because what is going to happen is that even today, your FMCG stocks and your consumption stocks, especially your auto sector, also kind of had a good upside movement as well. But what you also kind of see is that, your capex sectors, for example, let's say your railways and defense stocks, they basically had a good 7, 8, 10% correction, which is kind of expected because, your capex has basically come down at, around 10% from the last time it was basically announced, right? So the thing over here is the markets would have liked an increase in capex because that is how your economy kind of grows, and that is one thing which kind of contributes to your GDP when it comes to an in-person hand, and kind of contributes to a per capita income as well. But that unfortunately did not happen, and there's basically a cutback on that as well, right? So the two data set and two data points we will have to focus is going to be on quarterly earnings as well as annual earnings, which are going to come in March, as well as relative rotation and sector rotations, which are going to happen. Because the entire last year, what you can basically see is that the defense sector and all these sectors basically gave you a good amount of money. but recently there will be a shift of funds coming from these sectors into consumption sector, but we have to kind of wait for these earnings to kind of see as well that how do these play in the short term and the long run as well, right? Apart from that, another data point which I was kind of looking at is that last year there were basically 7.5 crores ITRs which were basically filed, right? And out of those 6.5 crore income tax which taxes which were filed, they basically had an income which was less than 12 lakhs, declared income less than 12 lakhs. So that basically means that using your current regime, that will basically translate that 85% of those people will have a zero tax liability when this regime which was announced today kind of comes into play, right? So the best thing that I would kind of take the markets say when it comes to the markets is that let the dust kind of settle and let the markets kind of find a trend, because historically also what has happened is that the markets have basically gone into a sideways movement post the budget, and apart from that it has basically taken a trend, and majorly it has gone into an uptrend, but the best way to do it is kind of let it go on for the next 8-10 days at least, and then basically see where the market basically goes, right? Apart from that, one thing which I kind of I'm kind of scared over here is that this reduction in tax, right? So whatever this new tax regime is basically done is basically differentiated your tax as well. So there's a difference of 1 lakh rupees as well for a person who's making 25-30 lakhs as well.
Right.
So he's giving tax by, let's say, 1 lakhs as well. But this reduction in tax, right, whether it be for the person who's sitting in an exempted limit, or whether it be for a person who's basically in a 25, 30, 40 lakh zone and he's also saving a bit. But the difference over here is that this should not be kind of compensated by an increase in GST in your next GST council meet as well, because then it kind of defeats the entire purpose of you guys, kind of giving exemptions and you giving a reduction in tax rates as well, because end of the day then, your disposable income will still remain the same, but your inflation and food inflation and other things in the country will kind of increase at a steady pace that basically happens over here, right? So fiscal deficit.
Okay, all right. Okay, fair enough. Let me also open Mr. Hussain Duhadwala, co-CEO of Crimson School. Hussain, thank you for joining us and being here.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Well, of course, pretty much, education is what you would have focused on, considering the fact that Vinesh has already weighed in on what the education sector is likely to gain from this budget. What were your takeaways?
So I think for me, the biggest takeaway was the AI in education and the focus on developing the center of excellence. I think for a long time, we've seen, we've had classroom sizes of 40, 50, 60 kids. While the Right to Education Act came in and limited that to 40 kids, still ensuring personalized learning pathways or learning journeys always remains a challenge. We also have a huge teacher shortage. And I think now we are at a time where we can really leverage AI to ensure that, we can really manage and ensure personalized learning journeys and pathways for children. So I think the biggest takeaway was, for me, was that. And the other part was what even the NEP 2020 has been talking about skill education. So skill education happens right from, the K-12 segment, and then establishing these 5 centers of education for skills is definitely a step in the right direction to ensure kids, when they complete, say, class 12 or graduation, they are at least aligned with the kind of, job requirements that the industry has. So for me, these were the 2 big takeaways. If I look at, one of the misses, I think the NEP 2020 speaks a lot about the importance of elementary, that is pre-primary and primary education, and teacher upskilling. Now, when we talk of all of this, right, AI, be it in terms of the BharatNet in, rural schools, etc., all of this is the hardware. Now, what about the software or the teacher who's actually going to implement this? Again, something what Mr. Khan spoke about. Implementation is the key. And I think that's where the real challenge lies. How do we upskill our teachers so that we can really ensure we can leverage all this great technology, we can leverage the hardware that we have to ensure the learning outcomes can be improved, because I think that remains a big challenge.
Those are valid points. In fact, I'm going to go to the big screen and in fact also lay out what were some of the other big announcements that this government wanted to focus on. What's in it, for everyone, for farmers. And of course, when you talk about the farmers, the Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana is something that the finance minister spoke elaborately about. 100 districts, according to today's promise, with low yields, moderate crop intensity and below average parameters will get some sort of a relief. The converge existing schemes is obviously big on the agenda. Undertake partnerships with other states as well. States should not be looked at in silos. There should be an overlap in terms of mutual agenda, mutual safety as well as mutual benefit. Limit enhanced from rupees 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs, and this is the Kisan credit card that I spoke about, which is of course a transformational endeavor by the government. The Atmanirbharta program, which is a 6-year program for pulses to gain self-sufficiency in production as well. Of course, this is something which has been science-based, science-backed and science-motivated as well. Comprehensive program that are going to be launched will include raising vegetables and fruit production and providing remunerative prices as well. Because of seasonal crops, there are many a times that farmers suffer losses. That will account for that as well. There is a national mission that has been announced today on high-yielding seeds as well, which is focused on pest-resistant and climate-resilient seeds as well. Of course, this has become a very, very important facet of consumption and making sure that the vegetables and fruits that we eat are not laden with pesticides. 5-year mission to boost cotton productivity as well, ensure higher yields and improve sustainability. This is of course a competition which India has been having with Bangladesh as well, as Bangladesh at one point in time just a couple of years ago was the highest producer and exporter of cotton goods. Makhana board in Bihar is going to be established. This is extremely creative, which will dedicate itself as a Makhana board in Bihar. It will support the entire value chain from production to marketing as well. So the idea and the endeavor is to boost Makhanas as a healthy alternative when it comes to snacking. Second gene bank to be set up to safeguard genetic resources as well. This is going to be a bank which will have genetic resources which can be invoked if there is a shortage, ensure food and nutritional security with 10 lakh germplasm lines as well. This is of course again a part of that pool which will be invoked whenever there is a paucity of certain yields, and this is obviously extremely welcome. And what has the finance minister announced for women? That is also something very important. Top announcements for women: the Saksham, Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 program, nutritional support to 8 crore children, 1 crore mothers and 20 lakh girls as well. This is of course a huge scale of announcement, and like Mr. Kant also said a while ago that implementation is going to be the key here. Address challenges of malnutrition. Of course, India, when it comes to that index, does not do very well when the report comes out every year. So this is going to be addressing that. New scheme for 5 lakh first time women entrepreneurs, rupees 2 crore term loans during the next 5 years. This is of course a handy amount which women can use, and of course this will also facilitate the ecosystem in which children will be healthier. Children will in fact be yielding more output. All right, we'll continue with this conversation at this point in time. Rahul Bajaj, CEO of Digital Darwin, joins us on the program as well. Rahul, appreciate you being here with us. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you so much.
Rahul, well, you know, space and AI are never behind. In fact, this AI race that the world has gotten into, India seems to be a little behind on that. You know, for the pure, reason that we are still observing as to what OpenAI is doing, what DeepSeek is doing, what ChatGPT is doing. Based on the budget that was put out today, do you think that it's only a matter of time that, India too will have its own curve of implementation and progress when it comes to AI, keeping in mind that the government is not far behind when it comes to digital endeavors?
The key remains in the implementation. As I said that India is not going to be behind in the implementation phase. So the key is ensuring that we are using the models that are available, getting to implementing AI for good, rather than getting into the race of creating a model just for the sake of calling it an Indian model. Because for that, the Chinese startups, government or the US is much ahead in race. So whatever we do, we would only be doing a catch-up game. Rather, just like what we did for the UPI, what we've done, initiated rather, on the health sector, Abha, if AI could be implemented with those particular foundations models that are already available, and there are a lot of open source models that can be fine-tuned, that can be tuned for Indian use cases. But the key would be that we implement those particular use cases for us.
All right, fair enough. Valid points there. Okay, let's also talk about defense a little bit. General Sudhakar ji here with us. General Sudhakar ji, thank you so much for being here. The government obviously proposes that more investment needs to be made when it comes to the defense sector, and I'm going to say this and lay this out again, that the government does not want to be an importer anymore. It wants to export, and it wants the bottom line of our GDP. It wants the exchequer to be pleased with the kind of remuneration in money that India can bring in when it comes to defense exports. Are you aligned with this, with the government's vision when it comes to that?
Vinit, good evening. Thank you for getting me to the show, and very compliments to the very distinguished and esteemed panelists. It's a treat to listen to each one of them. As regards the question which you are asking, my understanding and take is that here is a budget which is basically being developed with a premise to shape the Indian economy to what Mr. Savio very rightly articulated. Our aim is to look for a $30 trillion economy with 18,000 plus per capita income and export-oriented income. So that is what we are looking by 2047, and minimum import. We have to be self-reliant. Atmanirbhar Bharat has to be the center of gravity of everything. So we have to be self-dependent, self-reliant. I think this is a very conceptual articulation which Mr. Savio made, and I must compliment him for that. And so keeping this in the backdrop, I think the Indian economy, this particular budget has been developed on the premise of what is the geopolitical churn which is taking place, which has started unfolding post-pandemic, 2020 onwards, let's say, and the supply chain disruption and the price rise all over the world, and India being the brightest spot. When I say the brightest spot, what I mean is India is a country which should rightfully feel proud of having 500 million consumers with the capability of spending $12 a day. It's not me. I am not saying this. It is a central organization in the United Nations who has given out this data. So keeping all these factors in mind, I personally feel that we have just about started the Atmanirbhar Bharat and just about started a kind of a remarkable beginning of $2.57 odd billion export of weapons, arms, ammunition last year, and we aim to actually multiply. So multiplication of this factor is dependent on many issues. Defense production per se is not you think in the night and next day morning you start bearing the fruit. It's not that simple. It requires a huge, long gestation period. But Vinit, if you allow me, there are a couple of issues which are linked to this particular question which you have asked. If you allow me, I would like to articulate. The centrality of any economy or any budget lies in, giving a cure or remedy for the malaise or the deficiencies which have been noticed. In past quarter or two, it has been seen that the Indian economy went sluggish despite every pillar of economy being perceived to be in place. Why did it happen? It happened because rightfully it has been articulated that the demand is directly related or linked with the consumption. The consumption was falling. So who are the people who consume maximum? It has been studied by topmost economists. They have given out the theories that it is the low-end bracket of the income spectrum are the people who have the highest propensity to consume. Who are the low-end bracket? And these are the people who have been targeted very rightly by our Honorable Finance Minister. Compliments for that. Second thing, by targeting the service class or the working class, there is a multiplication factor in economy, and that multiplication factor essentially related to the employment generation and income. And so it has again been rightfully targeted. Now you come to the defense budget. This is for the first time.
Quickly, we have a full house, sir. We have a full house, sir. Please wrap up.
Okay. Two more lines. I hope I got the figures right. This is for the first time after a declining statistics between 2012-13 to 2020-24. 2012-13, the budget allocation was 16.4% of the central government annual defense expenditure, annual budget, and it had gone down to 12.9% in 2020.
Okay, fair enough, sir. Vinod Raval, tax expert, also with us on the program. Mr. Raval, are you there with us? I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Raval, incessant complaining from citizens in the country that, okay, we may not be paying taxes when it comes to our income bracket, but the fact of the matter is, that we end up paying GST, we end up in fact having our TDS deducted. Are all those complaints likely to mellow down now that the tax bracket has been pushed up to 12 lakhs according to you?
Yes, thank you, Vineet. Like the finance minister budget, you have kept the part B at the end of the whole debate. So it's fine. She also said that I will be putting the numbers.
Saving the best for the last, sir. Saving the best for the last.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you for taking me in this debate. The thing is actually that, yes, 12 lakhs rupees. Now there is no income tax. For TDS, there are some rationalization. The slab rates, the threshold limits has gone up. For the slabs, I think this is the best the percentages which has been given now. It is giving you a benefit of 35,000 rupees to around 2 lakhs rupees if your income is around 25 lakhs rupees. So everybody is getting benefited with that. And in addition to that, a week ago, they have given an 8th pay commission also. For the salary, they have an additional 75,000 rupees standard deduction, which also adds up to this. So up to an income of 12 lakhs 75,000 rupees, there is no tax now. However, if your income is above 12 lakhs rupees, I was right when I was listening to the other panelists, that if it is more than 12 lakhs, then he has to pay the taxes on the earlier income also. Actually, sir, this is the rebate given to the people who has an income up to 12 lakhs rupees, means a lakh rupees per month he's making. So government is subsidizing that 60,000 rupees tax out of their own pocket under Section 87A. Whereas if your income is more than that, you don't need that subsidy. So certainly you have to pay taxes on that. There may be some rationalization if your income is 12 lakhs and 1,000, so you're not paying 60,000 rupees tax in that case. So that, I think, modalities will be coming later on. So that is there. So now, if you really compare the tax slabs, earlier it was 3 lakhs and above the tax rates were getting changed. There was lesser tax slabs. Now the tax slabs have also been stretched down from 15 lakhs to 24 lakhs. So 30% tax is now payable after 24 lakhs. They have not reduced this, but the most of the numbers has come in this bracket because there are very less people who are below that amount. So now the thing is, as it was being said, that there are few people, around 8 crore people filed their tax returns, and out of that, 80% are in this segment. It has been proven test in last decades by every country that whenever there is a tax slab relaxations, the income goes high. The reason is disposable income.
Right,
they get more money to spend, they pay more income taxes, they pay more GSTs, and with that cycle, the country gets more money, and person also gets wealthier with that.
All right,
so I feel for the middle class, this is a bonanza, as you rightly mentioned.
Bonanza for the middle class. But let me invoke Mr. Vinesh Menon, Director General FICCI, arise into this conversation once again. Vinesh, I just read out, some of the incentives that have been announced for women and how that is likely to also facilitate the children who are associated with their moms. What do you make of this connection, and how is this going to help, the education ecosystem from the ground up?
I think, can you hear me, Vinny?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I think a large portion of the SOPs are to do with the Anganwadi workers and the folks who actually work on the ground with Anganwadis, which take care of children between 6 months to 6 years of age. Of course, pregnant mothers is one part of it, but they also help children get their early education in these Anganwadis, and that I think makes a lot of difference. Very important. NEP has emphasized on this particular area that before the age of 7, a child garners the maximum input of what's going around him or her, and therefore I think that's a very important step that has been taken. So I think women, we all know that to a large extent, if you look at the entire education ecosystem, a large portion of the percentage of the teaching staff in the education sector, they are women. And I think what they bring to the table as teachers, I think are critical. And I think any amount of stops that are needed to take care of that area would be is certainly welcome.
All right, fair enough. Let me, in fact, once again bring in Savio into this conversation. Savio, if you're there with us.
I am.
All right, Savio, you know, we've been in multiple debates where we always talk about, you know, what India needs to do to get ahead of China. And they say that the fastest way to get somewhere is slowly. Do you think India has definitely mastered the art of not rushing into any kind of a competition, but actually realizing that with the kind of complication and administrative issues India has, you know, the budget has to be treated from an angle which spells out a cohesive increase in efforts, not immediate?
You know, the biggest problem that some people have as far as opinions are concerned is that competition is about, you know, winning in a particular segment or in a particular skill set. But what if two people are not in that same particular skill set? Then that competition is not even. So the real game of geopolitics is not India versus China or India versus US. It is India versus India's strengths itself. India can create, I mean, let's say let me give you this example in this way. Let's say there's somebody who's very good at cricket and, you know, the world admires cricket. But there is another person that's not good at cricket. Maybe that person's good at taekwondo, which is a sport very few people play. But you have somebody who wins laurels in taekwondo for the country. Are you going to say he's less than the cricketer as far as his commitment to that sport is? It's the same thing in the geopolitical space as well. I think what India is doing is not following. What India is doing is creating a mark of its own and then let the other countries follow us. Because we've got our own strengths. India is not going to be China. And we don't want India to be China. The political setups are different. But what India has is a very strong, young India and a young, talented India, a young, skilled India and a young, intellectual India. That's a great strength that we have. And we're going to play to our strengths rather than just ape any other country. People are talking about being like America and look at what deep state, you know, look at what has happened in America as far as, you know, the AI is concerned or China's AI is concerned. But why isn't anybody talking about the way we've done UPI?
Savio,
or
just hold on.
handled the COVID crisis?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is a point that definitely needs to be pondered over. Mr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, also joins us on the broadcast at this point in time. Mr. Tharoor, appreciate you speaking with us. This is Vineet. So, your initial assessment of what this budget entails and how it's going to, in fact, you know, create India into a very robust economy.
Well, I'm afraid I find it a rather underwhelming budget. I mean, if you're a salaried taxpayer with a decent income, this may put a little more money in your pocket, and certainly if you're living in Delhi and Bihar, the government hopes you'll be grateful to the ruling party when the elections come around this year. But short of that, this budget does not address any of the central issues that we have been raising before the budget that we hope the finance minister would address. First and foremost is the problem of unemployment. If you don't have a job, then tax relief is academic because you don't have a salary. And the problem is that large numbers of our young people are unemployed. We hold the world's record for youth unemployment. We have the world's record for the number of college-educated unemployed in our country. And that's a very dismaying situation. Secondly, there's some real worry about investment. Where is investment going to come from? This government can say grand things about manufacturing and exports, but manufacturing will not come without investment. Without investment, you won't get jobs and you won't get exports. The problem we have at the moment is not only that FDI is leaving the country in droves, but we're also seeing a situation where domestic investors are skittish about investing. And there are various reasons for that, but one of them is certainly the government's own attitude, which is discouraging investment. The policy of championing a few so-called national champion companies, which has created monopolies and duopolies in a couple of sectors, has discouraged all other companies from coming in because they don't have a level playing field there. And they're not expecting that any rule changes are going to benefit them. They'll only be geared towards the big boys.
Right.
And so they're not investing. We've seen last year $23,000 millionaires have left this country, migrated and become NRIs. Now, we need to reverse that. We need to persuade them to stay here and to spend their money here, not take it out, and to invest in creating jobs for our people. I see nothing in this budget that addresses those problems. The finance minister didn't even use the word unemployment, didn't use the word investment in any serious practical sense of the term. And already last year, you remember, she announced an employment-linked incentive scheme for which they budgeted 10,000 crores. They only managed to cut the budget fund to 6,000, and they haven't generated enough jobs from that scheme last year. So this year, there's no longer talk of that. Where is employment going to come from? These are my big concerns. There are many other concerns, but this is why I feel much less excited about the middle-class tax cut, because it's not going to address these larger questions.
But Mr. Tharoor, the government says that, the tenets of economic growth have been maintained despite the pandemic wreaking havoc just a few years ago. If you talk about a sustainable and a consistent GDP growth, that's taken place. And even if you talk about inflation as compared to what it was in the UP era, the government maintains it's under control. How do you respond to that?
Well, it's actually not accurate. The growth rate has gone down. We've seen that even by last year's projections, this year's projection is lower. And global projections by bodies like the IMF are even lower still. Secondly, as far as the question of inflation is concerned, baseline inflation is 5% from September onwards. Where has inflation gone down? So even though you're putting more money in the pockets of the middle class, that money that they have in their pocket is going to go much less far than it went 1 year ago, let alone 5 years ago. So inflation has also eroded the nominal value of people's incomes. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rain on the parade. It's nice to be having some sort of feel-good messages coming out of the government for a change. But in this particular instance, we've got to look at realistic assessments. Viksit Bharat cannot be a reality at the kind of a very modest growth rate we're seeing now. Where even if you get 6.4, you need a minimum of consistent 8% for the next 22 years to get to the kind of economy the Prime Minister wants us to be. Aspirations are all very well, and I applaud the aspiration. But let's understand we don't have a realistic pattern to get there yet.
All right, Mr. Tharoor, appreciate you taking out the time and speaking with us. Thank you so much, sir. Savio, 20 seconds to respond to that. We've run out of time.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Tharoor, but
well, he
Mr.
said that
Tharoor
the finance minister did not even mention the word unemployment. Did you find that surprising?
No, I didn't find that surprising, because I've come to realize that people like Mr. Tharoor from the Congress will see a beautiful bride, but they will still find a fault with the bride, saying her bindi is not put correct or her jewels are not of the highest quality. That's the inherent nature of the opposition, and Mr. Tharoor, because it's his job, will have to find fault in what the government has done. But the reality of the situation is this. I don't know how Mr. Tharoor or anybody defines employment as far as the mapping of employment is concerned. And I would advise them, in a couple of days, our book will be out. They can realize what has been done as far as...
Just hold on to that thought. Mr. Praful Chandra Gadai, former Finance Minister of Odisha, is also with us on the program. Mr. Praful Chandra, thank you for joining us. Sir, आप मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं?
Yes.
सर, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए आपका बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. Sir, your initial reaction to the budget, we just heard from Mr. Shashi Tharoor, who said that this is a non-tenable budget.
Listen to me. Government of India, they have proposed for a Vikasit Bharat, developed Bharat by 2047, for which 8% GDP growth is necessary. But now it is confined to 6.8%. Unless there is GDP growth, how would developed India, the dream of developed India is possible? Number two, I tell you, the middle class people and these poor people, the unemployed youth, they wanted to see what this budget delivering for them. Only for the middle class people, I can say, this income tax relaxation up to 12 lakhs is just follows to them. but there is no other thing for the middle class people. For the unemployed youth, the budget doesn't speak anything. To arrest this price rise, there is no indication unless and until the oil price is revised. When a crude oil price is reducing, the retail sale of gas, oil is increasing. It has a cascading effect. The price increase of oil has a cascading effect on the price of other commodities. People of India are greatly affected by this price rise. So I'm from Odisha. So far as Odisha interest is concerned in the budget, I say we are desperate. This budget is for Bihar, people of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Purbanchal states, Assam, and Andhra Pradesh. Odisha government has a long-standing demand for a special category state, for a focus, at least to make it a focus state, or declare some special package for the development of Odisha. The present Chief Minister of Odisha met Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Union Finance Minister for a special package for the infrastructure development of the country, of the Odisha. Because, large investment is coming to Odisha, for which infrastructure development is badly necessary. For infrastructure development, there is no adequate money in the capital plan outlay. Capital expenditure is I tell you, is very desperate with the capital expenditure. Now this fiscal deficit also doesn't speak for that. However, this budget to me, for the people of Odisha, is not positive, it's not practical, it doesn't deliver anything to us. For Odisha, because of political, for Bihar, for political reasons, there is a greenfield airport, there is Makhan board, there is a lot of money for the expansion of the university, Patna University and IITs, lot of money for Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh and Purbanchal. Negligence has been exhibited in this budget for the poor people of Odisha.
All right, sir. Sir, I appreciate your time and I appreciate your sentiment associated with this budget as well. Of course, that's a perspective that you've shared with us, but unfortunately we've run out of time. We're going to dip into a very, very minuscule break. Uday Pratap Singh is going to take over on the other side. I'll be right back.
उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार प्रदेश के आर्थिक विकास के साथ साथ कानून व्यवस्था को भी दुरुस्त कर रही है। यातायात व्यवस्था को सुचारू तरीके से संचालित करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं को भी शामिल करने का फैसला किया है।
30% बेटियों को भर्ती करेंगे, जिससे सड़कों पर शोहदों को ठीक उपचार कर सकें।
यूपी ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं की अलग से विंग बनेगी। महिला विंग में 10,000 भर्तियां की जाएंगी। महिला निरीक्षक, उप निरीक्षक, सिपाही की अलग से तैनाती। सड़क हादसों में कमी लाने का लक्ष्य। सड़क हादसों में मौतों की संख्या में 50% कमी का लक्ष्य। सभी जिलों में रोड सेफ्टी एक्शन प्लान बनाने के ठोस उपाय। यातायात नियमों का पालन सुनिश्चित करेगी महिला ट्रैफिक पुलिस। सड़क दुर्घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए सुरक्षा उपायों को लागू करवाना। ट्रैफिक नियमों का उल्लंघन करने वालों पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश की ट्रैफिक पुलिस में महिलाओं के शामिल होने से महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर तो खुलेंगे ही, महिला वाहन चालकों के लिए भी सड़क पर सफर करना आसान हो जाएगा।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, the spectacle of spirituality
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ, ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਚਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ, ਚਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े सांस्कृतिक समागम महाकुंभ प्रयागराज में अग्नि सुरक्षा के लिए 24 घंटे सतर्क और तत्पर है उत्तर प्रदेश अग्निशमन तथा आपात सेवा बल। आप भी रहें जागरूक। कुकिंग गैस में अच्छी गुणवत्ता वाले एलपीजी पाइप और रेगुलेटर का प्रयोग करें। रसोई घर का निर्माण टीन शेड में करें। उपयोग के बाद रेगुलेटर नॉब से गैस सप्लाई बंद करें। एलपीजी गैस की गंध आने पर तुरंत रेगुलेटर व गैस स्टोव बंद करें। टेंट में एलपीजी गैस और ज्वलनशील पदार्थ का उपयोग न करें। शिविरों में मानक के अनुरूप बिजली के कार्य कराएं। उच्च रेटिंग वाले MCB ESCB का प्रयोग करें। सर्किट, बल्ब, ट्यूबलाइट के मध्य कम से कम 15 सेंटीमीटर की दूरी सुनिश्चित करें। अपना कर यह आसान उपाय महाकुंभ को बनाए सुरक्षा का पर्याय। स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ 2025 प्रयागराज।
Hello and welcome. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us live on Newsx. Our big focus this hour is on the Union Budget 2025. Yes, the first full-fledged government of Modi 3.0 has been presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And we are, of course, focusing now on some of those key announcements. The FM today announced a credit boost for MSMEs, that is micro, small and medium enterprises, to generate employment, especially for young people. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called this the people's budget to help enterprises achieve higher efficiency for scale, technology upgradation, better access to capital, investment and turnout limits for classification of all MSMEs is going to be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. Now this would not only pace the manufacturing sector but would also provide employment opportunities for countless youth of the country. Joining us live now is Jayan Mehta, Managing Director Amul. He's live with us. Jayan Mehta, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Before we focus on this specific, that I just brought up on the MSME sector, I'd like to get your take, of course, on that in just a bit. But first, your overall sense of the budget. What did you make of what we've heard today from the Finance Minister?
Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic budget. From what we heard from Honorable Finance Minister, agriculture has been identified as an engine for growth. The budget did continue the earlier policies of focusing on the poor, on the youth, on the farmers, and also on the women. And we as dairy cooperatives are closely working with all these groups. But then the biggest boost this budget has given is perhaps to the middle class. So to these four, we have to add the fifth one, which is the middle class. And in form of middle class is the market. So if you put money in the hands of the customer, obviously that goes back to the producer. So this is one budget which is going to give a big boost to consumption. And we being in the food business, Amul is the largest food brand of India, largest FMCG with a turnover of more than 80,000 crores. In a market of dairy, which is the largest in the country, because milk is the largest agricultural crop of the country, and it was outlined in the economic policy document also yesterday, that in a dairy business of more than 11 lakh crores, or about $135 billion, Amul is $10-12 billion. And if consumers pay 100 rupees on Amul products, 80 to 85% goes back to the farmer. So this is where you will give a double benefit to both the production side, when the Kisan gets credit card, enhanced limit in that the credit limits, to other support which is given to boost agriculture, boost production, and more importantly, giving money hands of the wallets and the hands of the customers will boost the economy. And of course, the industry will grow, the farmer base and the producers will also grow, and it will bring in a much bigger multiplier effect to the economy than what normally books of accounts can show.
So as far as your sector is concerned, Mr. Mehta, you're quite pleased with the budget?
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I said, because consumers, if they have more nutritious products, which was also outlined by the Honorable Finance Minister, people are getting more conscious of food, what they eat. And there we come in as the most trusted brand in the country in most of these categories. I'm sure it will bring in a great benefit to the food sector, to the dairy sector, and of course Amul. And
do you also believe that consumer spends will go up because there's going to be more money in the pocket, thanks to, of course, the tax savings now that will also happen?
Exactly, because it's been said that the only thing certain in life is taxes and death. But here, to pay taxes, you will have to earn 13 lakh rupees. And so obviously it will motivate a lot of people to work hard, earn more. And of course, when you spend more, when you have more money, you benefit. So it's a win-win situation for both the producers, the consumers, and more importantly, the economy and the growth which we are looking at to become Viksit Bharat. I think this will be a very, very big booster. And obviously the impact of this is not just for 1 year. It will go on for decades, and that's what will bring in the desired benefits.
Now, of course, you're a cooperative that works very, very closely and directly with farmers, which is why I'd also like to, ask you to just elaborate a bit on the agriculture sector. Of course, you weighed in on that in your opening comment. But as far as the agriculture sector is concerned, do you believe farmers and, people in the agri sector would be pleased with this budget? Now, because the agriculture sector has been a point of contention, the opposition often takes pot shots at the government based on this sector in particular. But as far as farmers in this sector is concerned, would they be happy with this budget, you feel?
Yes, it will be beneficial for them, because as I mentioned, the budget speaks about agriculture as an engine for growth, and a lot of effort have been made to bring stimuli to this sector to keep growing the way the country grows. And the GDP has been supported by agriculture, which the numbers actually prove. More importantly, cooperatives have been identified as a tool for development of the farmers and bring them access to the market. The new Ministry of Cooperation has been taking several initiatives to strengthen the presence of cooperatives across the country. And today, when we hear the Honorable Finance Minister talking about the focus on exports, there is already a multi-state cooperative on exports, which is working to create a market for all the producers who are associated with cooperatives across the country. So all in all, it connects a lot of dots, puts in the focus where it is required, has a vision for the future, and more importantly, the right elements to connect the market with the producer and take care of the aspirations of the 46% of Indian population who still stays in villages, though they may be contributing only to 16-18% of our GDP.
Okay. I'd like you to also now weigh in on the MSME sector, because this government has focused a lot on the MSME sector as well, and that's something we're focusing on in this segment. The MSME sector is very, very important because they directly also, provide employment by generating, of course, employment opportunities and jobs. And now this focus, this push for this sector through these announcements today is hopefully going to have a direct correlation with job creation, but also provide the sector a big boost, which will further add to the economy.
Yes, that's right. Because it's when MSME is the name which was given before we had the words like startup or the entrepreneurship coming in the common lingo. So this is where you are actually nurturing enterprise at the smallest level, then providing them with the capital which is required for growth, giving them access to the market and other support for handholding, encouraging them to use the latest tools, technologies, and take part in the growth of the country. So I think identifying MSMEs as the second growth engine also is a very visionary step, and I'm sure we'll see more and more initiatives in this space, both at the central and state level, to bring a big boost to the sector.
All right, Jayan Mehta, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us overall with your perspective, your sense of this budget of 2025. Let's quickly go across now and get our viewers some more details regarding, of course, this particular announcements that we're focusing on, and of course the emphasis on job creation and the MSME sector of this budget as well. So of course these were the big announcements today. Let's quickly recap them. A scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, SC/ST first time entrepreneurs as well. This will be a big boost, of course, for women and of course members of the backward communities. Also, the scheme will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years to them. The scheme also includes online capacity building for entrepreneurship as well as managerial skills as well, something of course that will be very, very important, and will equip them of course with the skill sets needed for growth. Further announcement, full exemption of BCD to cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium ion battery, and 12 more critical minerals as well. This is again a big announcement for this particular sector. This will help secure their availability for manufacturing in India and also promote more jobs for our youth, but also importantly become a hub hopefully in our country for this particular sector. Also, multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with states as well. That's also something that the FM outlined today. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, tech, as well as invigorating the rural economy further. Also, the government will develop the top 50 tourist sites in partnership with states and extend mudra loans as well to homestays, so that there is further job creation as well through the hospitality industry. Also, medical tourism will be promoted in partnership with the private sectors as well. So all-encompassing budget there. Financial support also will be provided for Western Kosi Canal, benefiting 50,000 hectares in the Mithilanchal region in particular in Bihar as well. Now, of course, Bihar is a poll-bound state this year. We'll be voting later in the year. Also, revised classification criteria. Now we are of course talking in particular about the MSME and startup sector. Revised classification criteria for MSMEs has been announced, with investment limits increased now 2.5 times. Also, turnover limits are doubled as well. So the ambit of course grows there. Micro enterprises can now have investments up to 25 crore rupees and also a turnover of up to 10 crore rupees. So that limit raised as well. Small enterprises limits have also been raised to 25 crores investment and a turnover of 100 crore rupees. Meanwhile, enhanced credit guarantee cover for MSMEs has been increased from 5 crore rupees to 10 crores as well. Enhanced credit guarantee is expected to generate additional credit of 1.5 lakh rupees, 1.5 lakh crore rupees rather, over the next 5 years alone. And a new micro enterprise credit card scheme with 5 lakh limits also will be launched. The provisions for that too have been laid out today. New micro enterprise credit card scheme targets 10 lakh enterprises in the first year alone. Also, a new focus product scheme of footwear and leather sector also aims to create employment for 22 lakh people as well. A new focus product scheme is expected to generate exports worth about 1.1 lakh crores. That's also something big that this budget has set out. A scheme for toy sector to focus on developing clusters and skills to create high quality products under the Make in India brand has also been envisioned. The government has announced a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium and large industries to further the Make in India initiative as well. Also, the National Institute of Food Tech, Entrepreneurship and Management will be established, in fact, in Bihar. Meanwhile, this will result in financed income to farmers, also advance employment opportunities for the youth of the nation as well. So a lot, of course, in this budget as far as job creation goes, but also in particular for the MSME sector, startups. This is something that we've examined, and we want to quickly now put across to our panel as well. Dr. Jaideep Bhattacharya is joining us live, President CDEPR. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, CEO of Q-Gates Technology, also joins us live. Nasser Salim, banker, also live with us. Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist. Let me quickly make a start with you first, Dr. Bhattacharya. As far as, of course, the MSME sector, startups are concerned, would they be pleased with the announcements in the budget today? Also, what kind of correlation is this hopefully going to have for furthering job creation in our country?
I think there is no reason for them to complain. All the asks and demands have been fulfilled to the extent that's reasonably possible. It's for now up to the startups and the small enterprises to grow. I think the other key dimension for the ask from startups and the smaller companies is what was captured in the economic survey, that please get out of the way, that the government should not be becoming a bottleneck. And I think many of the provisions are indicating that that's the way the government is going to double down on, and they are going to move out and therefore enable ease of doing business in many aspects, in terms of filing, in terms of compliances, in terms of taxation, and so on and so forth. There also been signaling in the budget that even the tax rates will be further rationalized, and I mean the indirect tax rates, which will be further rationalized. The Income Tax Act that's coming up, or the bill that's coming up, will also be further simplified. So for startups who really struggle, and smaller companies, MSMEs, who really struggle to do the compliances, to get the funds, to file all the requirements, I think this will be music to the ears. And on top of it, the fact that there is an enlarged fund of funds that has been allocated, that just means that there will be more money that will be trickling down to these enterprises, allowing them to grow faster. I think also, in addition, the fact that there will be more money available in the economy because of the increased disposable income, because of the changes in the direct tax rate that was declared, that kind of becomes a headline that there is no tax till about 12 lakhs, enables a larger market to be created for these MSMEs and startups. So clearly, everything seems to be positive. Also, many of the things will be work in progress, obviously. It depends on how well the ambitions of the government are actually executed for the next 8 to 10 months. But whatever has been said in the budget is all very positive.
Let me quickly also get in Wing Commander Sudhakaran now. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, your overall sense of the budget, also in particular for job creation, employment generation, was there enough in today's budget? For the MSME startup sector, very, very important sector, of course, in our country. The Prime Minister has often spoken about how he wants, individuals to become job givers and not just job takers. In that sense, this sector plays a very key role. How important were today's announcements then for this sector?
Good evening, Uday, and good evening to all the viewers. So on the personal front, yes, there's a welcome relief on the income tax side. They have tried to put more money into the end users so that the consumption gets spurred up from the retail level. But having said that, the MSME promises, I'm largely skeptical because I will not take the word for it. They've been doing it for the last 10 years, but having gone to the last mile and having checked it out myself, I was hugely disappointed, because talking is one thing, but the government doesn't walk it. It doesn't know how to walk. That's the problem. It's just tumbles and falls down, and then you find a new promise. Like, for example, SIDBI is one of its arms. But you go to SIDBI, they will tell you that they don't have a due diligence arm. They simply, in fact, their top level managers have admitted that that's a flaw. Now, how long does it take for you to fix it? You can say, I can give you 10,000 crores, but you don't spend it. Then what do I do with it? The National AI Mission was committed 1 lakh crores. Where did that money go? What did we make out of it? Now, today we are talking about procuring GPUs for 10,000 crores. We've not procured it, and it's going to take another 2 years. And 2 years is like 200 years in AI as on date. The biggest mistake, and I have to point to you on this, I've written a LinkedIn post on this. The government has announced 500 crores on a center of excellence. That's the biggest blunder that you can commit. Because you, on the one hand, say that you don't have money to spend and you spend it fragmented ways. And where did you choose to invest it? You choose to invest it on a center of excellence. I'll point out where the problem is. See, when you say I'm going to invest 500 crores, you are again going to invest it either in hardware or real estate or in people, right? So most of that money is going to go in hardware. By that time it gets installed and commissioned, that hardware is going to get mostly obsolete. The second thing is, for operating these complex systems, you need very nuanced, very talented skill set. And that skill set, if at all they're even capable, they're not going to come and work in the academia for the money that you're going to pay. Now, add to these two problems, what kind of return on investment that is going to get. My point here is, converge all your investment. Every penny is important for India. I understand that. We have a problem. When you have a problem, you don't spend like this. You spend in the right area, you pick the right courses. You should have put that in design. You don't put it in training when you don't have a design in place. You are all over the place. And that's the flaw. You don't know how to spend your money. You don't know how to implement. It is nice to say, I've created a fund of funds. But how are you going to implement it? The implementation is woefully miserable. You ask the startups, the large chunk of startups today are in the software sector. They're not even funded. The banks don't give them fund. You go to the bank, they say, sir, we don't know how to evaluate you. When you say your software costs X amount of rupees, I don't know how, because the bankers are simply clueless. They are not technologists. So therefore, they say you go to a VC arm. Now, the VC world is a very different world. Now, if the VC does a due diligence on you and they're willing to fund you, I don't need to support the banks. Then what is the government talking about? There are many other schemes. They appear to be good on face, but the moment you get inside them, I bet any of you, it's nice to talk on TV studios to say, oh, this is wonderful, that is wonderful. Go sit across the bench and try to get a check signed from them. You're not getting it. And the last that I have to tell you is the rate of interest. You know how much even your government banks, which is charging the lowest charge, an MSME, it's upwards of 13%. Now 13% plus 18% GST, it's a killer on you. Because when you get them, there is no liquidity flow as far as GST is concerned for the small firms. And I'll tell you one more scam. There is a 7 years, they say, there's a startup tax holiday for the startups. You get inside, they say, it is 3 years. And even in that 3 years, when it comes to filing your tax, there is a minimum alternative tax of 15 plus 3% cess, which means 18% corporate tax you have to pay. So what is the rebate that you're getting? 7%. Are you joking? That's why I tell the government, don't tax the seed, tax the tree. Make the seed grow into a tree, let it fruit. Then you tax them. You will be able to get more than what you invested.
Okay.
But
pointing. Let me take that across very quickly to Nasir Salim as well. Nasir Salim, we've seen, of course, some very, very, big announcements today, of course, particularly focusing now on the MSME and startup sector. What do you make of, what this budget, of course, has envisioned for them with these, with the ambit now being raised, of course, for classification of small enterprises, medium enterprises as well, and more companies now falling in this ambit. Is that going to provide a further boost to this sector? Also, as far as startups are concerned, and now the further boost for them, hopefully, will this ensure enough jobs are generated and the rate of job creation goes up in the next 1 year?
Good evening, Uday. Thank you very much. Great to be back on your show. So, 2-3 things clearly. Number one, I think, this budget overall seems to have addressed one of the largest concerns of the middle income group, which is to say that, they've been taxed for the last so many years, and they remain to be taxed as heavily as compared to some of the other, what should I say, the other individuals who drive or run the economy. But I think it's obviously bodes really well for consumption. Uday, clearly, I mean, there is no doubt on that. And for sectors such as everything that falls under broad-based consumption, whether it's fast-moving consumer goods. You had, the Amul MD earlier come in and say that. I think I completely agree with him. FMCG, you can look at retail, look at automobiles, you look at some of broader consumer durables, all white and brown goods. All of these sectors seem to have been a big beneficiary of this announcement, which is also reflective in some of the indices that moved up post the announcement in the budget. Now, obviously, you're infusing more liquidity. You are leaving, more personal disposable income, which will, create and end up in that consumption boost. And I think more importantly than that, Uday, it's the sentiment that, drives a lot of positivity. I think the other thing also imminent now is that on account of this, inflation as an animal seems to be in control, and RBI, it is more, important for the RBI to take cognizant of what is happening, and then look at possible rate cuts, which will indirectly or directly have private participation come in terms of private expenditure. And therefore, this entire cycle of production consumption should start. One area where I feel, Uday, since you have raised that point, one area that I feel where I didn't see any roadmap clearly was on one example that I want to talk about in your show is if you look at corporate profitability in the last 12 months. If I look at calendar year, if I look at calendar year 24, you will see that corporate profit gone all-time high, right? But real wages have actually gone below pre-pandemic levels. Now, that tells you a very different story. It tells you that the lowest income group is not being able to meet inflationary issues, more so on account of food price inflation. This food price inflation remains a challenge even now. And then with real wages not picking up, will also, also have its own challenges in terms of its impact, and therefore unemployment. So I think, the point that you raised on employment, I think the roadmap for decreasing unemployment or increasing employment has not been mentioned in this budget. There has been no discussion on that. Yes, there is a lot of fiscal prudence, which is evident. They are saying that they will be able to meet to the estimate of 4.4% of fiscal budget for this financial year, which is a positive, no doubt. And that again bodes really well for the overall some of these consumption boost sectors, and also for certain interest rate sensitive sectors like the NBFC, right? But I think your core question on employment remains unanswered, in my opinion. I think this real wages is a real challenge, Uday. I think we need to do more, think out of the box, to ensure that those unemployment numbers start to inch down. And I don't think, if you ask me directly or indirectly, I don't think because of this re-rationalization of taxation slabs will that get employment. I doubt that, right? What I do feel is that it's going to definitely impact consumption in a positive way, which is favorable. It's definitely an added benefit. And I think from a sentiment perspective, it adds a lot of positivity, especially to the capital markets. As I told you, the sectors that I just mentioned,
yes,
will be direct beneficiaries.
Okay. Gautam Mukherjee, quickly drawing you in here now. Now, Gautam Mukherjee, there is a need, of course, for providing further employment opportunities for the youth of our country, and also ensuring that the pace of job creation speeds up. In that view and direction, how important and crucial were today's announcements in the budget?
Well, I think it's fairly obvious, not only in this country, but in almost all high population countries, that job creation, either in the public sector or in the private sector, particularly combined with the technological advances that are necessary to incorporate are not going to keep up with the actual influx of people who need jobs. So I think what the government is doing, and rightly so, is they've provided a plethora of loans and enablers to all sectors in, whether it's agriculture, whether it's poor people, whether it's women entrepreneurs, whether it's startups, small businessmen, to generate their own income and, in fact, provide employment, small employment perhaps, to others. The other thing is, if you look at the example of other countries, I will liken it to, an aircraft carrier group. The Japanese, the big hongs in Japan are the ones that brought up many small and medium enterprises alongside. But they are the people with the lawyers and the analysts and the economists and the management people to negotiate the red tape and get the loans and get it all working smoothly. They have the resources, they have the time, they have the muscle. You cannot expect, as one of the panelists was saying, the small people are just not up to it. They cannot, as it is, you've got to be cook, bottle washer, and entrepreneur and, doorman all in one when you are a small businessman. Now, that is daunting enough without having to deal with a government which is like a monolith that never tires, never dies, never goes away, and is all powerful. So it's only the bigger companies that can deal with these people and provide an umbrella formation for the smaller companies to work alongside. It's the same in defense, which is being emphasized a lot now. It's the same in manufacturing, this China Plus One business, ancillaries, wherever, to think of this in a disparate silo is, I think, a mistake. And it's got to be a conglomeration of the big and the small together in order to provide both the muscle and the employment and the security that the whole sector needs. And if you look at China's example, it's the small that becomes big in due course. If you look at our own stock market, people are forever trying to discover the right small cap stock that will become medium cap and then eventually maybe even large cap. Now, small cap is not what it used to be. And MSME is not what it used to be. It's not a few lakhs anymore. Even the tiniest are in crores. So everything is moving up the ladder and needs to work in, in combination. Uday.
Okay, let me in fact quickly now turn our focus to another big emphasis and big push made today in the budget. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman did present, of course, today's budget in which 6.8 lakh crore rupees was allocated for the defense sector for the upcoming fiscal year. Now, this amount accounts for approximately 1.91% of India's estimated gross domestic product. It also represents a 9.5% increase from the previous year's budget. Meanwhile, a significant portion of this allocation has been earmarked for bolstering India's military capabilities via indigenous production. In fact, 1.8 lakh crores has been set aside under the capital budget for the acquisition of new defense equipment, including weapons, aircrafts, warships, as well as more. Let's quickly give you a sense of what the big announcements were as far as the defense sector is concerned in today's Union Budget 2025. So an outlay of 6.81 lakh crores was set aside today. Of course, that's the total amount. The capital outlay was 1.8 lakh crore rupees to be specific. And if we quickly, of course, move on. Let's quickly move on to the next slide if we can, which obviously is giving us a sense of the defense budget allocations, which of course is very, very significant. And here we are of course showing you how it's changed over the years. So obviously from 24, you can see what the, what it was in 23, what it was in 22, now what it was in 2021. So every year you can clearly see of course through this slide that there has been a significant increase in the capital outlay as well as of course the total allocation for the budget. This is what it stood at in 2020. So significant increase, and if we talk about the percentage increase from last year till this year, it is 9.5%, which is of course again another significant rise. Can we take this from the top? Let's just go back to the previous slide if we can, of defense announcements. If we can go back to the previous slide. Okay, we've gone too further. Let's just go up a bit. Then we get some more announcements of course, and specifics of those we are again showing you. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so 6.22 lakh crore rupees has been allocated to the Ministry of Defence, the highest amongst all ministries as well. That is again a big takeaway of course of today's budget. The capital acquisition, it stands at 1.72 lakh crore rupees for the acquisition of modern defense equipment. So obviously that's the need of the hour. This is the money that's been, the capital outlay that's been laid out for it. 75% of this will be allocated for domestic procurement. That is again a big thrust on Make in India, Atmanirbharta for the defense sector as well. Operational readiness, as far as this is concerned, 92,088 crore rupees has been put aside for sustenance and operational preparedness as well of our military. Also, defense pensions, 1.41 lakh crore rupees being allocated for defense pensions, benefiting around 32 lakh pensioners as well. Again, a very significant amount. Also, ECHS, that's ex-serviceman contribution health scheme, 6,968 crore rupees being allocated to improve healthcare for veterans, which again marks a 28% rise from what it was last year. As far as border infrastructure is concerned, 6,500 crore rupees for development of border roads has also been set aside. And as far as coastal security also goes, 7,651 crore rupees has been allocated to the Indian Coast Guard for enhancing maritime security as well. And 23,855 crores for the DRDO, 518 crore rupees allocated to IDEX, that's acing development of innovative technologies. That's also something that was significant in this budget. Also, as far as strategic projects goes, funding for projects like the Neuma airfield in Ladakh, the Shinkula tunnel and the Nechipu tunnel, that's also something that's of course gone up. The self-reliance in defense as well, boosting indigenous defense production under Atmanirbharta initiative. That also was again a big focus of what the finance minister said today. Shipbuilding, benefits for the shipbuilding stocks, as 25,000 crore Maritime Development Fund was also allocated today. Obviously that did lead to stock rally for the shipbuilding stocks as well. So big boost for the defense sector, something that again is being welcomed by multiple analysts. And let's quickly get in Wing Commander Sudhakaran's take on that. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, what do you make of what the budget had in store for the defense sector?
Expensive proposition. So if you actually look at the 10% increase, that's par for the course. As it is, we are spending much lesser than what a country of our size actually demands, considering the neighbors are Pakistan and China. They are breathing down fire down your throat, though China seems to have mellowed because of, thanks to Trump in a lot of ways. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had it so easy. Though China has given us some time, we must not take it for granted that it will be peace forever in that region. So given the realities of the geopolitics in the eastern side, we have to really prepare ourselves, and there are a lot of capital procurements. We all know about the 160 odd fighter jets that needs to be procured. The due diligence is already underway. There's discussion, and we cannot wait for too long to procure it because the number of squadrons are coming down. And so is the naval fleet. Approximately 25 to 30,000 odd crore is already planned for this year. under various expansion of the naval fleet. Add to this the requirements of the army, you will really realize that we will be falling short of even this budget. Though it might look substantial, as I already said, the modernization is not really progressing at the pace that the defense would like it to be. But as long as the peace prevails, because the West is on the western border, we have Pakistan, which is caught in its own turmoil, and China, which is now, revisiting its entire strategy of, India vis-a-vis, that of the Americans, and it is caught in a new trade war. So we may have a couple of years to breathe easy, but then we should not breathe easy. We must ensure that we make most of this time that we have for ourselves, and then we build our men and equipment to the level that is required. If there is a conflict that will come after a couple of years or maybe 5. But we need to be prepared at all times. And this is a small effort, I would say. Wouldn't say a significant effort, considering that there is a significant increase in payout on codage of pension and pay and allowances. And mind you, we are also hinting at going into the next pay commission, which also means a significant cost to the exchequer in terms of salaries. So all put together, I think this is par for the course. Not even par for the course, it's slightly below, but then that's what you have. You can't have money on all the plates. So I think the finance minister knows it better. It's very easy for us to comment on all these things. But then I think she must have done whatever maximum is possible on that front.
Yes, a significant increase, Gautam Mukherjee, from, of course, last year. We've seen also, of course, money for the veterans funds being increased as well from what it was last year. Your overall sense of, the defense sector announcements and component of today's budget. Also, Gautam Mukherjee, the focus on Make in India for defense, Atmanirbharta, domestic procurement also coming out with what was said today, wasn't it?
Well, I think it's very encouraging and quite in keeping with the Modi government's incremental approach. Every year, we do a little bit more in terms of, what we can according to the cloth that we have. As far as Atmanirbharta goes, there are some glaring strategic issues. For example, engines for fighter aircraft, engines for ships, engines across the board, where we have not so far been able to crack the idea of making it ourselves in joint venture over here. Now, I think we are finally waking up to it, this buying outright. The Biden administration has seen to it that we didn't get the GE engines at all during its entire tenure. Now that Trump has come, perhaps these engines will flow. Meanwhile, the Tejas program is building on all the other aspects of it as best as it can. So, we do not only have to do Atmanirbharta as is the only real way out for strategic independence, but we also have to address the critical, this is the heart of a aircraft, this new small tank we made, everything, the transmission, the engine are American. I mean, we could not make this ourselves, and this is what we have to address and take care of in the near future. Sure, we're going 50, 60, 70, 80% indigenous, but they tend to be for the componentry which is less critical. I'm not knocking it. It's better than nothing. And we've got exports going, particularly in BrahMos and Pinaka, and that's excellent too, as well as small things but important things like bulletproof vests, in which we excel, as it turns out. So down the road, if we can crack these critical componentry by not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but collaborating seriously with somebody so that we are able to do this in country now and improve on it gradually, as we have with many of the Soviet things that we have collaborated on.
Okay, let me quickly, in fact, draw in Dr. Bhattacharya for a quick comment on this, Dr. Bhattacharya, because the fact, of course, very clearly is that the allocations also for this sector, very, very crucial defense sector, of course, the outlay, of course, being increased. We've seen that steady increase from 2020 to 2025, as I explained earlier, in the graphics that I put out. But we're seeing this allocation happen very strategically. Subtle focus everywhere on the Atmanirbhar aspect of it, on the domestic procurement, domestic manufacturing, but also maritime security, the strategic projects, particularly the border road projects that we've been seeing of late as well. Also, a lot of outlay for the DRDO sector for more research and innovation as well.
Let me start with the headline figure that there has been a roughly 9% increase in allocation to defense. Actually, as percentage of GDP, it stays roughly the same. It was about 2% of GDP or 1.8% of GDP last year. It's 1.9% of the GDP this year. Because the GDP has grown, so the allocation has also grown. Having said that, let's also look at what are we up against. Why do we spend in defense? Because we have specified adversaries. If you look at China, they're spending $300 billion. Whereas if we look at our spend is about roughly $75 billion, there is a lot that needs to be caught upon if we really want to match. Clearly, from a defense perspective, again, it's the people who run the defense who knows how much of exposure India has. So I'll not go into the details of it. But just in terms of comparison, the US budget is over $900 billion, almost touching $1 trillion is what the US budget is. And if India wants to be a superpower, then somehow we do need to ensure that we've got a strong military, which also means that we need to ensure that there is more budgetary allocation. Having said that, again, every dollar that India spends, if it's spent on indigenous procurement, we will be able to get much more out of that dollar than, let's say, a US army. Because our dollar stretches more, our indigenously manufactured goods are cheaper, and therefore we can stretch the dollar more when we allocate money indigenously. And that's exactly what the budget has done. It pushes the military to go for more indigenous manufacturing. And that's one part of it. It also presumes that the military industrial infrastructure that India has is strong and is getting strengthened year on year, for which you will see in tandem there has been a reduction in BCD on things like critical minerals, which happened this year, but also last year. There was about 2.5% on, let's say, molybdenum. Now, molybdenum is very critical for the nozzles of the BrahMos missile, for the steel used in the hull of the submarines and the battleships, and so on and so forth. So by reducing these BCDs, what the finance minister has done is it has strengthened the indigenous defense supply chains, made them more resilient, given them a level playing field, and therefore ensured that they can supply to the military as and when required. Especially the nature of wars has changed, as we see most of the conflicts globally are long-ranging conflicts rather than the short conflicts that had been presumed to be the future of warfare for some time. In reality, what we see, the Ukraine war, the Gaza war, the wars in Africa, they're all long-stretched wars, which means that we really need to have our military-industrial complex to be able to supply all the military goods that are needed, because they'll keep getting depleted. Now, if you're dependent on foreign goods, no matter what they are, be it airplanes, be it ships, be it guns, be it cartridges, be it carbines, they will soon run out, and we can then face embargoes. And that's what will bring our military down. We'll be down on our knees because we do not have supply chain resilience. And that's a larger picture that the finance budget is trying to do, is to ensure that we are Atmanirbhar in defense through multiple interventions, and not just in terms of giving a larger allocation to the military.
Okay, point taken. I'm afraid I've run completely out of time, so I'm going to have to leave it at that. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us. Let's slip into a very short break.
4,91,000
पिछली बार ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ, ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ, ਝਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और न्यूज़x का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ? ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ, ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ, ਝਮੱਕਾ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality once every 12 years. We delve into the heart of the Mahakumbh Mela.
Hi, I am Arzu Seth reporting from Kumbh in Prayagraj, the world's largest public gathering and collective.
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx's special coverage of Union Budget 2025. A visionary roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047 has been laid out by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Remember, today was the first full-fledged budget of Modi 3.0. And what have been the biggest focus areas? Well, that's something we're attempting to break down for you through the day today. And the Union Budget, of course, is aiming to initiate transformative reforms as well. One of the key engines for driving growth that has been outlined by the Finance Minister in the Lok Sabha today is investment, whether in people, infrastructure or innovation. The centre has presented an ambitious plan for enhancing India's competitive edge on the global stage. On that note, let's quickly take a look at what the highlights were as far as this big push for an investment are concerned. Let's quickly, of course, show you what that was and what those big announcements, of course, were. So firstly, the big investment in people. Well, the Saksham Anganwadi and the Poshan 2.0 program, which will impact, in fact, 9+ crore children, pregnant women as well as adolescent girls, is in fact now going to be enhanced further. Also, 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs in government schools in next 5 years to foster scientific thinking in children as well. Further investments for people was the broadband connectivity to be provided for all government secondary schools and also primary health centers in rural areas. All of this to be done under, of course, BharatNet. Meanwhile, Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme also to provide digital form Indian language books for schools as well as for higher education. Meanwhile, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling to also be set up, in fact, with global expertise to equip youth with the key manufacturing skills that are needed by them. Also, the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence, that's AI, for education, with a total outlay of 500 crore rupees to be set up as well. Meanwhile, also a capacity of 23 IITs to be expanded with additional infrastructure for 5 IITs, including an IIT Patna as well. 75,000 additional seats to be added in medical colleges as well. This will be done in a phased manner over the period of the next 5 years. Also, daycare cancer centers in all districts hospital to be set up in the next 3 years as well. That's also something which, of course, crucially will happen in this budget. And PM Swanidhi to be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, uplink credit cards with 30,000 limit as well. Urban Challenge Fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement proposals for creative redevelopment of cities. That's also something that, of course, is now being set aside. And also the government to arrange for the gig workers' identity cards and also their registration through the e-Shram portal to be done as well. Meanwhile, now also a big announcement as far as the investment in the infrastructure is concerned. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crores proposed for 50-year interest-free loans for states. This for CapEx, for capital expenditure in particular. Meanwhile, infrastructure-related ministries to in fact come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects. This to be done in a PPP mode. That's also something very, very crucial and important in today's budget. Extension of the Jal Jeevan mission until 2028 has also been planned with an enhanced total outlay for quality of infrastructure as well to be enhanced. Second asset monetization plan 2025. 30 will be launched. This, of course, is a plan from 2025 to 2030. It will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore rupees in new projects on ground. Electricity distribution reforms also to be incentivized for improvement of intrastate transmission capacity by states as well. So a lot, of course, in this announcement will be passed on now for the state's responsibility as well in this federal setup of ours. Nuclear energy mission for R&D of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore rupees. That's also something that has been announced today. Shipbuilding financial assistance policy to be revamped to address cost disadvantages in the shipbuilding sector. We saw those shipbuilding stocks, of course, rally as well, as we told you earlier. Meanwhile, a maritime development fund with a corpus of 25,000 crores to also be set up today as announced in the budget. Modified Udan scheme will be very soon launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations across the country. This in a period, again in a phased manner, over the next 10 years. Meanwhile, financial support to be provided for the Western Koshi Canal ERM project covering over 50,000 hectares of land. This in the state of Bihar. Remember, a lot, of course, in this budget for Bihar. It goes to polls data this year. 20,000 crore rupees allocated for private sector driven research development and innovation initiatives as well. Remember, this, of course, are the investments in innovation. We told you earlier how this budget, of course, had a very pragmatic approach, investments in people, investments in infrastructure, and also investments in innovation. We're, of course, speaking now of the innovation sector. Deep Tech Fund of funds to be explored to support next generation startups, which are particularly in the emerging technological sectors. So obviously something that's futuristic looking. Establishment of a second gene bank also to be done, with a 10 lakh germplasm lines to ensure future food as well as nutritional security as well. National Geospatial Mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data which will benefit urban planning as well in a significant manner. Also 10,000 fellowships under the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship Program at institutions like the IITs and IISCs will be set up over the next 5 years. These fellowships, of course, will provide innovation but will also benefit the people there as well. Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation and conservation of more than 1 crore manuscripts to also be given a push. India's space race gets a financial boost with 13,416 crore rupee allocation as well, further for this very crucial space sector in which we've been making huge strides. 6,103 crore rupees earmarked specifically for the capital outlay on space research as well. So those of course are the announcements. Let's quickly now take that across to our panel as well to get their thoughts, of course, on this big push and what the ramifications of this is going to be. Mitali Nikore, economist, is joining us live. We also have Major General Shashi Asthana, former Additional DG Infantry, live with us. Dilip Cherian, Indo-American relation expert, joining us. He's also, of course, an image guru. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, is live with us. Pathikrit Pain, geopolitical analyst, is joining us now live. Air Vice Marshal Rajiv Ranjan from Space DRDO is also live with us. Mitali Nikore, let me begin with you first. Very interesting that the budget has focused on investments for infrastructure in a phased manner, Mitali, for people as well, with of course the fellowships and the study programs and new medical seats and new colleges creation, and also the emphasis on innovation as well. In that way, looking towards the future as well, not just a budget for 1 year alone, but more futuristic than that.
Absolutely, Uday. First of all, thank you so much for having me on your show today to dissect the budget in such a detailed manner. And what I would say is that, when we look at this investment pillar, I mean, of course, she outlined 4 pillars, right? She had agriculture, MSMEs, exports, and then investments. What I found very interesting is that she spoke about human capital development as an investment pillar. And I think that is the right lens with which to look at investment. We have to look at the creation of skills in our economy, the integration of digital skills and digital capabilities with human capital as a very important input into growth and sustaining growth. And I think the second thing which I'd like to talk about is the COEs, the centers of excellence that she spoke about. Because, the centers of excellence, I expect, will not just be like those old, only government-run centers where, decisions were made at a central level. However, centers where there is active industry participation, and the industry setting the curriculum. Because when I speak to industry, they tell me, I don't want to hire anybody from a skill training institute at this point in time because they are not following the industry relevant curriculum. So I really hope that these COEs will emerge as true centers of excellence where industry has a massive role to play in setting the curriculum and also in rents. Really a very forward-looking budget from that perspective. But yes, I would have definitely liked to see more on integrating women into the skilling cycle and also on digitization, a little more focus on automation in the manufacturing sector, automation skills and machine learning.
Dilip Cherian, let me quickly bring you in here as well. Dilip Cherian, now of course, the budget has to be all-encompassing. In that aspects, how crucial was today's budget and how all-encompassing was it? And as far as this push for investment and increase of capex is concerned for the innovation sector, and also for, of course, the people sector, investing in people, investing in brains, investing, of course, in further skilling people is concerned. How important were these announcements according to you?
I think the announcements in terms of skilling people is fantastic. It's future oriented, coming at a time when globally the threat of AI replacing most repetitive jobs and definitely a lot of the thinking jobs. We really need to upskill people so that they can be participating in the economy in a relevant and hopefully remunerative manner. That's one. The second thing is that I hope that, as was just discussed, that industry has a role to play in this, because we don't have a shortage of attempts to train in India. We have also brilliant professors of IIT who come up with all kinds of antediluvian thoughts and processes which are not scientific or even future oriented and look into the dim and grim past. But what I think is great about what Nirmala Sitharaman has achieved is that she has put the focus back on the future. And I think that's very important. Whether it is in the investments which she foresees into the nuclear energy sector, or whether it is the future that she sees in terms of increasing consumption and research, etc. I think that these are things that the finance minister needs to look at. It needed to have come a lot earlier, but who's to complain? I think whenever it comes, it's a good thing for the economy. And I think that I doubt we need more mega IITs. We need specialist centers for excellence, and we need to make sure that they really are cutting edge if they want to be relevant in the future, which I see not as 2047, but I see as close as 2030. So I think urgency has been, in a sense, been waited for, and I hope that what the finance minister has attempted to start today sets the ball rolling really fast. We have no time. Other economies which we compete with are far ahead.
Okay, let me also, in fact, bring in at this point Air Vice Marshal Rajiv Ranjan from Space DRDO. Air Vice Marshal Ranjan, thank you for being with us as well. Your first comment, of course, on the Union Budget 2025, and particularly what outlays have been announced for the space sector.
Namaskar. Thank you very much for having me with you all. See, it's for me, it's a well-rounded budget, while the social sector and growth being the major focus, also the technology innovation and the skilling, the knowledge enhancement has been at the forefront. Of course, the government, apart from various activity, is also looking at undergrad, postgrad to align their education so that it meets the defense and the space ecosystem needs. While the defense has got a substantial increase in terms of 9% booster over the last year of 6.21 lakh crore additional money, capital budget continues to be major focus, 27 to 28% of the government, which is generally the standard for all the militaries. And also the domestic segment would get 75% and thereabout. DRDO has got around 24,000, little more than the last year. Space has got additional money to, and we should see special projects in that they have articulated from Gaganyaan to the other launch vehicle platforms. MSME, AI, scholarship, all in all. And the more so is, as we go into Atmanirbharta, we have to look at the critical mineral. If you are going to manufacture your own semiconductor and various items, then you need to focus. So therefore, government has looked at 25 critical mineral and 2 additional ones, so that they are giving some amount of tax rebate. Also, critically, they are looking at reverse taxation or inverted tax, wherein our designers they get more benefit as compared to the PLI. I would have loved to see that enhancement in the R&D tax break, going up to 200% as it is to be in erstwhile era beyond 2000, earlier than 2016, if we have to become from manufacturing to R&D side.
Yes.
So S&T R&D tax should be the next target for us. Thank you.
No, but as far as, of course, now the the financial assistance being provided to the space sector is concerned, and particularly, of course, the expansion of geospatial mission, which has also been, of course, announced, apart from, of course, boosting startups and MSMEs also, which hopefully will be in the space sector. How hopeful are you of that leading to a further growth in this sector, in this very crucial sector, and also for jobs to be created by this sector as well?
Absolutely. With the recent announcement of FDIs, wherein a large number of FDI, almost virtually 100%, it can inflow into the space segment, and with a budget of more than 10,000 crore and GIS allotment of 100 crore, I think it's a pretty good for the space segment, and the armed forces are bullish about it. Already you hear CCS has cleared around 32 satellite, and some additional are in the pipeline. The satellite being only small portion of the budget, the business industry gets. The large chunk is the analysis of the data and the services it brings along with those assets. So I see, all in all, whatever the vision of in-space Dr. Goenka had, and also the ISRO and the armed forces, I foresee the next 3 to 5 years would be transformative for the space segment. And we, as it is, we are in the top countries, top 5, we would be further getting a boost. And I would like to compliment them for docking into the space. That gives an additional both defensive and offensive capability for the armed forces.
Okay, let me also quickly ask you now about what further this sector needs in the next couple of years, as of course the growth and strides ahead, of course, continue, Air Vice Marshal Ranjan, not just, of course, by ISRO, for which we are very, very proud, but also for private players now to begin emerging in this sector, like we're seeing happen abroad.
Of course, sir. In terms of the, firstly, I'll go to the skilling. The government of India recently announced additional masters into the space and the undergrad for the space, special attention, wherein the minor degrees have been introduced for the space, and various colleges have taken up the challenge. Also, the large number of the private players as a result are coming in. And some of them, even the US Space Force has picked up Digantra to name one, or also Pixel to name another one. In a big manner, US Space Force is aggressive about them. Also, Indian Armed Forces in a big manner going to handhold them, not only buying the product,
yes,
look into the future for R&D, and also be knowledge partner.
Okay.
Knowledge partner in which they teach, make us contemporary, and also they learn the
Okay, my final question before we let you go is on, of course, the money also for space projects, big budget allocation for ambitious space projects. How hopeful are you that there will be further research done, of course, now, further space research? Also, the push for India to become a tech hub, also this push for AI, how crucial, and how do you see that as well?
Is this for me?
Yes.
Okay. For the AI, from the armed forces, you will be soon hearing that they would be launching some amount of the projects, and also they would be launching, procuring some supercomputers. One is more or less work is on at very advanced stage. Another 2, etc. is coming in.
Yes.
Large number of projects are likely to be thrown in by the armed forces, because we are bullish about something called as multi-domain operations, wherein AI plays a great role.
All right, Eva Ranjan, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective on the Union Budget 2025. Let me also join Joyita Basu now. Joyita Basu, an all-encompassing budget, your take on it, your perspective on it, particularly, of course, this push that we've seen for infrastructure investments as well. We've seen infra growth, of course, in the last few years. Very, very significant infrastructure growth has happened. But this all has also further boosted our GDP and also leads to job creation, doesn't it?
Yes, of course, infrastructure. In fact, if you look at any budget, in fact, this government, especially for the last 3-4 years, actually, infrastructure is one of their specialities, and that is what is being highlighted this time also. And you see, because if you have the logistics, until and unless, apart from the areas of the hinterland surrounding where this infrastructure is taking place, job creation happens. You're absolutely right about that. And as well as, the more infrastructure, the better the infrastructure, the better the way these industrial growth. Without infrastructure growth, without investment in infrastructure, you cannot expect a country to grow. And that is what we have seen. In fact, I think the last budget it was where this major push had come in. I don't exactly remember the number, so that is in continuation with that. But overall, I would say the budget, in fact, some people are calling it populist, but at the same time, I would say this is gradually, this is Modi 3.0, his first budget. After, I would say there was a budget last year that did not create much ripples, it caused much ripples, but this is the first time that we are seeing after his coming to power for the third time, that major push has been given. Some were calling it a make or break budget, because economy has been seen to be stagnating and all. So in terms of that, this middle class, the push towards the middle class, giving more money in the hands of the middle class, that I think will have long term effects. In particular, consumption will rise. So overall, I would say it's a very positive, there's a very positive feeling about the budget, and I would say there's especially particularly among the salaried class, they're ecstatic.
Okay. Let me in fact quickly also now get in some breaking news coming in this hour. After the presentation of the Union Budget 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has gone to the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's seat and congratulated her for presenting a public welfare oriented budget. We could also see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP, in fact, National President JP Nadda, Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, also Union Minister Chirag Paswan in the visuals as well, in which, of course, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, particularly rise from his seat and go to the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's seat and, of course, congratulate her. These are those visuals, of course, which came in earlier. He congratulated her. Also with him, of course, were other union ministers. But a big moment today, of course. Remember, there has been an all-round cheer in the country after this budget, and these visuals, I think, really do say a lot. Also then, of course, you saw how union ministers went and congratulated Prime Minister also for this budget. But the PM, of course, going and commending the FM Nirmala Sitharaman, and she, of course, accepted that. Okay. Let's now quickly move on and tell you about now some export announcements as well, because there were a lot of exports announcement in today's budget 2025 as well. From the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, of course, in particular, announcing the export promotion mission with a 2,250 crore outlay as well. This also was something that was announced by the FM in today's budget. Also, the export promotion mission aiming to support exports by facilitating export credit and also addressing non-tariff barriers as well. In fact, export promotion mission will be led by Ministries of Commerce, MSME and Finance. Also, now very, very quickly, if we tell you, let's just quickly go on to the next slide. The focus on providing, in fact, is on providing cross-border factoring support for MSMEs as well as exporters. That's obviously the focus, of course, of this outlay and these announcements. The National Manufacturing Mission also now very, very crucial here, introduced to boost Make in India for this sector as well. So this, of course, also a big announcement today. Export mission also to focus on enhancing the ease of doing business and workforce readiness as well for any manufacturer coming in. Also, the government aims to promote a dynamic MSME sector, technology access and also quality products as well. Exporters also to face challenges from climate-related non-tariff measures such as CBAM and EUDR as well. So see, that's again something that will further help ease of doing business. India's goods exports have reached $321.37 billion. That's a 1.6% increase from last year, also something mentioned by the Finance Minister today. Finance Ministry also did not extend interest equalization scheme despite industry requests. So those, of course, are some measures announced today in this budget. All right, Mithali, Nikore, quickly, asking you now about this big, of course, focus. As far as, of course, this sector is concerned, Mithali, exports is something that is very, very integral for the Make in India mission. And in our quest to become a hub for manufacturing, for tech, for data, and for other sectors. How important were today's announcements in the budget to further boost exports, which have seen a rise, as I mentioned earlier in the graphics?
Yes, absolutely, Uday. I mean, we've seen that, over the last 3 years, exports have become one of the biggest growth drivers and fastest growing growth drivers for the Indian economy. One of the major reasons for this is the production linked incentive scheme, because we are now seeing a number of new commodities enter into Indian export supply chains. I mean, the iPhone, one would have never imagined that India would export nearly 1 lakh crore worth of iPhones from the country. And now the PLI scheme has made that happen. However, the PLI scheme is only a stopgap arrangement. One cannot keep on giving SOPs for the manufacturing and export of commodities indefinitely. And therefore, it becomes very important to have a comprehensive export promotion ecosystem where companies come in and see the benefit of exporting from India in terms of lower logistics costs, in terms of being able to reach not only the Indian domestic market, when a foreign company is coming here to manufacture, it's only to access the Indian domestic market at this point, but to also be able to export from India into, say, neighboring countries, into closer in countries which are close to India, and where the cost of exporting then reduces. And that's why this promotion scheme is very critical, because it talks about multimodal logistics. It talks about connecting ports with consumption centers as well as production centers in the hinterland of the economy. And it talks about workforce readiness, because it's very important to also have a logistics sector workforce which is ready to take on the challenges of exporting at that level. What I would have loved to see, of course, in this is to talk about a gender sensitive approach towards creating this workforce, where more and more women can actually come and join the port sector, the logistics sector, and work in the sector with the kind of automation that we are seeing in the sector. But all in all, a very, very positive move for the Indian economy.
Cherin,
Back to you.
quickly roping you in here on, of course, the export sector. How important was this push today on the exports mission, of course, and also, of course, as far as the export sector is concerned, this is very integral to the success of Make in India, isn't it, Dilip Cherin? Which are our strengths which we need to further, and which you believe today's budget will further?
I think exports all around are an opportunity, especially given the value of the rupee having softened. With every notch that it goes down, every product of ours will inevitably find acceptance in the global market, if for no other reason than on the price account. But I think the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have been very clear. They are looking at clusters of industries which, like the iPhone or like toys, are going to be focused on making sure that what is being produced under Atmanirbharta schemes, under PLI schemes, also gain the scale and success that is needed to create global markets. So I think that the push towards exports is the result of two things. One, recognition that India simply has to be a manufacturing hub, and that is why the PLI scheme was thought of. And as Mitali said, that is only a short-term gain. The longer-term gain will be to make sure that given the appropriate value of the rupee, India is able to export many of these products, which we will now begin to produce in scale.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, let me quickly, go across now to some more announcements, coming in. Some more announcements, coming in today as far as this a big sector is concerned. Let's quickly now, if we can, draw out more announcements pertaining now to the nuclear energy as well. And this is very, very important for the nuclear energy sector. The nuclear energy mission, with an outlay of 20,000 crore rupees now, seeing a big boost as well. So this is again something that has been very important in today's budget, the active partnership with private players in the guarded nuclear sector under the nuclear energy mission. Today also, of course, seeing a big boost and a big announcement for partnerships to be made as well for this sector. Development, of course, also of at least 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy by 2047. That again is a goal that has been set out in this sector. Amendments to Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act to also be taken up. In fact, this is again something crucial that was announced. Also indigenously developed SMRs will be operationalized by 2033. Okay, let me quickly on this aspect rope in now Major General Asthana. Major General Asthana, as far as this boost for our nuclear energy sector is concerned, how crucial will this be, this push by the government for this sector?
Clean energy in any case is the crucial importance for India, for the simple reason when we are not energy self-sufficient and we are already importing almost 80% of our requirement from abroad. And whenever and in the new geopolitical order, where all the sources, whether it was Russia or Iran, everybody is getting sanctioned, certainly we need to have some kind of alternate arrangements to make energy. Although nuclear energy cannot fulfill the entire need of the country, but certainly it can substantiate a fair amount of energy requirement of India. That's number one. Coming on to the defense budget. The defense budget is a basic policy document to supplement and to make sure that the national aim is fulfilled. And if I have to summarize the entire national aim of India, and in addition to whatever Prime Minister Modi has spoken, if I have to summarize everything in 3 words, in my opinion, the national aim is peaceful, inclusive growth. And therefore, this budget certainly looks at the peaceful, inclusive growth in all spheres and segments. A number of them have already been spoken by the panelists earlier. Now, let me highlight certain issues regarding the defense budget. As was mentioned, the defense budget now is 6,81,000 crores or something like that. Now, if we compare it, the defense budget, whether it is sufficient or not, is always dictated by what are the threats and what your potential adversaries are doing. In both cases, whether it is Pakistan, they may be breaking economically, but as far as their acquisitions are concerned, the kind of aircrafts which they are inducting and they are ready to manufacture with Chinese help, that should give us an alarm signal. Same is the case with China. The amount of, if they are having about 3 to 4, the declared budget is $296 billion as against 90, some less than 90 of ours. So they are also, although we don't compete with China because of their ambition is different, but notwithstanding that, we certainly need to take care of ours. threats. So therefore, this budget is about 2% of the GDP. I think most of the world and most of the countries in the world have gone up a little more, and therefore I think we need to take it to 2.5. Let me remind, 1962 again we had 2% of GDP was the defense budget, and we have increased a little earlier. But at the same time, it's not that we should get more money only for defense. The reason is there are competing requirements, which is understandable. We also need to have the capacity to absorb that money and be able to put it in the manufacturing, in the defense manufacturing, and the capacity to put that money into defense manufacturing. Now, that requires a major shake-up because that is where I think a lot is being done, and a lot of announcements which were made, whether it is MSMEs, whether it is innovation, whether it is helping the digitized world, whether it is Digitech fund, whether it is infrastructure, because see, infrastructure is a dual requirement, which is for the military as well as for
absolutely. I'll come back to you. Let me quickly bring in Pathikrit Pine as well for his take on this aspect of the union budget. This push for nuclear energy is concerned, these amendments, these partnerships, incentivization, and of course also these SMRs, the goal for operationalizing them in by 2033, the outlay also going up. Pathikrit, how important was this? How big a push will this give this sector?
Well, thank you, Uday. I almost forgot that I'm part of the panel. Been waiting for the last 40 minutes.
No, you're particularly on this nuclear energy announcement, Pathikrit, and we've just come to it now.
I'm not a nuclear expert.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm not a nuclear expert. I can speak on the larger aspect of power sector. I can speak on the larger aspect of the budget. But let me tell you one thing. It has
no, if you don't want to weigh in on the nuclear sector, you don't have to. I'll go to other guests. No, not an issue. Let me get in Major Lasthana on the nuclear sector in particular, because Major Lasthana, the fact is that the clean energy push has been a priority of this government, and the fact very clearly is that Prime Minister Modi has often emphasized this on numerous occasions, and that's something that the FM has tried to put in every budget, and today's budget of course was no exemption as well, with the outlay further being increased.
Certainly the nuclear, it's not only the nuclear and clean energy. Firstly, we need energy. That's the first basic requirement, and for that energy we need all components of energy, and we don't produce all of them. So with the result, as far as the nuclear energy is concerned, it certainly gives us clean energy, which is good for the environment, which is good for pollution, reducing pollution. So we need that, and I think this has rightly been this push has rightly been given. At the same time, I was looking at the overall picture of the energy sector because of the shortage of energy which we face. Because unlike Russia and America, we are not self-sufficient in energy. Also, China is the same case. But then in case of Chinese, they have done long-term contracts to secure their energy, whether it is with Iran and also their nearness to Russia. So through the pipelines, their energies can flow. In our case, this nuclear announcement becomes more important for the simple reason, because in our case, the energy has to flow through the sea, and if the energy sources are sanctioned and the fleet is also sanctioned, then you find a very major problem of getting energy. So energy is crucial, and it has been appropriately, I think, recognized by the government, and adequate actions are being taken on that. Also, I think when we are looking at the infrastructure, infrastructure to get energy, we were looking at a whole lot of corridors, shipping infrastructure, and that is why a fair amount of money has been given for shipping industry as well, because you need to have ships, you need to have containers to get and you can't depend on foreign containers only. They are subject to various kinds of coercion.
So that's very interesting that you bring that up, because shipbuilding stocks have rallied today, because of course, the provisions today for this sector.
Yeah, so shipping, and that's why we are also looking at now You see, when the Red Sea corridor was blocked, we have started strategically looking at Vladivostok-Chennai corridor. And that becomes important because we should be looking at the flow of energy from the other side.
Yes, I can see Air Vice Marshal. I can see Air Vice Marshal Ranjan still with us. So I'll quickly draw him back in on this aspect of nuclear energy as well, and the announcements, of course, for this sector. What explains this push by the union government, according to you? And is this, in furthering the clean energy mission that the Prime Minister has often spoken about on earlier occasions as well?
Absolutely, you're bang on. And one of the major focus of the current government towards the climate change, focusing on the green energy with the solar and wind well established now. After the nuclear deal 2008 signing, they want to give a push to the nuclear energy. Along with that, hydrogen fuel cell mission also has been given certain push. Some money has been allotted to them, and all in all, you'll find a quantum change happening on this account. Additionally, as highlighted by the other panelists, 25,000 crore has been given to maritime segment, essentially to give a boost to our the shipping and the port, etc., so that we are secure from the supply lines through the sea coming to us. Also, it helps us in the export. Primarily, you don't have a major deep sea kind of a port. You have to bank on Sri Lanka. So all those things, with this kind of money coming in, you would have the major boost coming to the maritime domain. Additionally, I'll just go back to the AI. The government of India has allotted additional 2,000 crore for the AI mission, apart from the various other projects for the AI and scientific technologies. That's it from my side as of now.
Okay, Dilip Cherian, this is also something important because we often, and we see this conversation happen globally as well, on the need and push for alternative energy, and in this continuing conversation, today's announcements by the FM for the nuclear energy, do you believe they were a welcome push?
I think it's a huge opportunity for us for reasons, of course, of the access to clean energy. But what is not perhaps explicitly stated is that after Dr. Manmohan Singh did the nuclear deal with America, we haven't been able to really action it. This is the opportunity now under the Trump government for us to fulfill what America was expecting us to do for many years. So with the investments, we will now be able to actually take advantage of that deal and to make sure that we don't fall under the pariah nations who don't have access to advanced American technology in this. This also becomes a huge opportunity for the Americans, which is what the Trump administration is looking for, because the inequality of exports between the countries and the loud cries of wanting to create tariff walls will now be somewhat mitigated if India launches a gigantic nuclear power program which is safe, does not disturb vulnerable populations, and provides energy for a huge and growing population that is underserved as far as energy is concerned. I think that giant energy projects of this kind are probably better and safer and environmentally more acceptable than many other technologies which may be used, and will not swallow up the kind of land in scale that solar and others are currently using.
Drawing you in here, again on the nuclear energy point, before I go back to our panelists for closing comments, as far as the push for nuclear energy is concerned, this is obviously something that will further boost this sector, but what is now going to have to be very important is going to be the implementation now of what the budget is set aside as well. The devil lies in the detail, and the proof of pudding is when the implementation is done. The vision has been set out by PM, the The announcement has been made now by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today. Now the implementation has to follow for these goals for 2047 to be fulfilled in this sector, Mithali.
No, absolutely, Uday. I mean, today we've seen a number of announcements. Of course, the nuclear energy roadmap has been laid out, and I think my fellow panelists spoke about it very eloquently that, at the end of the day, there are two strategic reasons why this is critical. One of the reasons why this is critical is, of course, looking at the energy security of India and looking at the fact that India needs to secure its supply lines. But also look at what's happening with Bangladesh's energy security at this point in time, right? Bangladesh has been dependent on a foreign company to provide its, energy security, and now it's being asked to pay double or triple for that electricity supply. So we don't want to be in a situation like that, and developing indigenous capacity of clean energy is critical, because as we move forward, we are going to need to meet our targets for the net zero commitments that India has made, and therefore in that regard, investing in nuclear energy happens to be one of the cheapest. I mean, though the capex expenditure is high, but over time, it will actually turn out to be one of the cheapest sources of energy to power up nearly a 2 billion population that we could be targeting by 2040 or 2045. So it's a very forward looking perspective.
Okay, let's get closing comments now. Finally, Mithali Nikore, your big takeaway from the budget. What do you believe defined today's budget, in your opinion?
So I think, obviously the tax break that was given to the middle classes, putting the money back in the hands of people, increasing disposable income is a number one takeaway. But that's the obvious takeaway. But apart from that, I would like to highlight three other points. The one point which really stood out to me was to talk about rural resilience and rural livelihoods, diversification of crops and agricultural productivity. I mean, this is the first time in many years that we've prioritized not just the farmer welfare, but looking at that long-term perspective of agricultural productivity and moving away from just a few crops. That was very innovative. The second thing that stood out to me was really around job creation by industry. And, looking at this entire element of public-private partnerships to fuel infrastructure development. The government has done a fantastic job over the last 10 years to keep on pumping money into capital assets, and now it's asking the private sector to do its bit and to come in and say, become co-investors. We will come up with a pipeline of PPP projects. Why don't you take a look at it and invest your money as well? And the last point I'd like to mention is around social security. We have seen that today gig workers will be entitled, 1 crore gig workers will be entitled to social security benefits, particularly health insurance. This is the beginning of the establishment of a market for social security. It might start with gig workers. Over time, it might be available even to full-time workers. This will take the pressure off of employers and make it easier for employers, especially MSMEs, to create more jobs.
Okay. Dilip Cherian, your biggest takeaway from today's budget, what defined it according to you?
I would say that it's important not to lose sight of what the budget actually signaled. My fellow panelist, the economist, has focused on all the wonderful things that's being done for industry. But we can't get away from the fact that this budget has clearly been a very political document also. So from whether it's the Makana board or whether it's expanding the investment on the Kosi Canal, the effort to make sure that Bihar was center and front of the budget, and the fact that Bihar has a direct rub-off on the elections which are going to be happening in Delhi in the next few days and in Bihar in the next few months, is a sign of a government that knows that it is only the politics of victory that ensures continuity for the government to be in business. So I'm not surprised. I'm seeing this as a kind of renewed enthusiasm by the government to make sure that its politics finds resonance among the people, which is the only reason why it is where it is.
Air Vice Marshal Ranjan, Your biggest takeaway from today's budget, according to you, what has defined the 2025 announcements?
I think this budget is the first of the budget towards the Amrit Kal to make us the developed nation, wherein it's a balanced budget for the infrastructure, S&T and innovation, manpower build-up, capability enhancement, and also with all the policies falling into the place, be it for Atmanirbharta or a space or the AI. You are also seeing programs are being launched, various missions are being launched to support those policies. Along with the government is willing to fund viability gap fund. IDEX has been given 4,000 crore this time. So the funding also hand-holding government is willing to do. Then as a result of that, users and whole of the nation approach I see into this budget. As a result, I feel that this is the first of the budget marching towards 2047. Thank you.
All right. Last word to you, Major Lestana, before I close. Your biggest takeaway from today, what has defined the union budget?
I think towards the national aim, the manufacturing sector has been given a lot of boost. MSME being helped. Innovations is important and I think has been taken care of. And to understand, I think, make the best of the demographic advantage which we have to skill, reskill and upskill people. And I think that also has been taken into account. Infrastructure we need, and a lot has been done in a manner that it was also talked of yesterday regarding public-private partnership, because government alone cannot create that kind of infrastructure, and infrastructure is the one which creates jobs. So both the things, I think, the partnership of private players is important. And as far as the defense manufacturing is concerned, yes, I think that is Atmanirbharta and defense manufacturing. We have to, I think this government is now looking at defense manufacturing in a manner in which it should be looked at as a money earner and not the money spender. Because if we can put our efforts together, we can earn fair amount of money. America is earning maximum amount of money from the arms dealers.
Yes.
There is no reason why we can't earn money out of the defense manufacturing.
All right, point taken. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us. We've run completely out of time. We are now going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere, but thanks to our viewers for being with us today.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਚਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਚਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों की सुरक्षा, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए यूपी पुलिस अपनी जान तक की परवाह नहीं करती। फर्ज निभाते हुए शहीद होने वाले यूपी पुलिस के ऐसे ही बहादुर कर्मियों के लिए योगी सरकार ने अपना एक और वादा पूरा कर दिया है।
परिवार के एक सदस्य को उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की सेवा में सेवा का अवसर भी राज्य सरकार प्रदान करेगी।
यूपी में शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के परिवार को अनुग्रह राशि देने के नियमों में बदलाव। सीएम योगी ने अनुग्रह राशि के नियमों में किया सुधार। अब अविवाहित शहीद पुलिसकर्मियों के माता पिता को अनुग्रह की पूरी राशि। अनुग्रह राशि के तौर पर माता पिता को 50 लाख रुपए। विवाहित शहीद के माता पिता जीवित नहीं तो पत्नी को मिलेगी पूरी राशि। पत्नी जीवित नहीं तो माता पिता को पूरी अनुग्रह राशि। पत्नी और माता पिता के जीवित न होने पर पूरी राशि कानूनी वारिस को। महिला पुलिसकर्मी के शहीद होने पर पति या अन्य कानूनी वारिस को अनुग्रह राशि। पहले विवाहित महिला पुलिसकर्मी के शहीद होने पर पति को नहीं माना जाता था वारिस। योगी सरकार ने नियमों में बदलाव कर शहीदों के परिवार को बड़ी राहत दी है।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality once every 12 years. We delve into the heart of the Mahakumbh Mela.
Hi, I am Arzu Seth reporting from...
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल, सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो, खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना। चमक्का
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल, सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो, खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ जाए।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma, and joining me on the telecast right now is Mr. Prakash Javadekar. He is the former Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change and for Information and Broadcasting under the BJP government. He's a BJP leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Javadekar, for joining me on the telecast. And of course, the first question, the impact of the budget on the common man, on the taxpayers. Do you think the slabs have been revised and exemption has been given to taxpayers earning an income of up to 12 lakh rupees to ensure that there is a steady flow and circulation of funds in the market, which will then allow for our GDP, which at this point of time is at 6%, to now further increase and reach perhaps 7 or 8%?
This is absolutely true for two reasons. A, middle class was always feeling that we are paying taxes, but in Modi government they started getting services, good infrastructure, good human resource development, good inclusive development. So they were happy. Now this time it was their persistent demand that there should be a tax concession. And this tax concession has come as a bonanza because if you consider in the Congress regime, UPA regime, on 12 lakh, you would nearly paying nearly 2 lakh rupees as tax. That has been saved now. And so he's very happy. The whole money will come in the market, in the consumption demand, and consumer demand is a backbone of Indian growth story, and therefore this was an important thing. But more important, two factors only I think. Human resources development. After all, nation can make progress only if innovates. If only they skill their human resources. And on both these counts, there are major steps. What it is talking of Saksham Anganwadi is the preschool fundamental education, childhood education from 3 to 8 age of, and that is what we conceived in our national education policy. Plus Atal Tinkering Labs at 50,000 more schools. Then IITs to be expanded. More importantly, skilling excellence centers to be established. So there are a lot of efforts so that Bharatiya Bhasha books, all this will bring in the real human capital development, which will be the real asset for future. Second is, as earlier you were debating defense exports and all exports. Exports is a fundamental driver in this budget also. And we are sure that the way things are happening in USA, there is a good chance for Indian industry to penetrate further all over the world. And that we have to take, and that is facilitation in this budget. The ease of doing business is the hallmark. And ease of doing business is very important because even Indian industrialists were investing outside because there were so much burden of compliances and unnecessary compliances, and the same thing again and again and again, and making delay in the whole process. That government wants to avoid, and therefore at the next stage, and that where Nirmala ji has also said that it is with the state government, it's a competitive cooperative federalism, and I really worry about it, and you will agree with it, that states have now to take the reforms forward. Otherwise, central government is doing what it can do. But unless state government reduces the time for sanction and actually permitting the operations, the things will be not changing fast. And that is what is the real point. And in this budget, that has been addressed.
Yeah.
And for that, state governments are now being offered 1.5 lakh crore of interest-free loans. It's a huge huge fund allocation in a way from central government.
Right, absolutely. And one more salient point that was spoken about through the entire speech of Nirmala Sitharaman that lasted a little bit over an hour was job creation, the opportunities that are going to be produced, whether it is with regards to shipbuilding or shipbreaking, whether it is with regards to the loans that are being provided to the MSMEs, whether it is about the Krishi credit cards and so on and so forth. Job creation was the number one focus of the finance ministry when the budget was announced. What is the estimated opportunities that are going to be created if this plan is executed as it has been brought forth?
I think it will work because we have to produce 8 million jobs every year, and jobs, not government employments. And therefore, gig workers' problems are also addressed. There will be basic social security for them, and they will also be covered under Ayushman Bharat. Thus, it will take care of them. It is in a way recognition of that unorganized sector and all other unorganized sectors. 35 crore unorganized employees have registered themselves on e-Shram portal, and I am very sure that the government will come out in due course of time with good scheme for them also, providing essentially the security, social security and other benefits. So that will come, I am very sure.
Okay.
It will,
Okay, and also let's also talk about this very important point that has been mentioned, that has been included in the budget, which is the nuclear energy mission, where there is a plan to generate at least 100 gigawatts of energy by 2047 for transition into green energy. Amendment of the Atomic Energy Act will have to take place. There is a 20,000 crore corpus that has been assigned for this task. How is this going to build India into a renewable energy economy?
Nuclear energy is absolutely environmental friendly, fully sustainable, and at the same time, it is in a way net zero thing for emissions are concerned. The issue of nuclear plant is, and my suggestion has always been to the officers at the concerned ministry, that unless they go to the area where they propose to have the plant, there will always be misconception. There will be rumor mongering. Officers and the other people have to go there and first educate and motivate people, so they will welcome. But without any real dialogue with the people, that makes a hurdle. And when once agitation starts, everybody starts opposing it, and therefore today's story is that no real development is taking place because all sides are booked, but there is opposition. So that dialogue is very important, and if that happens, I am very sure, and there are vested interests also. And as Prime Minister yesterday said, the deep state which were opposing the Indian development. And as an environment minister, I had seen there were many NGOs reports, annual reports submitted, were saying that we have effectively stopped this development project. So this used to be their credit in the eyes of the foreign donors. But we have now, I think, all these forces will be weakened, and we have to reach out to people, and people want development. Poor people have also tremendous aspirations, and therefore everybody will, and people trust Modi ji very well. This has happened after many years, that continuously 3 terms, and there is tremendous faith in leadership. That also brings economic development. And therefore, I think this budget is a path-breaking budget on the road. It's a roadmap to achieving 2047 as a developed India, and all factors are taken care of. And I think this is a continuous philosophy behind economic policies of Modi government.
Okay.
People used to criticize earlier that Modi doesn't understand economics. But I think ultimately he has proved the best economist, Prime Minister.
Okay, also bringing into focus the allocation that has been made for the development of Bihar. We're talking about the corpus for the Makhana board, talking about food processing institute that is going to be set up. Then we're talking about the greenfield and the brownfield airports that are going to come up in Bihar. Is this more an inclusion made because JDU, which is led by Nitish Kumar, who is the Chief Minister of Bihar, is in coalition with the BJP to form the NDA government, or does Bihar actually need all these development planks?
Bihar needs development. It was lagging behind for decades, but now it is on the stream of development. And more importantly, it was not about election. Modi doesn't think of elections only. He thinks of the whole East. He wants to develop the East India, which has tremendously mineral rich, which has a very fertile soil, but still because of low productivity, they are suffering. And therefore, he wants to improve the productivity as well as marketing. And he has also given a new program of aspirational district, out of which major districts out of 100 districts, nearly 70 districts are in eastern side, all those states. And therefore, he wants to give them a chance, and that is completely reflected with the tremendous amount of allocation for development of all kinds of food grains and more money in the hands of farmers.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Prakash Javadekar, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views on Budget 2025. Now, talking about direct tax, where the government of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, when she was announcing the budget, has made a lot of concessions on direct tax. And we are going to take a look at what are these concessions that have been made with regards to the tax deducted at source, tax collected at source, and also the fact that there have been a number of tariffs that have been cut down to ensure there is export promotion on certain goods, especially when it comes to leather industry, especially when it comes to the toy industry, where India wants to portray itself as the global hub of toy manufacturing. So here's a look at the top direct tax announcements. Number one, the updated income tax returns time limit has been increased from 2 to 4 years. This is to encourage more and more taxpayers to comply voluntarily when they are filing their IT returns. And number two, direct tax announcement that has been made is delay in the TCS payment has been decriminalized. The TDS threshold on rent has been increased from 2.4 lakh rupees to 6 lakh rupees. The point number four, the tax deducted at source again. So, you know, there have been a lot of restrictions that had been imposed, and they've all been removed by the finance ministry. Number four, higher tax deducted at source to apply only in non-PAN cases. So if you have the PAN, which is a norm for a maximum number of people, of citizens in the country, you will not have to comply with those TDS rules any longer. Remove TCS on remittance for educational purposes has also been an inclusion that has been made by the finance ministry. Limit for tax deduction for senior citizens has been increased from 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. So this gives a relief to senior citizens in the country. Sunset dates for tax concessions related to IFSCS have been extended to 31st March 2020. So this is going to once again bring about a massive impetus in terms of funds that can be then potentially used for circulation in the market. This is all in a bid to make it easier for citizens in our country, taxpayers in our country to live an easier life, ease of living, more disposable income in your pocket. Also talking about how it impacts consumption, how disposable income increases because all these measures have now been inculcated by the Finance Ministry in the budget. Sumit on the telecast with me. Sumit, let's hear it from you. The big ticket items have been discussed. We have been talking about it, the key takeaways, and of course, number one comes to mind is the tax slab revision that has been legendary. It is historic. The fact that since 2005, this is the first time that taxpayers are exempted to pay tax on a salary up to 12 lakh rupees. How is this going to impact an individual, households, and more importantly, the economy?
Megha ji, thank you for having me on your show. It's a beautiful day and a beautiful news. I mean, there are two connotations to it. One is the economic and another there's a political connotation. Also, let's talk about both. The first thing is what I have to congratulate Prime Minister Modi and Nirmala Sitharaman ji is about 42 crore janta. 42 crore is the size of middle class, 31% of the population. In few years, it will be going to 60 crores. 60 crores is almost 40% of the population. This 31% of the population has been given its rightful share, has been given its rightful dues, and it's only Modi government which could have done it. First, you brought the non-taxable part to 7 lakhs. Then from 7 lakhs, you brought it to 12 lakhs. So if you are making around 1 lakhs per month, you will not have to pay a nickel in tax, which is a big thing. This class, the middle class which I'm talking about, this 41 crores, this contributes around 25% of the total revenues collected in the country. It's a big number of the direct taxes. This is our income tax contributes 17% of the total revenue collected, which is the biggest than GST and corporate tax, and this middle class is the biggest contributor to that. Then they pay GST, then they pay all kinds of taxes. They keep the country running. We are adding maximum number of people in the middle class, and Megha ji, when we move people out of the proper poverty, we have said we have moved around 24 crore people out of the poverty. They are a part of the lower middle class. This middle class is ever expanding, and this is which is going to be the engines of the growth vis-a-vis consumption, education, market, hospitalization, avionics, anything you talk about. This is going to be the engines of the growth. And when you give them more disposable money, more savings, this money is going to come back to the economy today or tomorrow through consumption, through savings, through mutual funds, through bonds, through stock market, whichever way you want to look at it. And these are the people who are very satisfied because this segment does not go by mere promises. Now Modi ji has done something very smart. He has given you it now. You have 4 years to see the benefits coming to you. You have 4 years to see the benefits which you are going to reap, and after 4 years, when the election will come, you are the biggest vote bank and well-read, educated vote bank which will be coming in your kitty, and women will have a very effective role in this middle class. And important thing is this, unfortunately, middle class changes its opinions like the quarter end results. Now, after these things done, I think the opinion that Modi ji has delivered things for them, is going to deliver things for them, is skyrocketing now. And we have 3-4 budgets more to go before we hit the Lok Sabha chunav. So I think if you look at that, the overall perspective has changed. This 31% of the population has been liberated, if I can use that word. And I talked to a lot of people today, and they are all happy. I mean, they are praising Prime Minister
Okay, all
Modi.
right, yes. I also have with me my other guest. Let me introduce him as well. We have with us, Yogendra Kapoor. Yogendra Kapoor, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, I want to, take a look at the number of budget announcements that have been made pertaining to the MSME, pertaining to shipbuilding, maritime development, and these are big ticket projects. These are going to help economy grow. When you are creating more jobs, when you are creating more entrepreneurs, which means you're multiplying income, which means you're also generating jobs. When we talk about maritime development, when you talk about shipbuilding and shipbreaking, this is not just your connectivity that is going to thrive because of it. It is also going to create jobs. It is also going to help in building the country's GDP. Do you think enough has been done, or this is a stepping stone to the next number of budgets that are going to be announced in the coming years?
Right, Mega. I would first like to start with that the perception of the middle class that it is the most ignored class that has been taken care of today. Now, the very fact is that if we look at the way things have been moving in the economy, if we look at the World Inequality Report, it shows that the share of the bottom 50% of the population of our country has decreased in last 2 decades. So the point is that if we are looking at creation of more jobs, then I think it was very necessary that as we look at it, that the PLI scheme, it covers 14 sectors in the country. I was certainly expecting that that scheme should have got more broadened up today so that the MSMEs could have got entered into that. When we look at MSME, we have to understand that it is that segment which produces more than 5,000 items, as such, and which can be made competitive within the domestic economy also, and it can be made competitive in the international market as well. So my point is that I was certainly expecting that the scope of the PLI scheme should have got extended to cover more of areas in the country, because that would have ensured a large scale investment by MSME sector, which could have resulted in the creation of more of jobs, which is a very, very necessary aspect at this moment. If we are looking to, make our country a developed nation, because these are ways in which you reduce the time span of making your country more into a developed nation. The more you lag behind on these aspects, the more it is going to take time in terms of the overall development of the society as such.
Yeah, absolutely. And these were the 4 engines that Nirmala Sitharaman started her speech with: agriculture, MSMEs, export, promotion, and investment. And do you think the finance ministry has delivered on all these 4 aspects?
See, I think the point is that if we look at our economy, we will see that 2 major areas which are major components of our GDP, which is consumption as well as private investment. They are the ones which have been lagging behind, and we have seen that the consumption levels are also falling in the economy, which is not good for a growing economy like ours. And the point is that if we have to encourage private investment, you see, today we have a situation that we have industry which is sitting on huge cash reserves, which is not getting reinvested in the economy in the manner it should have got done. And on the other side, the way out is that if you want to encourage the MSME sector, then you have to give them more of incentives. Creation of avenues for credit is just not enough. You have to give them more of tax incentives, just as the same way it is being given under the PLI scheme. So I think it's a way forward. I would say that I am sure the government will take a closer look at these aspects, because if you are looking at the overall growth of the country, then it is very important that each and every strata needs to be covered.
Okay. And then talk about export promotion. There have been 7 more tariff rates that have now been removed. This is in a push to make India an export hub, particularly for the leather goods and the toy industry. How is this going to impact the export economy of the country? And should there be more categories included to allow for more export promotion?
Absolutely. You see, if we look at our trade balance against China, we see that our trade deficit is increasing in terms of more of imports against exports to that country. And in terms of the items that have been spoken about by the finance minister today, specifically the electronic industry, the toy industry, these are the ones which are going to be, I would say, India can be a global hub for these very aspects. And I think these are steps in the right direction, but I would have certainly seen, that had there been more items which have got covered, it would have been the right time and place to, move a step forward.
Okay. Joining me on the telecast right now is Dikshu Kukreja. He's a town planner and a prominent Delhi citizen. Thank you, Mr. Kukreja, for joining me on the telecast. And of course, I would like, we were talking about the tax slabs, we've spoken about the country's economy, we're talking about investment, export promotion, agriculture, and the MSMEs. But, one more thing that struck me about the investment plans, proposals that have been made in the budget, particularly about innovation and education. We talk about the Atal tinkering labs that are going to be opened up in government schools now. There is broadband connectivity that is going to be provided to government schools, national centers of excellence that are going to be built in skilling, expansion of capacities in IITs, artificial intelligence center of excellence in education in district schools, and the list is, it's an exhaustive list. Now, is this the government's initiative to push towards building a more skilled India? Because we understand that there is a massive demand, but we have somehow not been able to supply with skilled professionals to do the job.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on the show. And I have to admit that, the aspects that the budget has covered, the diversity that it has shown, the widespread breadth that it has been able to encompass is something I would not have imagined. So it's really a pleasant surprise. It definitely reflects what I believe is India moving towards being a developed nation in years to come. It definitely reflects that we are, and we lay now stress and emphasis on being a knowledge-based economy. And I think all these aspects, whether it is the focus on, first of all, bringing more liquidity into the market by giving more disposable income in the hands of this massive middle class that we have, I think is a very welcome step in terms of the tax brackets. But also, I feel the idea of infusion of funds into MSME, which in itself is about 50 to 60 million MSMEs run in this country, employing millions of people. So I think that is a great aspect. And the other things that you have spoken about, which is focusing on urban management, urban innovation, all these aspects I think are going to go a long way. And you know what? I see these, many of these measures that have been brought in, these are not just short-term results oriented. They will definitely play a major role if we are looking at an economy which needs to grow at an 8% plus year on year to become a developed nation. I think all these ingredients fill in actually towards that sort of a purpose-driven economy that we should be looking for and aspiring towards. So yes, there are so many aspects that if one was to start talking one by one of each, it would not be fair on the other co-panelists. But overall, my reaction is very much in the way you have observed, that it's very widespread, it's very, very diverse, it's all encompassing, I would say, in terms of the rural-urban balance that it's been able to create, and it's being able to bring in a vigor into the Indian economy, which is the state of competitiveness, which I always believe needs to be in, if we expect our states a very cooperative federalism, we expect our states to have those kind of incentives in play that they are able to attract businesses. And this is literally like creating a more capital-based economy. And I would just say it's the way to go.
Right, absolutely. And exactly. Do you think the budget is entrepreneur friendly, whether it is in agriculture or an MSME or export promotion, about small time traders, even big businesses like shipbuilding and shipbreaking, and therefore, and hospitality? The fact that there have been 50 of these sites that are going to be narrowed down to, and the government is going to make this important push to build them as the best top tourist destinations in the country. Homestays are going to be given subsidies to build these homestays in different parts of the country. Again, so tourism, hospitality, so all these areas within the business sphere have been covered. So do you think this is a more entrepreneurial friendly budget than the others?
Completely agree with you, and that's the way it should be, right? We need to, in today's world, encourage entrepreneurs, and the way we have this startup ecosystem in India, which is literally becoming unmatched in the world. So these kind of initiatives are great. And for years, we have been talking about the tourism potential that this country has, given the depth that we have in terms of how we can create tourism, and we've been yearning to do so. I think these very specific measures geared towards whether it is Buddhist tourism, whether it is about medical tourism, and many other initiatives in the tourism sector, like you spoke about homestays. What better way to diversify this whole concept of hospitality and engage the communities? Because one of the most enriching experiences, especially in a country like ours, which is so diverse, is this aspect where tourist comes and gets the real look and feel of the place. And that feel can only come when you are actually staying with the local residents, and the kind of economic fillip it brings to the community by their getting engaged in tourism. And I, for one, believe that these are not just direct gains that one must see. The indirect gains that come from things like that. The moment somebody who's a homestay participant, his level of responsibility, in many ways, the way that gets expanded. For example, if my home is catering to homestay, I'm going to make sure that my own neighborhood, my street outside, my area outside is neat and clean and welcoming. And these little measures, drop by drop, go in really transforming the nation. So yes, we can spend zillions into smart city missions, but if we can engage and empower the community, which is what this kind of programs do, it creates its own kind of momentum. So I'm very excited to see that it's not just about talk anymore when we, have these slogans that we hear every few months when elections come, that the country is going to grow by leaps and bounds, and this is going to happen, that's going to happen. I compliment the finance minister for actually laying that groundwork, that blueprint, which allows this entire fantastic country, which is so diverse, so large, and has so much to offer, and its people, that we can all participate now in the growth of the country.
Stay on with me, Diksha. I also have with me, let me also introduce my third guest into the conversation, Mr. M.J. Khan. He's the chairman of the ICFA. Mr. Khan, we're talking about investments. We're talking about entrepreneurial impetus that is being given by the government, by the finance ministry in this budget. And I have to mention these 2 points because this is a push towards making women self-reliant, making women entrepreneurs. So there are women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. These are first-time entrepreneurs are going to be handed over loans up to 2 crore rupees. There's enhanced credit for farmers, which has been increased from 5 crore to 10 crores. Additional credit of 1.5 lakh crore for the next 5 years has at this point of time been allocated for farmer-related entrepreneurial programs. How do you feel this is going to help keep the momentum of Make in India, Build India in a bid for us to then dream of touching the third largest economy mark by 2030?
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for inviting me. Budget is overall very good budget, and especially it needed to focus more on agriculture, and it has focused. So agriculture is clearly a focus which was required to be in focus. It is. First time we see that 3.5% growth, which has given boost to the overall economic growth. That is very, very promising. And the sectors it has further identified are the sector that any good budget should have identified and placed the budgetary support to that, which is fisheries, which has grown at unprecedented level. Last 8 years growth is 12.99, virtually 13%. Nowhere in the world and within the country, probably no sector would record 30% growth, and certainly not any primary subsector. So that has been focused. Seed is a problem because that is basic input for productivity enhancement. So there is a special program for seed created. There is also additional pulses program that has been announced. But what is more important is what you have mentioned, the entrepreneurship in agriculture needed badly. Because there are a lot of distortions, there are a lot of gaps which need to be plugged, and plugging through the innovative solutions that come from the entrepreneurship. Young startups, the kind of innovative model they bring in, and the solution they provide, that needed to be promoted, whether these are women entrepreneurs or any entrepreneur, but entrepreneurship in agriculture. We have almost 4,000 startups today, but that needed further boosting. So entrepreneurship and accounting and good agriculture practices, the 3 areas I often mention. So where we have in terms of absolute production, we are the second largest agriculture economy in the world after China, much ahead of US. Many people think US is much ahead of us, which is not correct. But in terms of productivity, we are lagging behind, and therefore, the focus of 100 districts, earlier we had aspirational district, 100 district program. Now it is productivity focused 100 district program. I think that is going to be a game changer. And first time, the agri-export policy that this government brought in, where the role of the states was focused. So I believe that the states, in partnership with the center, many of the reforms that are required to be driven, particularly the market reform, that should be driven. So therefore, overall, I believe that it should further catalyze the growth in farm sector and particularly the value addition through entrepreneurship.
Sumit, coming back to you and talking about, investment. It is not just investment for entrepreneurship, for MSMEs, for agri-related entrepreneurial activities, but it is innovation towards R&D, towards education, and towards innovation. And when we talk about setting up AI centers of excellence in education, expansion of IITs, you're talking about national centers of excellence in skilling to be set up in districts, broadband connectivity to government schools, Atal tinkering labs to foster scientific temper among young minds. How is this going to help our economy to build wholesomely?
Meghaji, the answer is very simple. The answer is you are trying to get people thinking at a very basic level at a very early age. You are creating those stimulus for innovation, for entrepreneurship to happen. I think one of the beautiful aspects of this budget, when I go through the details carefully, is the unitary entrepreneurship, which has been highlighted everywhere. If you talk of these 5 lakh SC/ST Mahilas which will be given the loans, if you talk of this, for example, a small thing I want to bring in, if you talk of this homestay, and homestay will get Mudra loan, it might look very simple. But look at the numbers. Today, if you look at Paris, it used to be the #1 tourist destination with 5 crore tourists visiting in a year. It was #1 in the world. I take you to Thailand, which gets $65 billion from tourism. Now, if I look at Kashi Vishwanath, or if I look at, Kashi Vishwanath ji, it got 13 crore tourists. It's 2.5 times that of Paris. If you look at our domestic aviation market, the CAGR is 23% estimated for 5 to 7 years. You are adding 50 to 80,000 hotel rooms, but the quantum of travel which you are planning, domestic and international, still that is not okay. And there's one more data I want to share with you. To build a 3-star hotel, your cost for building one room is around 50 lakhs. For when you go to a 5-star hotel, your cost of building one room, sab kuch mila ke, comes to 1 crore. Now imagine if you can have this Mudra loan and you have this homestays which are built to maybe 2.5 star. They can create a one room which can be rented out to the people who are traveling. At such a small money, you can really revamp this whole industry and you can ease the load on the 3-star, 5-star infrastructure, and the price points will be realistic. So if you have more realistic price points in aviation and in the hotels and all, you will have more people traveling, and religious tourism is something which is sukhi ho, you're happy or unhappy, whichever way it will continue. And let's target Thailand, because if Thailand can get $65 billion from tourism, we have much more than Thailand to offer.
Okay,
and if we combine this international and domestic, it will be mind-boggling.
Right,
so
absolutely.
Stay
with me, Sumit. Let me. I also have with me on the telecast Mr. Kamal Bali, Managing Director and President of Volvo Group in India. Thank you, Mr. Bali, for joining me on the telecast. And of course, your first views, what were the key takeaways for you when the budget was announced earlier in the morning?
Yeah, Megha, thank you for having me on your show. Megha, I think I was very delighted to see a very growth-oriented budget, despite the complexities in the overall global market. I think there was a very, very clearly a direction towards a growth orientation. Very inclusive. I think the second thing, very inclusive. She's touched on probably every sector of the economy, every social domain. I think that's so. It's very inclusive. And third, I think she's kept on focus on investments, both on capex infra and also inviting private sector to really unleash the animal spirits with very new ideas on PPP schemes and others. So I think these were my clearly the takeaways: growth while maintaining fiscal prudence, opening up, and I think the big one for the middle income group was a huge surplus amount in the hands of young India, and I think this can really give a spur to consumption, investments and savings. So I think overall a very, very good budget, and I believe the the infrastructure, the continuing focus on infrastructure. It could have been a little more, but I think sky is the limit when it comes to that. But I think they have done very, very well. A good, thoughtful, inspiring budget.
Okay, you know, when Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, started off with her speech, she spoke about the 4 pillars: the poor, the youth, the farmer, and the women. And under these 4 pillars, there were 4 engines that were described, which was agriculture and MSME and investments and export promotion. Do you think all of them have been uniformly covered in terms of the credit that has been infused, in terms of the MSMEs and the opportunities that are being given to the farmers, to the women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs? We talk about the innovation that is being created by way of education, AI, centers of excellence that are being opened up, IITs being branched out to other parts of the country as well. Do you feel it to be a wholesome budget when all these 4 aspects that she had spoken about at the start, has she been able to give justice to all of them?
Yeah, Megha, very good point you brought in, and I think that's exactly what I started with, saying that it touches every sector of economy, every domain, every section of society. So I think so we can always debate on the extent of what we need. Our ambitions and aspirations are always more than the resources. But I can tell you, let me look at 3 or 4 of these. The agriculture. So agriculture is, as an engine of growth. So she's saying that she's covering 1.75 crore farmers with focus on diversity of crops, productivity, sustainability, best global practices, covering 100 agri districts. So I think mission on pulses, Atmanirbharta. So I think it's been I can only say it's very thoughtful. We will need to read the fine print to see how much money has been allocated and how much we need. But I think for me, it's a direction, and I think the direction is very positive. Then you look at MSMEs. MSMEs, there are about close to 6 crore MSMEs in India, both services and others. So I think, and they are really the core of the Indian economy. If you look at the share in the overall economy they have, the share in India's exports, it's very, very big, upwards of 30-35% in each category. So I think very important here, labor-intensive sectors have been brought into focus, like leather, toys, national mission on clean tech, solar PV cell, EV manufacturing. So I think a huge focus on manufacturing MSMEs as well, and touching the right aspects on that. Let me look at investments then. Investments was very, very important so I think one thing very interesting which has come out is that every ministry will bring to the table the list of potential PPP projects which private sector can have a look in. So this is very interesting. So 3-year pipeline from each ministry, monetization plan for the next 5 years, that national monetization pipeline. It used to be 6 lakh crore. For the next 5 years, they are planning 10 lakh crore. So this also private sector could pick up some of these, so that the government has the propensity to spend more on social sector capex, on health, education, skilling, AI mission and things like that. So to my mind, as you rightly said in the beginning, I think they've touched almost every pillar of our economy, every driver of India's growth story. And obviously, we can always debate and agree and disagree on how much it was needed and how much has been given. But to my mind, that's less important. More important is the implementation, the serious implementation on ground now, and taking these initiatives as Team India. The industry, academia, government, authorities, civil society, everybody now has to take this on a mission mode and take it to its logical conclusion. I think that's more important.
Another aspect that I did want to touch upon and wanted your opinion of was about, she spoke about shipbuilding and maritime development. So it serves a lot of purposes. Although I think a 25,000 crore rupee corpus for maritime development is rather small. in my opinion. There have been a number of ports that have now been opened up. Shipbuilding and shipbreaking has been started off in breakneck speed, perhaps a little later than it should actually have happened. Not only does it serve the purpose of connectivity, it is bringing you millions and millions of jobs that are going to be created. Of course, it's a massive revenue driver. Of course, the trade routes that you have up until now not been able to make money on, not been able to capitalize. Unfortunately, even though we are surrounded by the seas, by the oceans on the three sides, how does this movement towards making India into a maritime power look like in the future?
That's for me, Megha?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so Megha, yeah, that's another great opportunity which we have not really, as you rightly said, we have not leveraged. And I think there's a huge focus. In fact, we are, as Volvo Group, we are also participating in some of the developments in that area on the powertrain, on the engines. So we are trying to bring some new technology on dual fuel engines, methanol engines, as part of the marine strategy for India for shipbuilding. So I think this is going to be important, and we are actually looking forward to these. And the good thing is that several PPP opportunities, public-private partnership opportunities are available in all these areas. So it's not that the PSU money has to be spent. I think the private sector, the moment a thing makes sense, the private sector will be more than willing to invest in the growing India story. And the India story actually is looking very, very inspiring. If you look at rest of the world today around us, I think we are at a sweet spot, and we are in spotlight, not only because we are growing at the fastest pace, but I think we are doing a few things right. So I think we need to continue on this. But the bottom line is now implement execution, and that is where we at times miss our goals and miss our targets.
Okay.
I think in terms of direction, we are on track.
Mr. Bali, if we talk about the budget today and we do not talk about the IT income tax bonanza that has been announced by the finance minister, then that would be something of an anomaly. So how do you, in the larger scheme of things, of course, the households get more disposable income, consumption, savings increase, circulation of money happens in the market. How does this impact industry in our country?
Oh, big time. I think it can actually, and it not can, it will. To my mind, it shall kickstart a virtuous cycle. People will start consuming more. The young generation will start consuming more. When the consumption happens, there'll be more demand for companies. More demands mean more investments. More investments means more jobs. So it's going to kickstart a virtuous cycle of consumption and demand, and I think that's something very, very good for the India story. And this is a fairly large number. So your middle income group will start bulging a little bit more. So India will not be just a simple 1.4 billion population. You will be many more. You will be more than 400-500 million consumers. So I think that's a very, very good story which I see. So I think this one is a very big one. The government, on the face of it, is going to forego 1 lakh crore of revenue, of tax income. But to my mind, when the consumption will take place, the money will come back to the government through indirect taxes, through GST. When these youngsters consume things, there is a GST they will pay on what they buy. So the money will come back into the government system through GST. So to my mind, it's a great thing. It's a win-win for everyone. It's a feel-good factor for everyone. And I think that's the way it should be. And I think our wages are already at a lower end of the spectrum. They need to grow up. So indirectly, this will help improve wages to some extent for the middle income group at least. And I think, and that's one group which has been wanting some of these. It's a very, very good feel-good factor in addition to be to be a good economic sense.
All right. On that note, thank you, Mr. Kamal Bali, for joining me and sharing your views on the budget today. I'm going to come back to you, Dikshu, and I want to talk about indirect taxes, and we're talking about the basic customs duty that has now been removed or slashed to quite the percentage when it comes to the toys industry, when it comes to leather, when it comes to a few other of these few of these goods that are manufactured in India and then are sold across the globe. Do you think there could be more goods that could be added to the kitty to make India a global hub and a global export hub, not just limiting ourselves to toys and leather and a sundry few of these goods, but to a larger market?
Well, absolutely. And Megha, if you see, since President Trump has assumed office, all that we are hearing about is the global trade wars and the tariff regimes, etc. So today, if India has to be a global economic power, if we have to be, we then definitely have to be globally competitive. And at the end of the day, what are these indirect taxes or customs duties, etc., doing? They are bringing money to the exchequer. So really, it's all about managing your finances smartly. The government needs certain revenue and has its expenditure, as we see the typical rupee every year, the way it's explained in terms of income and expenditure. So I think by rebalancing this smartly, we are allowing that the forego that happens as a result of these custom duties reducing or being removed can be other sources of income for the government. But what it does is it unleashes that power at a global scale for Indian goods and Indian businesses to be competitive. And today, that's the order of the day we are living in. Unless we are globally competitive and unless we are well entrenched in the global trade market, there's only that much. Yes, we have a very large domestic consumer base, but that's not the only way we can sustain ourselves with an 8+ growth factor that we are looking at for the nation. So therefore, reduction in or elimination of some of these custom duties is a very welcome step. And I also agree with you that maybe this needs to be looked at even more deeply to see how we can expand this into other industries, other businesses and sectors, so that it places us well in the global scenario.
Okay. Coming back to you, Mr. Yogendra Kapoor, talking about, I wouldn't say it's a sluggish growth rate of 6.3%. After all, we are the fastest growing major economy of the world. The estimate that has at this point of time been projected in the economic survey and by other global entities is that India is going to grow at a projected 6.8% GDP rate. Do you think this is sufficient for India to then race ahead and not just reach the level of the third largest economy, which it says is going to achieve by 2030, but our larger goal is to be a $30 trillion economy by 2047. And if we draw comparisons to China, where both our economies were floundering and grew together, but somehow China's growth rate was exponential. They were for 2 decades growing at the rate of 10% and plus. How do you think the move that comes by slashing the tax slabs is going to help increase the growth rate from maybe 6% to could it reach to 8-9% in the future?
See, Megha, India enjoys the demographic dividend in the form of largest number of youth in the world, and it is very important then, in order to ensure that they remain as strategic assets for the country and don't get converted into a liability, it is very important for the government also and the private sector to see that the optimum utilization of the resources need to take place. Because if we don't do that, you see, now look at the size of our country. We are almost 1/5 of the world. And what are we contributing towards the GDP of the world? It is not even 3.5%. So, and look at it from that angle, that in 1765, India used to be the producer of 25% of world GDP. And by the time the British colonialism ended, we ended up with a meager 2% GDP, 2% contribution towards GDP of the world. And from in last 125 years, we see that the share of our contribution in world GDP has just been almost nearly same, just by a meager increase from 2% to 3.5%. So I see a great potential going forward, and it's very important that we need to be actually growing in double digits. But I know that it's time. I mean, it's very wishful thinking, but and in order to do that, there has to be a massive push towards entrepreneurship, because you see the real growth of a country, it comes from the development of the private sector. And in that aspect, I have always felt that a country like India, it is very important that the MSME sector, which basically is the backbone of our Indian industry, it needs to be given complete support by the government also, by the banks also, because ultimately they will remain the drivers of the Indian economy.
Okay, all right. But I think more than MSME, it is the capex, and talking about capex, there are two two of these commodities that drain the coffers. One is oil, the second one is defense. And of course, in a bid to balance it out, there has to be strong maritime trade that is going to allow for bringing in the revenues, and push needs to happen in those directions. And then it is obviously going to cascade into the larger development of the country by way of increased GDP growth. I'm out of time. I thank all of you for joining me on the telecast. Stay tuned on Newsx. On the other side, we discuss the various other aspects of the budget and what is it that India at this point of time has deciphered of how the budget looks like this year. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना, चमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ, ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ, ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਏ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और न्यूज़एक्स का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
13 जनवरी पौष पूर्णिमा से 26 फरवरी महाशिवरात्रि तक महाकुंभ 2025 का साक्षी बन रहा है प्रयागराज का संगम तट। 45 दिनों तक चलने वाले पृथ्वी के सबसे बड़े मानव समागम में करोड़ों श्रद्धालु पुण्य की डुबकी लगाकर बन रहे हैं सांस्कृतिक एकता के सहभागी। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ बना है दिव्य, भव्य, डिजिटल। कुंभ सहायक चैटबॉट ने 11 भाषाओं में हर सेवा की जानकारी देकर एकता के महासंगम को बनाया है स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित। नए घाट, रिवर फ्रंट रोड, पांटून पुल, फ्लाईओवर, चमचमाती सड़कें, पार्किंग, हजारों बस और ट्रेन, नवीन एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल, आधुनिक टेंट सिटी जैसी सुविधाओं से पुण्य स्नान हुआ है आसान। महाकुंभ का है अटल संदेश, एकजुट हो अपना देश।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma. Joining me on the telecast is Mr. Prahlad Joshi, who's the Union Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and New and Renewable Energy. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Prahlad Joshi. And my first question about the income tax bonanza. There is going to be no income tax up to the tune of 12 lakh rupees for taxpayers. It is the biggest tax exemption since 2005 that has been announced by the Finance Ministry in our country. Do you think this will help increase the GDP growth rate?
No, definitely it is one of the biggest relief as far as income tax concession is concerned. And I think this will definitely boost. It will not only boost savings, investment, as already Prime Minister has quoted this in his tweet. This is a multiplier. This is a force multiplier. It will increase the savings, it will increase the investment, consumption and the growth. So overall, if I can put it, this is the historic jump at once. Otherwise, 50,000, 1 lakh rupees maximum. This much was done, but this is the first time that it is almost little less than double, almost double.
There has been important focus put by the Finance Ministry in the budget towards Bihar. Whether we talk about the Makhana board that has been set up in Bihar, the Tech and Entrepreneurial Institute for Food Processing, or for that matter, we talk about the brownfield and the greenfield airports that are now going to be set up. How does this help farmers? How does this help skill development and the food processing sector? Also, do you think this is because the coalition between the JDU and the BJP, both being NDA allies now, is the reason that the government has focused on Bihar this time around?
No, overall, whatever technology के लिए हम जो कुछ भी करते हैं, उसमें food processing भी है, फूड प्रोक्यूरमेंट भी है, फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, उसमें भी हम अभी फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में हम टेक्नोलॉजी उपयोग कर रहे हैं, फूड प्रोसेसिंग में हम टेक्नोलॉजी उपयोग कर रहे हैं, फूड प्रोक्यूरमेंट में टेक्नोलॉजी उपयोग कर रहे हैं. तो ओवरऑल दीज आर द थिंग्स. टेक्नोलॉजी इज नॉट दैट ओनली इट विल हेल्प फॉर द IT, that days have gone. Now it is helpful to each and every sector walk of the life.
All right, and talking about the MSME, talking about the startup sector, both these sectors have been given an impetus, a massive boost. How do you think it will help the country grow, especially when it comes to the 6.3% GDP growth rate that we are at? Can this help jumpstart the country's economy to maybe grow at an 8%?
One is overall MSME, as quoted by Honorable Finance Minister, 45% of the export of the country is made by the MSME. And because of both as far as the investment limit and the turnover limit which is increased in MSME, that will expand the scope of the MSME. By expanding the scope of MSME, it will generate more jobs, it will generate more revenue, it will generate almost wealth for the country, and since export will be further, growth of export will be there, that will be also added to the economy and the overall the growth of this.
there has been a special focus that has been given to shipbuilding and maritime development. How is this going to help create jobs, better connectivity, maritime routes where India can, better leverage the situation at this time, and also help in then thereby contributing to the GDP of the country?
See, recycling a circular economy in India, it was not at all given any importance or the thought till Shri Modi could come. मोदी जी आने से पहले इसका कोई सोचा भी नहीं था. अभी शिप रीबिल्डिंग हो, ओवरऑल रिसाइकलिंग हो, दैट इज बीइंग गिवन इम्पोर्टेंस. फॉर एग्जांपल अभी लिथियम बैटरी में जो लिथियम रहता है इसको रिसाइकल कर सकते हैं. हमारे पास लिथियम एज ऑन डेट बहुत कम है, लेकिन इफ इट ए रिसाइकल सिस्टम टेक्नोलॉजी यूजिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी रिसाइकल उपयोग जो है उसको बढ़ाते हैं तो नेचुरली हमारा जो इंपोर्ट ऑफ द रॉ मटेरियल होता है, मिनरल्स होता है, जो हमारे देश में लभ्य नहीं है या तो पर्याप्त मात्रा में लभ्य नहीं है, उसका हमारा जो रिसाइकल से हम हमारा जो डिमांड है वो हम पूरा कर सकते हैं.
Talking about direct taxes, talking about indirect taxes, but more importantly, the tariff cuts that have been announced. It's 7 of those tariff cuts when it comes to focusing on the export of toy and leather industry. How is this going to help manufacturers of toy and leather and other subsidiary industries to grow further?
See, one thing what I can tell you is, because Karnataka is the one of the important manufacturing hub of the toys, Chennapatna you must have heard. Along with that, recently a toy cluster has been established in northern part of Karnataka, that is near Koppal, by Modi government. See, before this, what used to happen? Almost 90% of the toys were imported from the outside. इवन मेनी ऑफ द थिंग्स, इवन जो गणेश लेके बहुत कुछ जो टॉयज, गणेश टॉय नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसे जब मूर्तियां भी लेके सब कुछ टॉयज हम इंपोर्ट करते थे. आज के दिन में भारत में एक टॉयज के लिए बूस्ट देना शुरू किया 7-8 वर्ष पहले. अभी ऑलमोस्ट हमारा इंपोर्ट कम होके एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ गया है. और इस जो टॉयज क्लस्टर हम करने का भी निर्णय किया है, उससे हमारा और भी एक्सपोर्ट ज़रूर बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि दुनिया में इसका डिमांड है. नेशनल एक्शन प्लान फॉर द टॉयज टू मेक इंडिया ग्लोबल हब फॉर द टॉयज. दिस विल डेफिनेटली बूस्ट आवर एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ द आवर टॉयज, एंड टॉयज मेकिंग इंडस्ट्री विल क्रिएट द जॉब्स, एंड टॉयज मेकिंग विल बी economic activity in India.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, for joining me on the telecast and sharing your views. Joining me now is Mr. Harish Bijur. He is a brand guru. Thank you, Mr. Bijur, for joining me on the telecast. And my first question to you were there worry signs within the finance ministry and the government of India that they decided to slash the income tax rates and revise the tax slabs? Because even though our GDP growth rate, which is at 6.3%, is at quite a high figure as compared to the developed economies, the rate at which they are growing, do you think we are still sluggish? And for us to achieve our target of a $5 trillion economy, it is going to take more than the speed at which we are growing, perhaps at an 8% or a 9%, which we have still not been able to achieve.
Well, firstly, the key point to note is that there are worry signs on the brow of the country, fundamentally because, the GDP growth rate that we are expecting and anticipating may or may not hit. So if you're saying that India is going to grow at anything between 5.6 to 6.2%, give or take a percent here or there, I would simply say that it's a matter of worry. And I think the government has noticed this. And Prime Minister Modi has done exceedingly well in giving this kind of an open incentive for people to say that you're going to have a little more money in your hands. More money in the hand means promoting the virtuous cycle of consumption. And hopefully, the 70 or 80,000 additional rupees that the usual taxpayer might have in his or her or their pocket might come back into consumption. So that's great. But the second key point to note is that India is a nation of 573 million middle class. Now, the middle class is under stress. The middle class is typically a segment of the population that earns anything between 6 lakh per annum to 36 lakh per annum. Okay. So the thing is, it's quite a broad sway. And this kind of more money in the hands of this segment of the population is a good thing. Essentially, this applies to people up to the 12 lakh per annum kind of a situation. But even that is good, because at least it will help this class to battle inflation, which rests at about 6%. So that is a second key point, which has brought in this manna from heaven of saying income tax is actually going to be on a new format.
Okay. Harish, also talking about the impetus that has been given on the MSME sector and agriculture, and particularly entrepreneurship within these sectors, when there has been credit flow that has been built up, Krishi cards that the limits have been increased from 3 lakh to 5 lakhs, women, first time women entrepreneurs, first time scheduled tribe entrepreneurs, there has been a corpus that has been set, startup industry has been given quite the push over here. Why is all of this being done? Do you think this is all part of the plan, that if you are going to build an entrepreneurial India, is the way to move forward versus the tertiary class, the service sector, which at this point of time still is the largest sector in which the Indians are earning their income from?
The key idea seems to be with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman actually stepping out and saying that, a nation is about its people. And if a nation is about its people, it's about the entrepreneurship of its people. The budget aspires to unleash the animal spirit of every sector. And it aspires to do it in the two stressed sectors of the economy. Manufacturing is a stressed sector, as is agriculture. Agriculture more so than manufacturing. Unless and until we unleash the brute force, the brute entrepreneurship force of the manufacturing and the agricultural sector, we're not going to go anywhere, because ours is a lopsided economy when it comes to GDP. If 56% of our GDP comes from services, so be it. I mean, the entire nation is gung-ho about services. You can't eat services, my dear friends. Agri is very, very important. It needs to go beyond that 16%. We need to level things out. So agri is the most stressed, and anything that going to agri is a great thing to happen. The important point to note is how much of this money is actually going to be spent, how much of it will actually hit the road, how much of it will be used by people in the agri and the manufacturing segment to create more wealth. Because, if the money goes to take care of, loans and stuff like that, it's not money that hits the road. It's money that hits the money lender. Because please note, the agri sector and the manufacturing sector is overextended with the money lender. They don't borrow only from the formal sector banks, but they borrow from the money lender. The first money that comes to the agriculture sector and the manufacturing sector goes to the money lender. The second bit of money goes to the formal bank. And the third bit actually goes into personal savings of the individuals. We need to take care of these aspects.
Okay. And yes, on one hand, you talk about the MSME sector that is growing, corpus that has been set up to the tune of crores of rupees. On the other side, there's also equal impetus being given on skill development, on education, on innovation. How are these two sectors interlinked?
Well, they're all equally interlinked. Because if you heard Nirmala Sitharaman ji saying, one is, there is the engine 1, which is agriculture. Then there's engine 2, which is MSME. And the engine 3 is innovation. All these three are important. And under innovation comes people, under innovation comes the economy, under it comes training and, skill development, etc. important thing is we need to focus on skill development beyond the services segment. Thus far, we are bothered about the services segment and skill development. We need to be bothering about agricultural segment and skill development, manufacturing sector and skill development. It's tough to do it, but it's all about training. It's all about the infrastructure being put into place. The government cannot do this. It is the private sector that can do it. We must see enough incentives for the private sector to jump in and say, I'm going to do it. As of today, we have intermediaries, good intermediaries, who actually connect the government initiatives to the people. Now, we need a lot of these intermediaries happen. And there are good bodies in the country. I mean, some of them are 40 years old, 42 years old. Bodies like ISECT, for instance, is more than 40 years old. And they do human service at the grassroots level. We need many more of these. And we need these segments, these kind of entities to be energized, because the government cannot do this work. It has to be done by the private sector. And the brute animal spirit of the private sector is what's going to drive this in India.
Okay, and talk, there is a massive demand, and we do not have dearth of youth to take up employment or start their entrepreneurial journeys. But here you have a massive demand, but the youth do not have the requisite skill set to fill the demands of the job. And how do you think these, like for example, the Atal Tinkering Lab for fostering scientific temperament amongst young minds, or for that matter, opening up AI centers of excellence in education, do you think these are going to be important contributors in honing the skills of the youth in our country?
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head in terms of skill development. Skill development is an absolutely good thing to talk about, but making it hit the road is a very, very difficult enterprise. And that's what I'm saying. You need pipes, you need intermediaries who will actually take skill development and actually train people, skill them, and actually make them hit the ground, make entrepreneurs of them, etc. India is a nation of entrepreneurship. India is a nation of shopkeepers, not Great Britain. India is a nation of shopkeepers. India is a nation of small manufacturers. India is a nation of 64 million MSMEs. And these are the guys who are going to take the business forward. And the biggest weakness of these guys is training. The second is financial reach, which is going to be abridged. And the third is the fact that they don't know marketing. I think, these three things need to be melded together. And if all this happens, I think India is going to be a beautiful story. We are not a nation of big factories and big enterprises. We are a nation of small units and small enterprises. And small is still beautiful in this country. Till the small segment prospers, India will not prosper in a real manner.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Harish, for joining us. Stay on with me. Let me also introduce my other panelists into the discussion. I have with me Jayant Krishna, former CEO and NSDC, PM Skill India Mission. Jayant Krishna, your views, and I particularly want to focus on the nuclear mission, with nuclear energy mission, where there has been a corpus set for 20,000 crore rupees. First of all, is this enough? We are aiming to build nuclear energy, renewable energy to the tune of 100 gigawatts up to 2047. Is this target achievable? Are we at this point of time pitching ourselves to an easy target? Could it be increased, or is this a step in the right direction and more needs to be done here?
See, I would feel that, a few things that the finance minister has spoken about. She's talked about the Atomic Energy Act being amended. Primarily, my understanding is to provide space for private sector players to come in. She's talked about adequate focus on small reactors, some funds for research and development in that space, and so on and so forth. So I think India has been right from the beginning, from early years of independence itself. Nuclear energy is one area where India made a good beginning. And now, and it has continued. The sector continued to have the requisite focus. And the fact is that, now, I believe, I didn't hear that part of the budget speech, but I understand some target has also been set as to what should be the contribution of nuclear energy in our overall energy availability in the country in next few years' time, and especially by the year 2047. So I think these are, while I'm no expert on nuclear energy, but from whatever I understand, I think these are all steps in the right direction because I see a lot of promise in that.
Right, absolutely. And moving forward from renewable energy to talking about the tourism and the hospitality sector, again, massively labor intensive sectors. And there has been a big announcement being made. When you talk about making top 50 tourist spots in the country, the government is going to make that push to allowing for incentives to be given to homestays to set up their small businesses across the length and breadth of the country. How does this gel well with the government's Make in India initiative, and also ensuring that India's tourism industry grows with leaps and bounds?
See, tourism is one sector, which has a, employment multiplier kind of an effect, And not only that, at the domestic level, it creates employment for a lot of people, but it also brings in, especially the overseas tourism, tourists, they bring in a lot of foreign exchange also to the country. So it helps in multiple ways. I mean, one indication which I see, if you look at the pre-COVID, tariff of typical 5 or 3-star hotels in the country, post-COVID, those tariffs have almost doubled, So it means that, we need more hotels, we need more destinations, so I think we need to, productize, we need to package, we need to, promote tourism very well. If we do that, these 50 clusters that are being talked about, I think we can go beyond, because there are very few countries in the world which have, deserts, which have a coastline, which have, the world's tallest mountains, rivers, all kind, lot of history, heritage, and living history of, few thousand years,
Yeah.
I think we really need to capitalize it. We have so far we have not been able to realize the potential which exists for domestic tourism as well as for visitors coming from outside for tourism.
Okay.
Typically we look at the triangle of Delhi, Agra, and Jaipur. I think beyond that nobody looks at. But every nook and corner of the country has amazing jewels. So much of heritage, culture, food, handicrafts. India is actually the handicraft capital of the world. But how well we have done in terms of giving them designs, in terms of skilling them, in terms of connecting them with the consumers with some portals and so on and so forth. This is a space which is crying for interventions. I'm happy some attention is being paid. And it will go a long way. It's for one person staying in a hotel, and I understand there are almost 2 people who get both, employment,
Right.
both direct and indirect employment put together.
Heavily labor intensive sectors, travel, tourism, and hospitality and F&B industry. Let me get in other panelists also into the conversation with me. I have with me Dr. Partha Chatterjee, Dean of Academics and Professor of Economics at Shiv Nadar University. Dr. Chatterjee, how do you view the budget? Obviously, the big ticket item, everybody had been talking about it for weeks together. Hints had been given by President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi just a day before the budget. And lo and behold, we have the bonanza for the IT slabs that had been completely revised. How does this impact taxpayers, the common man, the middle class, and the economy at large?
Let me start by talking a little bit about the context of the budget, right? We have to evaluate the budget in the times that we live in. And in this year's budget, I think there are 2 things that played a big role, right? One is that India's growth rate had slowed down from above 8% to about 6.4%. And the second is that there's a lot of uncertainty across the globe. And these 2 things together kind of dictated what the budget has to be, right? And in some ways, they were contradictory to each other. And I think overall, the government has done well in balancing both these things. In terms of the consumption part, to boost the growth rate, the government had choices to do something about consumption, about investment, about government expenditure, and about exports, right? And in some ways, it has touched all of that. In particular, by reducing the income tax burden on the middle class, that has definitely ensured that there will be some boost to the consumption in the urban sector, particularly. And going back to your last question to your the other guest, that in terms of the what has been done in the agricultural sector, I think that also will go some way, agriculture and tourism both, in some ways in both generating employment and thereby increasing income at the rural level at a larger spread across the country and overall increased consumption. So I think that's definitely a positive development.
The economy can jumpstart with a 6.3% growth rate that we have currently? We ideally would want it to be in double digits. Maybe that is wishful thinking at this point. But can this revision of tax slabs push us further towards the aim that we at this point of time are looking at?
So you're right that India has to grow at least about 8% if within the next 30 years or so India has to become a developed nation. And we really need some ideas, some big push to enable that. But in this budget, I don't think that finance minister went for anything such any such path where there's only one single engine to drive the economy, right? There are multiple small things actually which are there in the budget to enhance the growth. One, we already talked about the consumption. Two, to enhance investment. The finance minister has announced the fund of funds. Also the reclassification of MSMEs. So overall, at that level, at that end of the spectrum, we are hoping that there will be a renewed increase in investment.
Okay.
In terms
go ahead.
Just to wrap that up. So I think, that there are multiple things there, not one single idea, but multiple things. And therefore, in terms of whether the economy goes back to the 8%, it will depend a lot on the implementation of all of that.
Okay, all right. Ayush Mudgal, partner at Deloitte India, on the telecast with me as well. Mr. Mudgal, how do you view in terms of the support that government of India is wanting to give to manufacturing units, to the industry, whether it is about medicine or drugs, or we talk about the leather industry or talk about the toys industry? Do you think it's enough that has been done, that the tariffs have at this point of time have been removed, 7 of them at this point of time? And do you think more of these industries could be brought into the ambit where the push can be given, this can be an impetus, this could be to the advantage of the industry, that they become tax free and therefore their exports increase, and thereby them turning into profitable projects for the country?
Yeah, so Megha, I think before I move on to the actual changes that were brought in the budget, I think what's also important to understand that what was expected from the budget is that, we were expecting a lot of, tariff revisions, rationalization of the rate, fillip in terms of reduction in customs duty rates to kind of boost the domestic manufacturing, as well as, certain other changes in the customs duty administration as well as compliances, which were expected, to give a boost to the domestic industry. So I think on all those fronts, the union budget does not disappoint. I think, like you mentioned, there has been a rationalization of the tariff structure, which has been kind of announced. And now there would be, after this particular reduction, there would be 8 tariff rates, including 0. There would not be any products where both a cess as well as a surcharge would be levied. So I think that will go a long way in kind of reducing the customs classification disputes. What we have also seen is that the union budget gives a lot of impetus in terms of domestic manufacturing to some of the sunrise and priority sectors, whether it is, the manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, which are critical for both, mobile phone manufacturing as well as EV manufacturing, as well as, sectors like solar cells, critical minerals, textiles. So all these, I think, rate changes will, go a long way in giving a fillip to our domestic manufacturing and value addition, and also help to make our products, more export competitive. Which will kind of go a long way in boosting our economy as well. And let's also not forget GST, I think, because that is also a very important transaction tax, which is added to the price. So I think on those fronts, mostly the changes were in line with, the council meetings, changes that were brought in the council meetings. But I think some very important changes were brought in to increase or kind of reduce the evasion which is currently happening, whether it is, the track and trace mechanism, which was introduced to kind of, track some of the key products, as well as certain other changes where, they have made it mandatory to make a pre-deposit even on certain penalty-related matters. So I think on the indirect tax side, Megha, the budget was a good balance where we've seen rationalization of rates. We have seen certain good measures coming in for simplifying the indirect tax related compliances. And I think there is a strong message in terms of giving a fillip to the domestic value addition and manufacturing as well.
Okay, all right. I also have with me Dr. Rao, and let me get him into the conversation as well. Dr. Rao, as a layman, how do you rate the budget?
I am happy, but as a surgeon, I will say a few things about how the health industry is going to be influenced by this budget. One, there are some direct benefits. 36, if you remember, I had put out an article with 12 expectations from the health sector in the Sunday Guardian last Sunday. And one of them was to do with the basic customs duty on life-saving drugs which are not manufactured in India. And I'm happy 36 of them have been exempted from the customs duty. And the inputs for many of the drugs we are manufacturing, but the inputs for it are being, the raw material is being imported. Those have been also reduced or exempted from tax. So this will help the pharmaceutical industry, it will help the hospitals, it will help the patients, and it will also help medical tourism, bringing down the costs here. The other direct benefit that we see is the fact that there will be more medical colleges. If you remember, whenever we have had discussions on medical students going abroad, on NEET exam leakages, etc., I have always mentioned that we should increase the number of medical seats and, of course, other professional seats also, to an extent where there is no need for our students to go abroad. Instead, we start attracting students from abroad to come here and increase our incomes here. If foreigners come here, rather than we spending foreign exchange on sending our students abroad. So this is also will provide us more. Medical colleges are not only about doctors, you will have more nurses being trained and more paramedical workers being trained. So these are direct benefits. Now, the indirect benefits. Now, they have maintained the capex expenditure, which would last year, probably because of the Lok Sabha election, etc., only for a small amount of the capex for last time, that was about 4 lakh crores was spent. But the rest of it will be spent in the next 3 months plus for the next year, which means better roads, more railways, airports, drinking water, electricity. All of this will help us spread healthcare to distant nooks and corners of India, and also increase the logistics so that we can reach out to them.
Right.
The other benefit that it will indirectly help is what everyone has been discussing about, that the income tax benefits. Now, when who are the people who are unable to afford health or health insurance or even healthy foods, who go for the cheaper junk food or who are forced to pay from their pockets and struggle to get health care. These are the middle income group, and so this is a huge help, and this will indirectly mean more they will be able to afford healthcare and they will come for healthcare. So this is an indirect benefit. Same way, when you keep fiscal deficit down to 4.4%, it reduces the inflation, which also helps the poor and the middle income. The inflation most affect most by and then the middle income. And then there are 50 tourist sites which you earlier discussed. Remember, improving tourist sites also improves medical tourism, because when the patient comes here and we operate on them, after that, during the recovery period, they have to hang around in India. So if you have got good tourist areas, not only they, but the people who accompany them will go to those tourist areas and then come back for the. So it helps us indirectly, improving the tourism.
Right.
So it will help medical tourism also.
Yeah,
One
which is
other
also
point-
found mention in the speech made by Nirmala Sitharaman when she was announcing the budget. I'm going to come back to you, Jayant Krishna, and understand from you about, there has been in every single aspect that has been touched upon in the budget, a strong focus has been on industry and job creation, skill development. They are all three of them interlinked. One without the other cannot function with success. How much of it do you think can now be translated and implemented to allow for results to be seen?
See, to my mind, India's aspiration to become a major manufacturing hub and our efforts on the skill development front, they are interlinked. If you look at in the COVID period, when a lot of multinational companies were trying to relocate part of their manufacturing supply chains to destinations other than China, where India was a front runner, right? So some of those investments, of course, have come to India, but India has not been able to capitalize that opportunity to an extent it could have capitalized, right? I think one reason is, of course, the ease of doing business, the hunger, our politicians and bureaucrats show to solicit those investments. And secondly is also on skill development front, while a lot of excellent work has happened in the services industry, not as much good work has happened in cutting edge technologies. If you look at Industry 4.0 technologies, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, these are the kind of areas where the country still lacks on skilling our youth. I'm happy at least Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, she announced 5 national centers of excellence for skilling, and she very clearly said as a part of her budget speech itself that these will happen along with the foreign collaboration, because many of these technologies, especially when it comes to teaching people, it doesn't exist in the country. So I think collaborating with countries like Germany, countries like Singapore, I think it's very, very important. I see a lot of this entire how do we ensure that our population doesn't remain a curse, it becomes a blessing? I think the country is waiting to reap a rich demographic dividend, and we have to do it at a war footing. This entire dream of India becoming a developed nation by the year 2047, when independent country becomes 100-year-old, cannot happen unless our human development index improves, unless our per capita income improves, and unless the allocation on education and skill development improves. I think I've still not seen in finer print. In healthcare it improves, in science and technology, research and development it improves. Right now we are among the lowest in these 3 categories among G20 countries. Ease of doing business, while it has improved, I must acknowledge, our rank was 100 plus. Now it has become 63. And I'm sure, the World Bank has perhaps stopped measuring it, but it may have improved by a few points again, But is it good enough, If we are the 5th largest, why shouldn't our ease of doing business also not be among the top 5 nations, I think our aspirations have to be very different,
Okay.
To that extent, I do feel this budget was an opportunity to make transformative changes for India's emergence as a developing country. Except a few, bright areas, sparks. I see that opportunity not getting tapped to an extent it could have been tapped. I mean, I somehow expected this budget would be as transformative for the country as the 1991 budget of Dr. Manmohan Singh. That opportunity has been missed. I'm not saying these allocations for these sectors that I talked about can overnight be doubled, but some tinkering, some increase, some jump, could have been made, and education sector, you look at how China transformed its sector. Now in the top 100 universities, there are very large number of Chinese universities. When would our universities be in that category? So I think lot of changes have to happen, and the finance minister, fundamentally, I believe, she has to do whatever it takes, remove all barriers, all roadblocks, which is hindering, the growth, be it, our regulators. If you look at, we have regulators in every sector, but how fair, how independent, how equitable they are. We need to transform our regulators. Direct tax code, I believe there was some mention, although I didn't personally hear that part of it, but she did talk about introducing that. So if that was the case, I really welcome it. A legal system.
Okay, all right, sir. So I'll come back to you on the other aspects that you obviously want to talk about. But Dr. Partha Chatterjee, the point that has been made by Jayant Krishna, skill development, unless our youth is skilled enough, no matter how big the population, it is not going to bring about any dividends. How fast are we? How close are we in closing the gap? Because this has been a perpetual problem. Like there are people who are unemployed in large numbers. There is a massive demand, but somehow this is impossible to close.
Yes. So the skill development has been, a feature of the budgets for the last few budgets, and there's been skill development mission 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't think we made a lot of progress in the skill development, and part of it is that skill development cannot progress without education. Development cannot be separated. If you look at how the East Asian countries and China all have developed, they really invested a lot in their education sector to begin with. China, in fact, made school education compulsory in the 1960s. Now, without the basic education, even small complexities, like, let's say, operating an EPBX telephone, right? That seems to be a difficult task for many. So we need to rethink this whole skill development, that how can we go about doing that and reaching our goal in where we can ensure that, all the youth, and remember, India is among one of the few countries where the population is really young, and the whole world in some ways is looking towards India to supply human capital.
Right.
And we cannot do that unless we develop the education sector and tie the skills with the education sector at the same time. Yeah?
Is our complete reliance on the MSME sector going to help us reap dividends, keeping in mind that we want to target and become a $30 trillion economy by 2047, or reliance on tertiary sector or the MSME is not something that can be a long-term goal for any government to achieve that?
Well, look, in the last few budgets, there has been a lot of talk about big corporates, particularly through the PLI schemes and so on. So I think the pressure was there all throughout that we need to think about the MSMEs. And remember, MSMEs are quite a large portion of the Indian economy. And the second aspect is that we have been doing a little worse in terms of equity, in terms of equality. And if we just focused on the large corporations, then that would have been worse. So in that sense, again, I think it's a good idea to focus a lot more on the MSMEs so that the gains from the growth can be spread out. But having said that, we really need to think about how we can harness both some of the technologies that we are talking about today. We cannot necessarily be done in small scale. So we really need
which
to
are the
also
other
think.
sectors? We talk about MSMEs, but which are these, capital-rich sectors, industries in our country that can be tapped into? One was obviously the big focus that was on shipbuilding and maritime development. That has to be the focus point for any economy to then be successful and be amongst the top 2, top 3, even top 5 of the world economies, and India is far behind, lagging behind in that. But which other sectors can the semiconductor industry be tapped, and how much benefit can be gained out of it? What are these industries? AI has at this point of time been given an impetus, but in a very small measure. When you talk about building centers of excellence on AI in education, that's just a very tiny step. Where when we make comparisons to China and America, they are way far off in the race.
Yeah. See, in terms of all of these technologies, while the government can directly contribute in many ways, but I think more importantly, it has to find a way so that the private corporations and private investment comes in, right? We cannot rely on the government to build a general AI or a fab completely. Though, having said that, I mean, particularly for a fab, a government investment is critical. But if you look at how much investment even US is doing today to ensure that a fab is commissioned in the US, we lag far behind. So you're right in that sense that we need to invest in some of these in much more. However, we have to remember that we have certain advantages and we need to kind of leverage on that rather than targeting something that is unreasonable. Say, for example, in the semiconductor, we do have certain advantage in designing. So can we bolster that? Can we look at how to incentivize companies in design part of it? And maybe when we become very good at that, maybe some manufacturing of semiconductors will be easier or possible within India rather than just trying to target manufacturing semiconductors, which is obviously much more costly. Yeah.
Okay. Ayush Mudgal, coming to you. Now, how do we keep the balance? Here you have the world's, most populous country. Where you need to provide, the percentage of youth in the country is the largest in any part of the globe today. You need to provide them jobs, you need to provide job opportunities to them, employment opportunities need to be created. At the same time, you need to make India more entrepreneurial than stick to just the tertiary sector. How do we keep the balance?
No, I think you're absolutely right, Megha. I think removal of unemployment is very key in today's India's growth story. And I think while measures have been announced, around that, I think, and of course, some of the measures that were introduced in today's budget in terms of, boosting the domestic manufacture and, increasing our export competitiveness will go a long way. But I think what we need is a proper roadmap to kind of see, how we can boost, our domestic manufacture and value addition. I think we see every year certain changes in the customs duty rate, certain reductions. But I think if we really put our key focus on certain trust sectors, whether it is EV manufacturing, mobile phone manufacturing, and have a proper 4 or 5 year roadmap on what kind of duty changes, tariff changes, etc. will come. So I think that will at least give a little bit more consistency to our manufacturing competitiveness, our growth story, and accordingly I think the employment will follow from that.
Okay. Dr. Rao, coming to you, in a scenario where I'm going to once again put focus on the growth rate of the country. Now, do you think this is now not just something that we are content with, but maybe a little bit of a worry as well, because the idea is to grow in double digits and we've still not been able to reach that in the entirety of our existence as a democracy?
Megha, you have hit upon two important aspects of growth while talking to the other panelists. See, when you talk about GDP, it is based on two factors: growth in population, improvement in productivity or efficiency. Now, the second aspect is where you were talking about education, skill development, and employment. And earlier, Mr. Bajor had commented on that we have had a lot of focus on the skill, on the services industry, enough on agriculture and manufacturing industry. So much of your skilling. Remember, sometime back, I think about 2-3 months back, the government had announced a scheme where the government will pay for 1 year of internship of people in the industry. This was a huge step because we here in hospitals, what we find is many of the people who come trained out of, when they come to the hospital, they don't even know how to give an injection, leave alone do anything else. And we have to train them. The whole skills have to be provided there. They have come only with theoretical knowledge. And I think this problem is there across industries. So that whole plan of providing internship for 1 year at government cost in these industries is a huge step towards skilling. And skilling, and as far as the employment is concerned, of course, the service industry is a huge source of employment, including hospitality and health sectors. But agriculture, the way you can improve employment there is by pushing food processing. Remember, agriculture also includes animal husbandry and fisheries. So these are, and for fisheries, they had recently had a separate project to improve that. So those are all going to help in both employment and skill development. Now, as far as the health itself is concerned, I have already listed the various ways we have helped, but I would also like to point out that the increased credit guarantees for 27 key sectors under the Atmanirbhar, which was announced today, includes many sectors which produce equipment and disposable items for us in the health sector. And I'm sure it also helps in the various other essential sectors that you have already mentioned, like batteries and this thing. Now, more than the chip manufacturing, it is the electronic industry which has been addressed today, which is going to provide you far more employment than the actual chip industry itself. Okay. Chip is more of strategic requirement.
Okay. Quickly, a closing comment then, Dr. Pata, I have to ask you, if I make a comparison to the 2024 budget interim, and then obviously after the government was formed, and then you talk about the budget that has been announced today at 2025. Do you think it was more of a chest thumping exercise last time around? Because I remember, there were these huge subsidies and schemes and funds that were being allocated to the PM Awas Yojana and Swanidhi, and you talk about Ujjwala and Jan Dhan Yojana. Funds were being directly transferred to the accounts of the beneficiaries. Nothing of the sort has been announced in this budget, which means it remains the same and is going to the same policy is going to carry forward for the next 4 years, the period for which it is intended to.
Remember, this budget came not 1 year after, but just a few months after the last full budget, right? So some of those schemes that were announced couldn't probably even be fully implemented till now. So I don't think there was too much room for doing much more in direct benefit transfers. So I don't think that it's in some ways a miss. What I think is absent from this budget compared to the last few budget is the capital expenditure, right? The last few budgets, the government has been very, very gung-ho on the capital expenditure part of the government expenditure. So this time there were no major announcements of infrastructure projects or things like that. I think that's something that has definitely changed from the last few budgets to this budget.
Okay, all right. On that note, I'm out of time. I thank all of you for joining me on the telecast, and thanks for watching Newsx on the special day where we are showing you rolling coverage of Budget 2025.
स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना, चमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ बनना चाहिए।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, a spectacle of spirituality.
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना, चमक्का।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ बनना चाहिए।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma. Joining me on the telecast is Mr. Piyush Goyal, who's the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much, sir, for joining me. और आपसे सबसे पहला सवाल कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी ने बजट समाप्ति के बाद ही देश भर से इंटरैक्शन की और उन्होंने कहा कि ये बजट जो है कॉमन मैन के जेब के अंदर, मिडिल क्लास के पास ज़्यादा डिस्पोजेबल इनकम रखता है। इसके बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है? क्या आपको लगता है कि इससे हमारा जो हाउस होल्ड इनकम है जो इंक्रीज हो जाएंगी, जिसके कारण कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगा, जिसके कारण सेविंग्स बढ़ेंगी, इससे क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा देश भर में?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमेशा मिडिल क्लास के लिए संवेदनशील रहे हैं। आखिर आप याद करिए, कांग्रेस के समय तो 2.5 लाख रुपए पे टैक्स नहीं लगता था, उसके बाद सभी पे लगता था। वो बढ़ा के आज 12 लाख रुपए हो गई है। तो आपको ध्यान में आएगा कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का दिल मिडिल क्लास के साथ है, उनकी चिंता करते हैं, उनको एक अच्छा जीवन देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। और इतनी बड़ी सौगात, 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए, 12 लाख रुपए तक की इनकम पे, आय पे कोई टैक्स नहीं। और अगर तनख्वाह वाला व्यक्ति हो, सैलरी वाला, तो 12,75,000 पे कोई टैक्स नहीं। तो मानो ऐसे लगता है जैसे मिडिल क्लास को तो टैक्स मुक्ति कर दिया। उनके हाथ में ये पैसा होने से वो खर्चा करेंगे, उनके घर में अच्छी चीजें लाएंगे, उनको महंगाई का बोझ नहीं पड़ेगा, उनको सुविधा होगी कि वो आगे चल के अच्छा घर बना सके, गाड़ी ले सके, स्कूटर मोटरसाइकिल ले सके, घर में टीवी फ्रिज अच्छा आ जाए। तो एक प्रकार से पूरे भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में डिमांड बढ़ेगी और उससे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को, देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को, उद्योग को भी और मौके मिलेंगे भारत में निवेश करने के, और ढेर सारी नौकरियां भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में उत्पादन होगी।
जी बिल्कुल, बट कांग्रेस के लीडर्स ने बजट की स्लैम द बजट, उनको बजट उन्होंने बुलाया कि पसंद नहीं आया, क्योंकि उस बजट के अंदर निर्मला सीतारामन ने जॉब क्रिएशन की बात नहीं की, जॉब क्रिएशन को साइडलाइन कर दिया। आप इसके बारे में कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करना चाहेंगे?
पूरे बजट ही रोजगार पर आधारित है। आखिर जब मैंने जैसे बताया डिमांड बढ़ेगी तो उद्योग आएगा, व्यापार बढ़ेगा, उसमें लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी, नौकरी मिलेगी तो आमदनी आएगी, तो उससे और डिमांड बढ़ेगी। आखिर 11,20,000 करोड़ जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में खर्च होगा तो लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी ना, वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने के लिए। जब टूरिज्म पे 50 नए क्षेत्र बनाए जाएंगे, वहाँ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा होगा, वहाँ पे होम स्टे अलाउ होगा, वहाँ पे होटल लगेंगे, वहाँ पे सड़कें अच्छी होंगी, एयरपोर्ट में 4 करोड़ लोग उड़ान 2 में जाएंगे, ट्रैवल करेंगे, तो उसमें लाखों लोगों को एविएशन सेक्टर में नौकरी मिलेगी। जब शिप बिल्डिंग को प्रोत्साहन होगा तो शिप बिल्डिंग में आदमी तो काम करेंगे, नौकरियां मिलेंगी। मैं आज से आपको बजट के पहले पैराग्राफ से आखिरी पैराग्राफ तक बता सकता हूं कैसे पूरा बजट युवा युवतियों के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, रोजगार के निर्माण के लिए, हमारे किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने के लिए, हमारी बहनें बेटियों को एक और अवसर दिलवाने के लिए, ये पूरा बजट रोजगार के ऊपर ही निर्धारित।
जी, यहाँ पे जब बजट की बात आए तो बिहार का नाम काफी बार लिया गया। बिहार में मखाना बोर्ड बनने जा रहा है, वहाँ पे एक फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंस्टीट्यूट सेटअप होगा, ब्राउन फील्ड और ग्रीन फील्ड एयरपोर्ट्स बन के आएंगे। क्या ये जो बजट अनाउंसमेंट किया गया है, इस पे बिहार असेंबली इलेक्शन और दिल्ली असेंबली इलेक्शन पर कोई इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा?
दिल्ली चुनाव तो केजरीवाल के कुकर्मों से, उनके भ्रष्टाचार से, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली में विकास नहीं किया, कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है दिल्ली में, कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है जो खुश है। हर वर्ग नाराज है केजरीवाल उनके भ्रष्टाचार से, जिन्होंने खुद शीश महल की चिंता की, गरीबों के घर की चिंता नहीं की। केजरीवाल जी और आम आदमी पार्टी को तो दिल्ली की जनता नकार चुकी है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता है अगर वैसा हेतु होता तो 1 साल पहले ये बजट लाते। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कभी बजट चुनाव को देख के नहीं बनाया। रही बात बिहार की, मैं समझता हूं 2014 से लगातार मोदी जी ने कहा है कि पूर्वी भारत और उत्तर पूर्वी भारत जब तक विकास नहीं करेगा देश आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता। और उसी श्रृंखला में मुझे लगता है बिहार में अगर मखाना बोर्ड बने या लाखों किसानों के लिए सिंचाई योजना है, कौशल विकास का काम हो, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बने, तो खुश होना चाहिए सबने। आरजेडी और कांग्रेस के नेता बिहार में जाके पटना में बोले कि वो नाखुश है मोदी जी जो बिहार के लिए कर रहे हैं, तब जाके मैं मानूंगा कि उनकी आलोचना में खुद दम है। मैं समझता हूँ वो डरते हैं कि जैसे हरियाणा ने, जैसे महाराष्ट्र ने, आने वाले चुनाव में दिल्ली ने विपक्ष को नकारा है और भारी बहुमत से भाजपा को और मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, उससे आज से ही बिहार की कांग्रेस और बिहार की आरजेडी की हवाइयां उड़ गई है। वो समझ गया है कि वो हारने वाले।
एक सबसे बड़ा सवाल सबके जहन में है, क्या ये जो बजट 2025 है हमारे जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट को बड़ी तेजी से आगे बढ़ाएगा कि नहीं?
भरपूर। ये बजट देश की विकास यात्रा का एक आधारशिला बना है। ये बजट हर वर्ग के लिए 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के लिए कुछ न कुछ लाभ पहुंचाते हैं। ये बजट अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत भी बनाते हैं और साथ ही साथ हमारी आधारभूत सुविधाएं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निवेश को बढ़ाते हैं। ये बजट लोगों के हाथ में आमदनी बढ़ाता है। ये बजट रोजगार के अवसर देता है, उद्योग और निवेश को बल देता है। एक प्रकार से हम विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से आगे बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था आज भी है, पर अगले 2 साल में, 2.5 साल में हम विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने और आगे आने वाले 2-2.5 दशक तक ये बजट नींव रख रहा है विकसित और समृद्ध भारत।
राइट, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पीयूष गोयल जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और अपनी बात रखने के लिए। All right, now my editor-in-chief Rishabh Gulati has had the opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, who's the Union Minister of Railways, Electronics and Information Technology and Information and Broadcasting. Let's take a look at this conversation.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Rishabh Gulati, and yes, it's been yet another budget day. Now, we talk about the budget within which now we have to talk about railways. It's a sector that is one of the most awe-inspiring ones. 12 lakh employees. It has using 11 billion passengers, 1.5 billion tons of freight every year. The population of Australia sitting in a railway dabba every single day in this country. And the man who's been sort of piloting this for the last several years is sitting with us, Ashwini Vaishnav. For people watching this broadcast, a very genuine and hard-working guy, probably doing a very thankless job. Ashwini ji, thank you for doing all the things that you're doing. First of all, many congratulations. Srinagar, Baramulla, so exciting. When is it starting?
Very soon.
So we are hopefully days, weeks away.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw you when you were doing the Chenab, that bridge inaugural. I mean, as a project in itself, how important is it for India?
Very important because it connects Jammu with the Kashmir Valley. And of course, the entire state with the rest of the network.
How is the progress going, sir, when it comes to, because we are about to reach or have reached electrification, how is it going?
That's a very important milestone. We'll be achieving 100% electrification in the fiscal year 25-26. We are already around 97%. Some of the most difficult parts where construction is going on, those are the areas where work is still going on, and hopefully and this is the 100th year of electrification in our country, so we'll be achieving 100% electrification in this year.
Ashwini ji, in a fundamental way, transforming the railways from overcrowded, dirty, sometimes unsafe, to the modern Bharat, what is the scale of the ambition? From Vande Bharat to the upgradation of tracks to the bullet trains, what's the scale of the ambition now?
Listen, it's a very complex network, very large network, and lots of legacy issues. So we have to work very methodically, very systematically, very meticulously, nuts and bolts kind of work has to be done. It's not something which is a kind of economic reform subject. It is a subject where you need to have a lot of technology in place, lots of operational changes have to be made, and a continuous monitoring of certain parameters have to be done on a daily basis. And that's what we are doing. And the results are in front of us. This year we'll be achieving three very major milestones. We'll be achieving 1.6 billion tons of cargo.
Record, yes.
We'll be doing 3 lakh crore rupees of revenue, and we'll be doing 100% electrification. And this budget has given us a very good allocation of 2,52,000 crore. Imagine in the UPA government time it was just 30,000 crore. So 2,52,000 crores. So we'll be manufacturing 100 Amrit Bharat trains, which is long distance trains, non-air conditioned for the Shramik families and the low income families, 1,000 kilometers at 450 rupees with very good facilities. Then we'll be manufacturing 50 Namo Bharat trains. These are shuttle kind of fast moving trains between two cities located at a short distance from each other. First one is already running. We'll be manufacturing 200 more Vande Bharat trains, which is very popular. Everywhere the honorable members of parliament are demanding, public is demanding for Vande Bharat trains. We'll be doing 1,000 new flyovers and underpasses.
Okay, why has this become controversial? Because the capex has gone up 2x in less than 5 years. It's gone up 10x in 15 years. But people are saying, oh, it's not gone up this year again. What's the problem? What's the
This is the consistent. This is the optimal number.
So 2.5 lakh crores is what you need. You are happy with that number?
Absolutely.
Okay. What does that 2.5 lakh crore achieve for us? Because you're building, I'm told, 14 kilometers of track per day. 130,000 kilometers of track exists in the country. Do we need to build more track after the 40,000 you already added? Is it track upgradation? Is it track widening? What's the plan?
Now the addition of new tracks versus upgradation of old tracks, upgradation has to take prominence now. Because now the trains are available, which are better trains, faster trains. Now that we have Kavach already approved last July. So now we have automatic train protection technology also in place. So now is the time when we should focus more on upgradation. So this year in the budget, we have taken a large, very huge target, humongous target, almost 7,800 or 7,700 kilometers of upgradation.
Okay.
And construction last year was a record year, 5,300 kilometers. This year we will be we'll be now ramping it down. We'll be ramping it down and keeping it steady at
new rail lines come down.
Yeah.
And upgradation goes up.
Correct.
So when the upgradation happens, so Kavach, I think you rolled out 1,400 kilometers. What's your target for this year? How many
1,400 was more for testing and perfecting the technology.
Mm-hmm.
Now 15,000 kilometers tenders are already in process. 10,000 locomotive installation is in process. 12,000 people have been trained in installing it, using it, repairing it. It's a very complex thing,
Yes.
right? Telecom towers have to be installed. It's like having one full new network like a Jio or Airtel network and installing things on the locomotives.
Okay, so assuming that you have faster locomotives which have top speeds of 180, assuming that you improve the tracks and get Kavach installed, how does the speed then increase between point A to point B?
See, the most of the railway tracks in our country 10 years ago used to be at 70 or 80 or some of them at 100 and a very few at 110 or 130 kmph. Now practically the entire network, except barring a few areas which have some technical complexities, are already 100 kmph or reaching 110 kmph, and close to 40% of the network is reaching 130 kmph. And now we are focusing on improving some of the high density routes where we want them to be 160 kmph.
So it is possible. 160 is achievable in some of these routes.
Surface 160 with proper fencing and proper automatic train protection. Beyond 160, one should go for elevated networks only.
Okay, all right. I want to ask a couple of other questions. One is, of course, on the bullet train, because there's a lot of curiosity regarding how this is planning out. Are we a couple of years away, and how's the progress coming?
Its progress is very good. Progress is amazing. 340 kilometers of construction work done. The bridges, the tunnels, the elevated path, it's going on very well. The stations are coming out superb. The undersea tunnel work is going on. I just recently went and saw it. The station at BKC, the terminal station, that also is progressing very well. We lost 2.5 years because of Mr. Thakrae's not giving us permission. Mr. Thakre didn't like this project. He never gave permission. But then now we are making up for that lost time, and it's progressing very well.
What's the top speed that you're expecting to hit?
That will be 320 kmph.
A top speed of 320 and an average around what, 250 plus?
280 plus.
Okay, I want to ask you a question, because in the last 1 year, this has been a major concern. You've been out on the field talking about it. In a large area where you have tens of thousands of kilometers of unprotected track, we've seen instances of somebody's blocking the track, putting foreign material on the track. Is it a concern? Is it a safety concern? How are you guys investigating and handling this?
This legacy network has its many issues, but we are handling it very meticulously, and we have taken some really tough actions. In fact, one of the places where one One actress was kind of doing a video shooting. We got her arrested. So, I mean, that kind of things, those kind of things are there, and we are taking very strong action against
Okay, the budget largely now talks about utilizing government assets. The railways, of course, has one of the largest land bank assets in the country. Have you made some progress on this in monetizing these assets, and how much have you got of a land bank have you
We
got
would
now?
like these assets to be put into good economic use, and that's why the models that we are creating are basically how can we create IT hubs there, how can we create GCC infrastructure there. For example, at Bhubaneswar station, the way we have constructed it is the first 4 floors will be used for railway purpose, and the 7 floors above that, which is about 3 lakh square feet area, is will become the IT hub. Let's say the Tirupati station, the first 2 floors will be used for railway purpose, and after that budget hotel, right? So that kind of thinking is there, and that is giving us very good results. And now that the model is getting in place and investors are feeling confident about it, we'll be able to do many more projects.
I know our time is short. Railway stations next, looking like airports. How's it going?
You must go and see some of the station work which is happening, whether it is Jaipur, whether it is Lucknow, whether it is Patna, whether it is West Bengal, whether it is any part of the country, or you go to Chennai, Alambur, go to any of these projects, the progress is amazing and people are very happy with it. When I go and meet the common people out there, common citizens, they feel satisfied that yes, after 100 years, we have got a leadership, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's leadership, where even small stations are getting developed. Like somebody actually mentioned it, like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, which took the road construction down to the last village. The same approach our Prime Minister is having for constructing 1,300 stations right now getting constructed today.
Okay, last big picture question. We are seeing near saturation in Awas Yojana, near saturation in Jal Yojana, near saturation in electrification. You're seeing railways now bringing in something different. The highways are getting built, the ports are getting built, airports are getting built, but the GDP rate stubbornly gets stuck under 7%. What's happening there?
It's not that. See, the GDP, our country's economy, with our complexities, our legacy, we are today in that 6 to 8% band. And we must strive to be in this band and hit the upper limit of this band. And we must maintain the inflation we should keep the inflation under control. All these constraints with the cost of imported energy, where the vagaries of global capital flows because of the high debt that most of the rich world took, $9 trillion worth money that they printed. All those things are something where it requires very deft management, and that is why when we go and talk to the global, when we have discussions during Davos and all, we find that the people really are amazed at the deft handling of economy that our Prime Minister has done. His economic thinking is very refined. After COVID, a large number of very big economists, very senior people, they all said, do helicopter money, just print and distribute, right? That is what the Western world did. That's what US did, that's what Europe did, that's what Japan did. But our Prime Minister, his economic thinking was that we should make sure that our economy is always on a consistent growth path. That's why he focused on investment.
Okay, here's looking forward to next year hitting 8%, fingers crossed. But thank you for the service that you're doing. Thank you for the cheer that you're bringing. Thank you for making railways something that we now started enjoying traveling on once again. And it's a long haul, I know, a long way to go. But nonetheless, Ashwini Vaishnav, thank you very much for joining us on Newsx.
Thank you.
Okay, joining me right now is Mr. Jasmine Shah. He's the Aam Aadmi Party leader. Thank you, Mr. Shah, for joining me on the telecast. And of course, I would like to know from you as a spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, what do you think of the budget?
A lot of sections in Indian society had a lot of expectations from the budget. And I know this is being painted as something great for the middle class. But let me tell you that today all Indians are extremely disappointed with the budget. And I'll begin with the middle class. The only one thing that the middle class has got from this budget today is this increase in income tax exemption limit. Now, I think your viewers ought to know that out of 140 crore people in the country, personal income tax is paid by only around 3 crore people, which is 2% of the population. We all agree that the middle class is around 30 to 40% of the Indian population. So for the remaining 40%, there is absolutely nothing. For the 2% of the population, the government is saying that this is going to completely revive the economy, change everything. Sorry, that is not happening. No economist would agree with it. Now, the remaining middle class, the agenda for the remaining middle class, the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal had actually articulated around 2 weeks back. We had made 7 clear demands which would touch each and every individual of the middle classes. What are these? We had said that increase the budget for healthcare from 2% to 10%, increase the budget of education from 3.5% to 10%. And why? Because today the middle classes do not go and avail government healthcare and education. They are spending from their own pockets because government provides extremely shoddy public services. You take all the tax from middle class, but you don't give back anything to them. The other thing we had said is give a GST rebate on all the essential items. For the first time, it is this very government that imposed GST on day-to-day items like atta, dal, chini, or even on health insurance. This government is taking 18% of GST on health insurance.
But you think
Yes,
they've already been, the interim budget that was announced last year, and after the elections were won by the BJP, there was the full budget that was announced later on in July as well. And there were a number of these aspects that had already been covered, whether it was about the Ayushman Yojana or Awas Yojana or building of infrastructure, or building of railways and airports and so on and so forth. The corpus had been allocated, and the time span for the corpus is 5 years and 10 years and so on and so forth. Do you think that should be enough for the economy to move forward to achieve the goals that have been set up by the government?
First of all, let us admit, everybody says, and yesterday's economic survey also said that India needs to be consistently about 8% growth for the next 2 decades if we are to become a Viksit Bharat. In the last decade under the Modi regime, except for the COVID recovery period where we were actually recovering from lost ground, we have never crossed 8%. We seem to be now stuck permanently at around 6.5%. And the reason for that is that the government does not have a vision for the country. Let me tell you that today's government of India's education budget on out of the total is only 2.5%. It's the lowest it has ever been. It was 5% 10 years back when Modi ji came to power. Look at you say Ayushman Bharat. There's very interesting fact about Ayushman Bharat. Only 1.9% of the budget is allocated to healthcare. The middle class does not get any money of Ayushman Bharat. The total budget of Ayushman Bharat is only around 9,000 crores. In comparison, Delhi government, a small state, spends 9,500 crores on our health scheme. So the money of the government doesn't seem to be going towards anything that affects the middle classes. All its money seems to be going towards the rich, where you have, written off 10 lakh crores of loans. Middle class got some relief today, but corporates got relief 5 years back. And you're seeing high corporate, very high corporate profits. But really very little for growth, very little on wages, very little news, good news for the youth. What about the farmers? This is the same government that promised that we will double farmers' income by 2022. Today, they're not even willing to talk about farmer income, MSP. So, unfortunately, the story is extremely, I would say, disheartening.
I would once again say that the MSP had been touched upon in the last budget, but okay, fine. I would also like to understand from you, do you think this is going to have an impact on the Delhi elections?
Well, the people of Delhi, let me say, are too smart, to say that few days before election, you roll out a small lollipop for them when they know that Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party have done things that no other government in India has state government has done for their people. We have actually calculated the benefits that an average middle class family enjoys because of Arvind Kejriwal. It comes to around 25,000 rupees per month because of free education, free healthcare, free bus rides for women. We're talking about the Sanjeevani Yojana and the cash transfers that we are going to be making to women. So 25,000 rupees a month adds to 3 lakhs a year. And here's Mr. Modi saying that I'll give you 1 lakh, and that is only on the higher end. Most of the people will see benefits of 40 to 50,000 rupees. So people of Delhi are too smart. They know that this is a government that has done nothing for the middle class. Thankfully, because Arvind Kejriwal ji put pressure on Modi ji 2 weeks back when he said, he demanded, we put this 7 demands saying middle class ke liye kuch to karo, and the first demand was to increase this tax exemption limit. So finally, at least der aaye, drust aaye, BJP has done something for the middle class, but it's giving a very small lollipop to a category of people whom you have only hurt, you have bled them.
Okay, and what do you have to say? You know, in the last 24 hours, a number of your functionaries, leaders have decided to move and join hands with the BJP. Does this show their concern about Aam Aadmi Party perhaps not winning the election, or its chances of success being a little sketchy?
I think you should put out the full news and not read half news, because these are all the people who were denied tickets, right? Let's be very clear that, you know, if there are people who are here in Aam Aadmi Party only if they are given ticket, otherwise they are going to be in BJP, I would say good riddance. We are a people, we are a party that has a vision to serve the people. Some people will get tickets, some people may not get tickets. And it's very interesting. It seems like all of these people are going to the BJP, which means that what BJP has done to Indian politics, this entire washing machine, that चुनाव जीत के कहीं से भी आ जाओ, BJP will pay the right sum or put ED and CBI behind you and make sure you join, is now seeming to be happening even for people who did not get tickets. So I think eventually this election is about Arvind Kejriwal and making him the chief minister again.
Okay.
He is the most popular leader in Delhi, and irrespective of who joins or who leaves the party, people know that Arvind Kejriwal is there to serve them and to fulfill all the promises that we have made.
Okay, all right. On that note, thank you, Jasmine Shah, for joining me on the telecast. My colleague Anand Singh has spoken exclusively to the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. Let's listen in to that conversation.
So I'm joined by Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar ji over here. Sir, today Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the union budget in the Parliament. How do you look at this budget, sir?
I don't think anything new to any sector. I, being a representative of Karnataka, I am fully disappointed that though Karnataka is one of the second highest taxpayer in this country, they have not looked at. Madam represents Karnataka. At least she should have some soft corner for the people and the state which has given her a political strength. But it is unfortunate that earlier also whatever Madam had promised to Karnataka, the funds have not been released. But I feel that a great loss to the state, and even in the national level I don't see any change, because the national elections has already been over. They are not looking at the development of the all sector. Whatever tax issue they have announced, it is not a very major issue. Only a small section will be affected. The larger section is the people who never pay tax, the farmers, the small community. For them, I think there is no benefit in this budget.
So after the Lok Sabha elections, we saw that how a big chunk of the budget was given to Andhra Pradesh. And now in this budget, there has been a special mention for the Bihar also. How do you look at it?
Before elections, they give to various states. But in Karnataka also, they had announced, but nothing they gave. The same thing will be for Bihar.
Thank you very much, sir. So this was Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, who spoke exclusively to Newsx, and he mentioned that despite the fact that Nirmala Sitharaman, the Union Finance Minister, comes from the state of Karnataka, she had neglected Karnataka in her own union budget that she has presented in the Lok Sabha for the 8th time. With camera person Deepak Shah, Anand Singh, Newsx.
All right, on that note, I slip into a short break. Thanks for watching Newsx.
ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ 8 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਚੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਛੱਡੋ ਬੱਲਬ ਨੇ ਝਮੱਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਝਮੱਕਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੀਰੋ ਆਇਆ ਏ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ। 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆਹ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ था माँ 3500 रुपया कहना ऐसी 0 आया माँ पे ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री पूरे इंडिया में बनना चाहिए।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV इंडिया न्यूज और Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीक से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे वो चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती वीरों से भरी है। सरहद पर देश की सीमा की सुरक्षा करते हुए जान न्यौछावर करने वाले यूपी के बहादुरों का लंबा इतिहास है। उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार बॉर्डर पर शहीद होने वाले प्रदेश के वीर सपूतों के परिवारों की सुध ले रही है।
अपने प्राणों की आहुति देने वाले सैनिकों के परिजनों को 50 लाख रुपए की अनुग्रह राशि।
2018 में मुख्यमंत्री योगी ने जारी किया शासनादेश। शौर्यपूर्ण पराक्रम दिखाते हुए सर्वोच्च बलिदान करने वालों के परिवार को मदद, शहीद सैनिकों के आश्रितों को सरकारी नौकरी, शहीद के छोटे बच्चों की पढ़ाई लिखाई का खर्च उठाएगी सरकार। सेना अर्धसैनिक बलों के शहीद के आश्रितों को आर्थिक मदद दोगुना। शहीद की पत्नी आश्रितों को अब 50 लाख रुपए आर्थिक मदद, पत्नी और बच्चों को 35 लाख रुपए, माता पिता को 15 लाख रुपए। उत्तर प्रदेश के अर्धसैन्य बलों और सेना के शहीदों के लिए योगी सरकार के फैसलों से न सिर्फ अधिकारियों और कर्मचारियों का मनोबल बढ़ा है, बल्कि शहीदों के आश्रितों को संबल भी प्राप्त हो रहा है।
खाने में कुछ स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केजरीवाल जी जरा अपने झूठ के जाल में थोड़े लपेट में आ गए।
जितने भी देश के भ्रष्ट लोग थे वो बीजेपी में जाके संत बन गए। एवरीबडी वांट्स टू गेट देयर ओन टैक्स रेवेन्यूज बैक एंड दिस इज आम आदमी पार्टीज पर्सनल टैक्स।
पीपल आर सेइंग सोमनाथ जी बी रेस्ट एश्योर्ड विल गिव यू अनदर चांस।
चुनाव जो है मैं नहीं लड़ रहा, यहाँ की जनता लड़ रही है और जनता ही यहाँ पे मुझे विधायक के रूप में देखना चाहती है।
66% of you feel that the roads in Delhi are not up to mark.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
पिछली बार 8 घंटे वाली बिजली चो कोई कट लग्या नहीं लग्या। कट दी गल तां छड्डो, बल्ब ने चमक्का भी नहीं मारना। चमक्का
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਐਮ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੇਕ ਵਰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਡਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਏ ਉਹ 0 ਆਇਆ ਏ।
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜੀਦਾਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਭਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਿੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ 600 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ 90% ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਰੋਕਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਵਧਾਏ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਵਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 1 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਆਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦ ਆ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਜੀ।
ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਿੱਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ 3500 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਐਤਕੀ 0 ਆਇਆ। ਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਐਸਾ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਣਨਾ चाहिए।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From the banks of the holy Ganga, where millions gather in devotion, the spectacle of spirituality once every 12 years, we delve into the heart of the Mahakumbh Mela.
Hi, I am Arzu Seth reporting from Kumbh in Prayagraj, the world's largest public gathering and collective act of faith.
Watch the rituals, the celebrations, the profound devotion. Real-time updates.
This is the first time when the robotic fire tenders will be used.
In-depth reports.
Thousands of police personnel are also sitting here taking the instructions that what needs to be done.
An expert analysis.
We are in the war room where the preparations are being checked.
Only on Newsx.
खाने में कोई स्वाद नहीं है।
अरे किफायती लाल सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। इधर कीमती लाल को देखो खाना बना कमाल। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
All right, welcome back. The 2025 budget was announced just a few hours ago. A lot to take away for the middle class, and of course the tax break is going to be instrumental in what the government feels is the main driver for increasing, expanding consumption and taking the economy to the 5 trillion mark. I'm going to in fact hand it over to our editor-in-chief, Rishabh Gulati.
All right, joining us on the telecast is a person you remember recently as the G20 Sherpa. Before that, he ran the Niti Aayog, and before that, a lifetime of service in the public of this country. Amitabh Khan, thank you very much for joining us and taking a few questions. I have to start you with the big ticket item, and it's very happy news for pretty much all of us who earn a salary and or earn a pension. There is going to be not a slight but a substantive change in the tax bracket. What has engendered this? So 1 lakh crores is going to be put into people who earn salaries and direct taxes.
So Rishabh, the objective is to really take India's growth to a high trajectory of 8 to 9%, because you need to drive demand. Demand comes from consumption. Consumption leads to demand. Demand leads to production. Production leads to growth, and growth leads to jobs. So the whole cycle is one of creating growth and jobs. And given the present economic circumstances and the global scenario, it was necessary that we grow on the basis of domestic demand, because globalization is impacted. You are seeing tariff wars, you are seeing the breakdown of global supply chains, and it was necessary to give a major push to domestic demand in India. This, to my mind, when you couple it with the focus on labor-intensive sectors like tourism, toys, footwear, leather, all of them, they will have a huge impetus in terms of both growth and jobs. And that, to my mind, was critical in India's context. You know, one of the other good things that's happened is that Finance Minister has done this while this is a very major bonanza for the middle class. You look at it, it's probably the biggest bonanza any government has given in terms of tax relief ever in the history of India. It almost amounts to about 7% of the total tax collection. Now, if this has also been done in a very, fiscally prudent manner. The fiscal deficit for this year is 4.8%, and she's targeting for a 4.4% fiscal deficit next year. So she's been very, very responsible financially in taking India's growth and progress. She's obviously been concerned that this should not lead to inflation, and therefore a very, very good and deft handling of the budget.
Okay. Fiscal deficit, ladies and gentlemen, target is 5%. So we consider anything less than 5%, and the argument is that err on the higher side when growth is a bit slow. So let me ask you then the larger picture question, Amitabh Kant, because if any person steps out onto the highways which are being built at great pace, the airports, the ports, the new trains, we see the markets are buzzing and the people are buying things. But yet the GDP figure seems to be very stubborn. It doesn't want to go above 6-7%. What's happening?
So, two things. One is that there has to be a greater flow of credit, to my mind. Finance Minister has done a job, and in the long run you need more credit to flow in, which is the job of Reserve Bank of India through the monetary policy. The second is that over the years we've built up a lot of regulatory cholesterol. Every department of the government and regulatory bodies have added a lot of circulars and guideline procedures. And actually both the economic survey and the budget talk about it. We need to take it head on and just eliminate all these very vigorously. The government has talked about a committee which will give a report in 1 year time. I don't think we can wait for 1 year. We should do it much quicker and much faster. And that to my mind is very, very important. And the third point is about creating good quality infrastructure. The budget provides for 11.2 lakh crores, but the budget also talks about asset monetization. That is a 10 lakh crore scheme between 25 and 30, which will take government assets and put it up in a transparent manner for government to operate and run it. Therefore, the more assets we put out for monetization, the better it will be in terms of productive efficiency of the government. And the other is the budget talks about every ministry structuring projects on a private-public partnership for 3 years and putting it out and for taking it forward for implementation. So these are very, very good measures to drive India's economy.
Okay, let me just pick on that point for a second, because you say asset monetization, plowing back the money. So for people watching the broadcast, if you have a metro station which is owned by a metro company, and the metro station then has a restaurant which can be monetized at the railway station that goes back to the metro. We have the railways, so many assets in this country, sir. We've been talking about this for a long time. Is it happening at any scale?
Yeah, so last year, the 21 to 24 asset monetization pipeline of 6 lakh crore has been very successful. It has crossed the target. And that's why the government could put out many warehouses, it could put out airports, it could put out coal mines, it could do many things. So based on the success of that, this has been accelerated further to 10 lakh crores.
Okay, so now we are seeing, number one, we've discussed, okay, tax slabs. The second was rationalization. Now, in terms of customs duty, 2 years ago, you would have 22 slabs of customs duty. They've come down to just 8 now. So 7 have gone last year, 7 further have gone this year. For MSMEs, for people wanting to take small roles, Kisan credit cards, within the Swanidhi scheme, which is your Rediwalas to have access to loans, we are trying to put in money into the economy. Now, Amitabh Kantji, the obvious question is, what's the lag time? Because the budget gets announced now, April 1st. Are we seeing some of these measures kick in towards the latter part of the year, that the GDP scenario, which the economic survey says we need to hit 8%, does it look brighter for next year?
Yeah, so the important thing, Rishabh, on that is that the budget has been announced. We should get cracking on its implementation. In India, implementation is the key. And all these measures which have been announced are really far-reaching implications. From agriculture to MSME to startup to clean tech, they are far-reaching implications. If we take time to implement, it'll cost us dearly. We are at a point of time when there is, you have breakdown of global supply chains, you have a conflict in Europe, you have new productive forces of AI and quantum computing emerging. There's no time. We need to do all this, what the Prime Minister has talked about, what the FM has talked about. All of us must do that with a sense of urgency and a sense of missionary zeal.
Okay, I have a couple of questions because you're obviously, for people watching the broadcast, one of the key architects of Incredible India is Amitabh Khan. So in terms of tourism, sir, when it's just the practicalities of e-visa, but developing the tourism sites, we already know some of them are identified, like Kashi and others. Are we tapping it? Is it visible or is it still going to take time?
No, a lot of it is visible. Kevadia, Varanasi, many sites are very visible. A lot of work has happened. Now tourism is a private sector activity, so we need to get the private sector to come in. If you don't have good resorts, tourism will not work. If you don't have private sector play is critical for tourism because every job that you create 11 indirect jobs. And therefore, providing infrastructure status to those who invest in these 50 cities is, to my mind, a very, very good initiative. It will have far-reaching implication in terms of investment. And you'll have many hotels coming up in these cities in the years to come.
Okay, I have to ask you because the key, sort of block that we are in, right, is R&D, innovation, and it's everybody knows it. It is primarily the job of, the private sector to get it done. I mean, in the end, OpenAI and all these companies are private sector entities, not owned by the US government. So I want to ask you specifically this deep tech fund of funds for tech and this 20,000 crore for research and allocation. Where does this money actually translate to?
So, like we did the startup fund of funds. So if the fund of fund puts in 1/3 of the money, the other money comes from the venture capital fund. So you have when Finance Minister talks about 91,000 crore coming in the startup movement, it means that on a base of 10,000 crores, 91,000 crore has come in. And that's why the startup fund has been replenished. And she's also announced a deep tech fund of fund because deep tech you need more patient capital. And that to my mind is very good. Innovation and startup movement will get fueled through this, through the deep tech and the startup fund of funds. But the private sector investment in R&D is very low. That needs to go up and go up very, very substantially. Secondly, the patents that we must file for patents, get patents, and the patents we get must get commercialized in India.
For companies sometimes companies go bankrupt and the biggest asset value is the patent. Okay, I've got a couple of questions because I know our time is short, sir. But everybody in the world right now is talking AI and they're talking DeepSeek from China and $500 billion that the Trump regime is putting together in Operation Stargate. What is our plan for AI?
So let me first say that the AI race has just begun. It is wide open. And secondly, my view on this is that India must go for foundational layers rather than application layer. This is really the future. We should really put a lot of resources and provide computing power to our startups and to our universities and colleges. Put a lot of more risk capital like the deep tech fund into areas like this. And thirdly, there's rarely has in cutting edge technology, the initial innovator has won. You look at electric vehicles, General Motors was the first one to do it, they went bust. Similarly, in the case of internet, it was Google came much later. So the second mover has an advantage, and to my mind, India has a huge advantage of technologically leapfrogging.
My last question, sir, because when we are talking about transitional shift in the Indian economy, so we are probably a year or two away, and you worked on a lot of these projects when you were in the Niti Aayog. but we are about to see a culmination, what government calls saturation. So saturation in open defecation free, which means toilets, saturation in Awas Yojana, saturation in Jal Yojana, potentially saturation, electricity, internet. That means every single individual living in this country has a pakka ghar, has a toilet, has water, has electricity. Just the impact of this social mobility, does it unlock the Indian market? Because everyone says the Indian market is the top 5%. Everybody does not have discretionary spending power. Does it unlock the Indian market?
Yeah, it does, because you are creating infrastructure by building 40 million houses. You are building infrastructure if you create 120 million toilets and bring behavioral change. If you are providing piped water connection to 253 million citizens, you are building piped connections, and therefore you are making a huge transformation in terms of infrastructure. But more than that, you are actually providing the basic infrastructure to the citizens, because by doing all this and ensuring that close to about 110 million women of India get gas connection and do not burn firewood is transformational. And therefore, this infrastructure creation will be a very major driver of lifting people above poverty line. It will be a very major driver of transforming India. And it will be a very major driver of India doing sustained growth over a long period of time.
Okay, I have so much to ask, but I know it's a busy day for you, and we'll come back and have a larger conversation in the coming few weeks. Amitabh Kant, as always, for the service that you've done, and thank you for sparing the time on this. Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog, former G20 Sherpa, and of course, a person who spent a lifetime in governance, joining us here on Newsx.
All right, Rishabh, appreciate that conversation. A lot of insights into what this budget spells out at not only a granular level, but at a holistic level as well. Let's get this conversation going. We'll continue to talk to people who understand this budget from a number of perspectives. Dr. Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary, is here with us. Akash Jindal, Senior Economist, also joins us on the program. Savio Rodriguez, Editor-in-Chief of the Goa Chronicle, joins us on the program. Mr. Vinesh Menon, Director General of Arise, is also here with us. Mr. Dhruv Tulli, SEBI registered RA, with us on the program. Mr. Vinod Rawal, tax expert, also joins us on the show. Hussein Dohadwala, co-CEO of Crimson School, with us on the program as well. Major General Sudhakarji, advisor in defense banking, SDFC in Central India, also joins us on the program. All right, I'll begin with Mr. Menon. Vinesh, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Vineet.
All right. Well, you know, this is obviously a very education-centric budget. I don't remember the last time, Vinesh, the finance minister spent this kind of a time on explaining how education and AI, how investing in innovation and teacher training, and how affordable education for disadvantaged students is of a priority and paramount to the central government. What has been your assessment and analysis of this acknowledgement, if I can call it for the lack of a better word, by the government? Vinesh, nobody understands this as much as you do.
No, Vineet, I think I tend to agree. I certainly see many more bites around the education sector in this budget. Let's face it, 260 million plus children today of India are going to schools. And nearly 140 million of them are going to government schools. Now, one of the big concerns that everybody had was this growing divide between the students going to the government schools and the ones going to the, let's say, the unaided independent finance schools. And by bringing in some of these changes to try and reduce this digital divide, I think a few good steps